Shoot. Greetings, everyone. Sorry. You know what? I have been talking to myself for the last 10 minutes, which is a shame. And I apologize, firstly, for being late. The reason for that is somehow when you want things to work, they just don't. And I was having problems with my devices and I had to switch. So, anyway, sorry about that. First, let me start as I always do with a prayer to the ancestors to guide us, to listen in, to for us to have understanding, insight, and enlightenment, and to just have a good conversation. And for peace and understanding. So I thank you all who are here. Greetings, Koku from the Bitter Medicine podcast, and Pro Blood. Only you're here, great. And so is the matron, the revolutionary matron. I will get my intro in. I was practicing. So here's the thing. I just got into this quite by chance. It wasn't really something that I do. I don't think I am good at speaking, especially speaking in public. So I have never really, had myself speak. And even up to now, all these recordings that we do, I never go back and listen to myself because it would just, I would cringe just to have to listen to my own voice. So I have never gone back and had myself, which is wonderful. Oh, hey, Mr. Untouchable. Good to see you too. Let me see if I can multitask. Shoot, I guess I can't. Okay. No, I'm not. Greetings, everybody. Jerry popping. Wow. Okay. Welcome to the the popping of the cherry. I suppose. Okay. So, as I was saying, I have never really listened to myself speak, and so when I was to make a 10-second introduction to the channel, I really tried, but somehow you know what I'll do? I will just record myself and send them off, and then whichever one sounds decent is the one that will be picked. I cannot really go through it, but okay. So today is just the introduction because I didn't know how nervous and difficult it was going to be, but I prepared a sort of a couple of things, mostly to do with the program is called Deprogramming the African Mind. And the reason why I say this deprogramming is because we are all under some sort of illusion or, perception or perspective that really changes the way we think and behave as human beings. What got me to start that is, and we'll go into it a little bit more next week about this guy. And I don't know why people don't really know him. His name is Ted Patrick. Actually, no, let me say his proper acronym. He's called the Black Lightning. His name is Ted Patrick, Theodore Roosevelt Patrick Jr. And the reason why he is so important is that he was involved in, it was the 1970s, in the 70s. There was this whole cult phenomenon that was going around, in the States. And Mr. Patrick here, a black man with a mustache and a short afro. This is why I'm mad at myself, because I had it all on one device, and then the device that I had everything on, I can't get access to it. They say, oh, your microphone and settings are not, cannot access StreamYard. Anyway, but in any case, Mr. Patrick was involved in the cult during the 70s and 80s. There was just an explosion of cults. Like, I didn't know how many cults there were just in general. Like, you think, the small, the big ones, your Jim Jones and your, Waco and all of those ones. But just the number, types, extents, and even size of cults, it is shocking. Like, how are we not all in cults? Like, just in general, there's so many of them. It's like everybody can pick a cult and be satisfied. So, but in any case, it's there's the larger cult that everybody belongs to. Some people have, they have some racist cults, they have religious cults, they have political cults, and so on and so forth. But the important thing to know about, Ted Patrick is that he was about deprogram. He actually believed that people who are sort of lost in this, in whatever cult, there was many of them, but he was an activist. So he believed that people can actually, be deprogrammed out of certain mindsets. And oh, yeah, the Latin Cup says there's so many of them because America only exists by faith. Yeah, but America was supposed to be what is it, a separation of state and all that stuff. So you'd think that people would get less religious, but even if you separate it, people will still find one cult or another. So there was so many of them. Like in the 70s, they just exploded like even more, and it was starting to affect even the upper classes and just normal children. Usually cults affect the dispossessed, people who are on the fringe of society, people who are maybe lost, or they don't have anybody to take care of them. But in the case of in the 70s, everybody seemed to be in one or the other, even so-called respectable people. So, he felt that it was his duty to, to write things. I will, if I can't get into my other thing, I'll just wait until next week so we can really have a proper delved into, the whole cult phenomenon. But just to define a cult, can I share a screen? Okay, I'll get to it in a bit. So generally, we all think of cults as some weird group of people who have beliefs that are outside of the normal beliefs. The dictionary says it's a system. A cult is a formal religious veneration, a system of religious beliefs and ritual. Also, its body of adherence, a religion regarded as unorthodox or spurious, a system for the cure of a disease based on dogma set forth by its promulgator, a great devotion to a person, idea, thing, especially such devotion regarded as literary or intellectual fad. Yeah, a small circle of persons united by devotions or allegiance to an artistic or intellectual movement or figure. See, with that definition, nearly everybody could be involved in a cult if you didn't know it, because especially that one with it says that a great devotion to a person, idea, thing, and that devotion is shared by a small circle of persons, an artistic or intellectual movement or a figure. Cults like Jim Jones, yeah, there were some, these are the big ones. And when I first started looking into it, those ones are the ones that really stood out. But I was more interested in the very small ones, like just a small group of people. There was this one with an Asian guy who was like a mixture of God, Krishna and Christ and Buddha and God knows who else and so on. It's just fascinating to me how people can be sucked into something that, and it's not really sucked in. Here's the man, I'm so mad at myself. Anyway, I'm reading from a different screen. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, so one of the cult characteristics that you find, the greatest one that you find is the charismatic leader. That sets apart, a cult from just a regular belief. Well, most beliefs start with leaders, but in any case, the one characteristic of a cult is there always is a leader, somebody who is, increasingly becomes an object of worship, and then is regarded as bearing the general principles. So everyone in the group tries to be like the leader, and the leader is looked at upon as, an exemplary character, somebody that everyone tries to be alike, or somebody who has the right ideas that everybody should, follow. Um, the other characteristic of cult is the process of coercive persuasion or thought reform. So in this stage, people, the members come in, and then you have to be you have to change your mind. Every single belief system has to change your mind. You come in, most people come in as skeptics, they come in as, or just curious, they either the curious or the skeptical. So with the curious, it's usually easier to get them in, because all you have to do is satisfy their curiosity, give them answers. The skeptical, you have to sort of engage with them a little bit, and slowly break down their perspective, and then get them to yours. So that's the second one. So you have your leader, and he's good at persuasion, usually some sort of coercion. And then the third one is exploitation. It can be economic, it could be sexual, it could be financial, and can be physical. It can be anything, any kind of exploitation. Some people exploit their members intellectually. Some of them just want their money and their labor and their services. So the different, yes, we are the brainwashing, yeah. So they take your brain, and they wash it. They wash it clean, and they put whatever they want back in there. Actually, I would think it's more like brain. What's the opposite of washing something? Making something dirty. Yeah, because that's really most of what they do. Like if you're a regular human being, and then you come back tomorrow talking about, you believe in dragons or unicorns or, crazy things, your mind really hasn't been washed. It's more like polluted. So yeah, so they take these people's minds, and then they coercively persuade or reform their thought, and they put in their own, their own things, and then that's, now you're ripe for exploitation. After that, you can ask for whatever that you want. So how does, most people are not really involved in cults. Cults inherently perverted. Yes, I would say so. I haven't really seen a good cult. If somebody knows of one, you can let me know. But so far, I haven't really seen a nice one. Mr. Untouchable says, can cults be used for good purpose? Are there good cults? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I haven't really seen a good cult. There are many different ones. They are, some of them are not as, maybe malicious as other ones. Cults are not just religious, cookie crazy people. They have been MLM cults, like women get involved in that. And with the MLM is multi-level marketing. That's their fancy name now. They used to be called pyramid schemes. But those kinds of cults, they usually, don't really have a leader. That's why, even the definition requires a leader, but you can have a cult. Some cults don't require a leader. They just require, that coercive persuasion. And we know that, even in those marketing ones, they go through orientation, or they go through, those programs where they get together with the fellow people and so on. And then exploitation is where now they have to hand over their money. So if there is a good cult, I guess if you're going to exploit people, I guess you can put it towards some good. Although, that's more like, that sounds more like, the ends justify the means. Wait, the means justifying the ends, and that's a bit of a weird thing to do, because the cults really do cause harm to people. It's not just it's not just like joining a group or a social club and so on, and then you get to just be around people. No, most of the time they want something from their members, and it's something that they won't otherwise be willing to give up. They have made people, there's this cult in Kenya where they told all their members to sell their things. They come, they occupy some people's houses. They just come in and sit down and say, this is our house now. Your house is now the Lord's house, and the Lord is going to do with it as he wishes. And they occupy the house. You can't do anything. They have taken people's lands and money, all of that. So cults really do cause damage. And for some people who finally get out of it, they require years and years of processing to even get back to normal society. So if maybe if you feel that, with some people really do, should everyone have free will? Mr. Touchable, you're getting on the muahaha level. But that's an interesting question. Should everyone have free will? Yeah, people should have free will. People should have free will. You can't just go in and say you're going to worship me or I have. Okay, when it comes to what people believe, yeah, people can believe whatever they want, but you cannot come and tell people that you yourself have all the knowledge and the information, especially about things that have no bearing. You have some of these leaders, so-called, advising their cult members on everything from work, careers, to to how to raise their children, to what to do with their money, or even how to make medical decisions. Some of them, they don't even allow the members to seek medical help. So yeah. But you can also say that if people are dumb enough to to get sucked into it, then maybe they deserve it. But the truth about it is that most people who get into cults are not, the idiots or the gullible people that we think they are. Like I said, they are the curious. They're those who are just, they just want answers. They seek answers. And most of the time, the way the cults get them, it's not through, this. Yeah, let's go. So the I don't know if you can see it. Let me see. So most of the time, they don't get them through intellectual, debate. It's not like, oh, well, can't you see how obvious it is that you're wrong? No, most of the time, it's an emotional appeal. They appeal to the ego. They appeal to your intellect. They appeal to your emotional sense of well-being. They appeal to your need to belong to a group, especially nowadays that people don't really have places where they can interact, or they can just be with other people. If you don't belong to a church, let's say, where else do you have to fellowship with other human beings? So it's not that they just come out saying how evil they are. They really do meet some of the people's needs. So like, if you look at what are the social aspects of cultism, there's always that aspect of submission. That's the part of the thought process where all your free will is literally, taken from you. You're told to stop thinking the way you were thinking before. Your, ideas, your wills, and all that, you put them completely at the mercy of the system, or of the leader. It requires exclusivity. The group is the only true religious system, or the only system. It doesn't have to be religious, or one of the few left. And then the other one that they use a lot is the persecution complex. It's the us against them mentality. This is why, it's so easy to get into a cult, because every one of these, applies to some sort to nearly every organization. Let's say it's a corporate place. You're required not submission, but you're required at least obedience to company rules. Exclusivity. Only a few people can have access to the company. Let's say the records, the physical residence, all of that. And then the persecution complex. This is part of this, not just the competition, but also this family dynamic that companies have amongst each other, that, oh, it's we're together in this together, we understand your woes and things like that, and so on. So nearly there's a lot of systems that can be classified in the cult, in cults, but what changes about the cult is that whole exploitation angle, that cults do want to take advantage of their members. So Mr. Untouchable. Oh, okay. The learning curve says, Mr. Untouchable, most people don't want free will. Most people gladly turn over everything to feel like they belong. A benevolent dictator would work well for a lot of African. Wow, wow, wow. You know who somebody also said that some time ago, that we need a dictator. That's a controversial point, but yeah, sometimes, well, I don't know if most people don't want free will. I think most people want answers, and sometimes they want to be led more than to have to exercise. They want somebody to exercise their free will for them. They want somebody to tell them, but they also want to feel like they went there themselves. They want to feel like it's not just them, it's there's a company, even if you're crazy. That's why these cult leaders are so out there, because sometimes they may have their own problems, they may have their own issues that they go through, and so for them it would be more comforting to have other people join them in their madness, so to speak. So a lot of these cults are started by people who already have they have issues, they have things that maybe mental or deep psychological issues. They may be even psychopaths or sociopaths. I can't remember the difference now, but they're certainly not well-adjusted people. And while it would be good if they simply went off and contained their distraction, sometimes people, like they say, misery loves company. Distraction also likes company. People who are self-destructive also want to destroy others with them. And that's why another aspect of culticism is this aspect of apocalypse. That's a similarity that a lot of cults have in common, that they all see this, future end of everything, that things are going to end, this is the end, and well, let's just prepare for it and make the best of it. And that's also part of that persecution complex, where they feel that the world is against them, and some of them are even glad when the world ends. For some of these people, the end of the world means the beginning of a better world for them. So oh, okay. Well, you know what? If anybody wants to come up and have a conversation, that would be wonderful and great. I could keep talking, but I remember that unless I move to a different screen, I can't get to all my stuff. So unfortunately, we'll just have to wing it. But I'm glad you guys are here to wing it with me. So I do appreciate it. And I was terribly, terribly nervous about today, and unfortunately it didn't turn out the way I wanted, but I won't complain. It's that was me. I should have just started this, Anyway, so the reason why this applies to Black people is that when you look at not just the religious, but just the general programming that we are under, that even the political programming, the mental programming, this self, I don't know how to call it. People call it self-hate. I don't know if I should call it that. For me, it's just a denial of some aspects of ourselves. It's so this aspect that we have, it's because we are under this. So let's say, the cult of beauty for women. If women, oh, thank you. Okay, sorry, Oni. Thank you. So, and thank you, Matron, for coming up later. So, when you look at the programming, the things that we believe, let's just say, when it comes to women's beauty, and I think about the bleaching. people that won't tell you that, oh, I hate myself and so on. That's why I want to change the color of my skin. They'll just tell you, it's because lighter people are beautiful, or because they want to look like so and so. And the way they phrase it, it's usually in terms of their admiration for something else. It's not couch in terms of, oh, I just hate myself. It's very rare. I've listened to so many of them, and none of the people who do it will say it's because of this. So it's not so much that they hate themselves, it's that they have this admiration for something that is not them. And because they will also tell you, I love myself, that's why I do this. They won't give you that whole hue and cry. So a lot of us are under that spell that what is beautiful, or what is good, or what is true and moral is what is Western, and what is not African. Anything that is anti-African is almost automatically good, because it is not who we are. We deny who we are. We look at ourselves in the mirror and we don't like or we wish that we saw something else. We wish that we were born in an easier circumstance, in a world where our skin was not an issue, our shape and so on, where we didn't have to attract attention. So many of us are still under that veil where you either have to cloak yourself in order to fit, or you have to just deny reality, or some aspects of reality. So a lot of our people are still looking at the West, at the values that are not theirs. And what this happens is, if you worship that cult of whiteness, that white is right, everything about them is good, and we are bad, it clashes with who you are as a person. You cannot like something that is opposite to you without being in conflict with yourself. So yeah, so when people are under cult programming, um, uh, when I read the accounts of Black Lightning, of when he was doing the deprogramming, he described them as being in an hypnotic state, as repeating the same mantras, as speaking as mouthpieces of their dogma, and just repeating things. Their personality changes, their behavior changes. This is just in extreme cases, in cases where people have undergone, extensive brainwashing or thought reform, as they call it. But you can see aspects of that even, in some of our people, in the way we behave, the way we think. The people who are under cult programming, literally because of that exploitation aspect of it, they literally act against their own interest. They do things that they would otherwise, in their normal, mentality, they would never do it. Like, how does somebody convince you to sell all your land and your property and give it to them just like that? Like, but these are not mad crazy people. They are led by a mad crazy person, because the unfortunate thing about sane people is that they assume that everybody else is sane. So when a madman comes telling you mad things, you're simply going to to follow that, especially if it's something that you never even imagine. If it sounds so absurd, you imagine that there has to be some truth in it. If somebody tells you a small lie, you won't believe it. But if somebody tells you something so extravagant and absurd, and just tells you, I am the ruler of the galaxy, you might look at them and say you are crazy. Or if they convince you, you are going to believe with every fiber of your being. You are going to go and pronounce and preach and do the John the Baptist. Yeah, because remember, the first person that Jesus convinced was John the Baptist, and he went there preaching, and he lost his head too over it, to a woman, no less. But yeah, you just have to convince one person that you're not crazy, and you're well on your way to starting your own cult. So okay, Oni, I won't tell people, but it's just you guys. It's okay for me to tell you. It's not like we're broadcasting to the world. This is a test run, and so I will make up for my mistakes on the next one. But thank you. Oh, thank you, Matron. You might get bamboozled by people who want you to join a cult. Yes, thank you. That is good advice. I will take it into account. I will never show it. Thank you, Mr. Oni will soon come up. He's never seen a microphone. He doesn't like. Wow, wow. Okay, okay. I thought this was the beginning of some sort of war, but you guys are too cool with each other. But yeah, this is not an forecast versus Brother Bakari war, because they have been going, yeah, they've been at it for quite some time in a friendly way, of course, of course. So the one thing that you have to remember with cults is that it doesn't take idiots. In fact, a lot of the cults were the people who really perpetuated it were educated people, were lawyers, were engineers. Even if you look at the cult of that whole Alistair thing, but in the 60s, they firstly there was the hippies, the cult of the hippies, many of them usually called something like consciousness or the free spirits or something like that. Those are too many to name. There were children of God, or some of those. Most of those were actually upper middle class to upper middle class children of good families. They were educated, especially like the ones who joined Hare Krishna and this Buddhist sort of Eastern religion types. Those Indian Babas. Remember even the Beatles, they also for some time, I don't know how long, but they were also involved in this Indian mysticism thing, nonsense. But yeah, everybody, even normal people, and especially the educated, because another thing too, the people think that they go after the low people and so on. Those they do, but only to fill their numbers. The people that they really want to go after, and in a couple of weeks we'll go more into Scientology. That one was really, really, interesting. But the people that they really, really want to go after are the people who have money, the people who have influence, people who have education or something to contribute. These the ones that go for the easy, the low lives. They usually are more apocalyptic than the rest, because these are the crazy cult leaders who don't have a plan. If you have to have a plan, you have to have like a 20-year plan if this goes wrong. And also even with those apocalyptic announcements, if you say the world is going to end on the 12th and it doesn't, you have to have a backup plan why it didn't. Maybe God changed his mind, maybe you guys did enough sacrifices and so on. But you have to have a plan B. Or you just go all out and just take everybody with you. But most of the prudent ones who know that you can keep the cult money going, you have to have a continuous source of revenue, and you don't want your members to kill themselves too quickly. So what you do is you keep them constantly busy. You put them in work. You have them knocking on people's doors. You have them selling bean pies on the streets. You have them shouting up and down to people who are simply trying to live their lives. Yeah, so you just put them to work. That's what helps. And then that helps with not only making them more obedient, but it also prevents them from thinking too much. And when you tire people out, the brain can only take so much. When you tire people out, when you work people to exhaustion, there's no time for reflection, there's no time for thinking, there's no time for for action, there's no time for planning. So one of the ways that in slave times they kept people from revolting was not just limiting the time that they could associate, but also just making them work and work and work until you can't even do anything. You simply put to work, and there's no time to think or to do much else of anything. So just the fact that people were able to rebel under those circumstances just tells you how much humans yearn for freedom, how much we want it, no matter how, and how much it takes to take away that freedom. That's why I'm reluctant to say that people do people should have free will? Because people might not exercise it prudently, but they will fight. They will fight if they're still, of sound mind. They will fight for that freedom to do what they want, even if it's to do nothing at all. People will fight for that. Oni was talking about the bungee jumping in the morning. Like, okay, he doesn't want to. Normal people don't want to go bungee. That's such a hard word to say. Jumping, but if you don't want that to not be an option, you don't want somebody telling you cannot jump, jump on, you cannot jump. Yeah, you don't want somebody forbidding you from exercising that option. So that's why I say that even though I can see why people might have some sort of disdain for those who easily give up their freedom and their free will, I know that it's not everybody who wants to give it up that easily. Most people are simply seeking something else when they are swayed into a different thing. Most people who join these organizations and movements and cults and so on. I cannot say it. It's such a weird word. Anyway, bungee jump, bungee. Okay, let me. I'm sounding, but yeah, because it's nyerere. Listen, nyerere, nyerere. See, that's simple. That's way simpler than a weird word, bungee. Anyway, so people who get into okay, I should stop. I should concentrate. See, if I had all my material with me, I wouldn't be easily distracted by your Friday. I can say Felicia. Do you want me do you want to have an accent off? Do you want to have a one of those? I will tell you to say some words that your tongue will twist and do gymnastics. Bye, Felicia. See, that one is not hard. Near Ray Ray. Near Ray Ray. What's that? No, Mr. Untouchable. No, it's not near Ray Ray. That's how he only pronounces it. Near. I said Felicia. Felicia. Yes. Felicia. Yes, she is answering to that because it's the correct way to say it. Yes. So your first step to forming a cult is, it's not convincing a whole bunch of people. It's just finding somebody who's just slightly crazier than you, but a little bit, less smart, and then convincing them that they are, in the presence of divinity itself or something better than them. You don't have to convince somebody that you're the best. All you have to do is convince them that you're better than them. It's like that thing with if you're running away from a bear, and you're in a group and you're all running away from a bear. It's not that you necessarily have to be the first one. You just have to not be the last one. You just have to beat one more person, and you're home safe. So in convincing, if you want to start a manipulation, you don't go for a whole mass of people. You just start with one or two, and you convince them. When one person is convinced, then they'll go and convince more people. Will be convinced by the conviction of another than by that person's conviction. Let me say self-conviction. Let me explain. If I come and say, I am the divine grace air, the living breath and all of that stuff, and you might not believe me, but if I convince my very good friend and disciple to say that yes, she's just too humble to say it to the rest of you unworthy being, then you'll be like, okay, this is crazy. And then wait a minute, here's a third person saying the same thing. Now you'll have to sort of start believing them and say, okay, maybe there's something to this. So what the cult leaders do is simply start with one person and then continue. If you look at how Africans were taken in, it wasn't that all of them at once, not even on the continent. It took a long time. It took a lot of, years and trials, but always how it happened was that there was one person who was absolutely enamored. In the Congo, there was this King Zhao, I think his name was. Yeah, King Zhao. It was in the 16th century. And the Portuguese visited his kingdom, and they came with these clothes and shiny things and beautiful trinkets, and he liked them, and he was impressed not just by what they had, but also their knowledge, their experience. They came because that was just at the time when Europe was starting to have these scientific discoveries, and they were traveling. So King Zhao of Congo was very impressed with him. He wasn't even King Zhao at the time. I think his name was like King Ndola, and then he changed it to Zhao after the following experiences. So he went to Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, and he got baptized, and he sent his sons there to be taught and so on. So he became practically Europeanized. And so he went back to his people and he made them all convert to the new religion. And there was quite a great resistance, especially from the elders. But, eventually they converted. But that's what it takes. It takes just one person to be convinced of the greatness, and then the rest will simply fall into place like dominoes. So what cult leaders usually do is to convince a few people. Same with the missionaries. When the missionaries came, they found a few people. They gave them, they gave the children a few sweets and things that children like, maybe toys and so on. And so after getting the trust of the children, it was not a big leap for the parents to also see what the big deal was and to join them and start sending the children to the Western schools. So, that's how we gotten, and that's how we continue being in the same in the same mentality year after year, because sometimes people do rebel. Like I said, there are times when the burden is just too much. The spiritual, emotional, physical burden becomes too much, and people will fight to get the yoke off. But when the burden is not as heavy, when you still feel like you're getting something out of the system, or you just used to it, that's how things are, and that's how they're going to be, then it becomes just quiet complicity, and everybody continues. And when it gets to be too comfortable, that's when rebellion is least likely to happen. So one of the reasons why government keep their people in relative comfort is because they know that if people become too desperate, or if they have nothing to lose, that's when they'll rebel. That's when caution will be thrown to the wind. But when people know that they're going to be taken care of, that even if things are really bad, they're not as bad as they could be. And this comfort makes people stay in even situations that may not seem to be the best for them. Sometimes you look at people and you ask them, why are you still in this situation? Why are you still in this place? If you don't like it so much, you can just get up and go. You can just leave. And some people can, some people cannot. Some people feel that it's too much, that it's better to stay with what than to try to find something that you don't. And so people usually just stay in this cult-like situation, sometimes just because they don't know where else to go. They don't know what else to do. They've been groomed, bred. They have been raised in this environment, that what might seem strange to people on the outside just looks normal to them. They're their definition of normalcy is very different from other people. And then who's really to say? If you try to convince them that your way of doing things is the right one, they can simply counter with saying, well, you might just be under, that same manipulation. So at that point, it becomes difficult to talk to them and say, well, no, you're the one who's deluded. I'm the one in the right. I look at this even when it comes to how we look at this, Pan-African versus, pro-Black versus Indian versus this and that and so on. And the first thing that somebody says is, you're wrong about everything that you believe. You're just following things without question. Well, I don't think that can be really applied to the people who are. I think the people who are most critical of things are really the pro-Black people. See, now you made me. Yeah, that's, you have just trademarked a whole concept, Oni. But in any case, it's the people who really are seeking, who care about their people. Those are the ones who study, who question, who look at things. People who just want an identity, those are the people who are more eager to simply apply names for themselves and then leave it at that. Because once you've, let's say you've called yourself, landist, let's just say that, so we don't pick on anything. So you're a landist, you have, yes, they do, only they have a pro-Black perspective. So people who have that kind of mentality, it may seem like a cult because they do respect certain people, they do, follow ideals, and they are part of a small group, let's say. Well, submission. See, no, there's no complete unquestioned trust in leadership. That's what makes you an independent person and not, part of a cult. So leaders are often seen as prophets, apostles, and special. See, with us, you should not see your leader as something, not special, but you can respect them, but, prophetic, apostolic, connections and all of that. That's also a bit much, but that's, that helps some people, I guess. So there are people who are simply looking for a couch, an intellectual couch to sleep in. They just want you to prepare, if it's religion, if it's a political, theory, if it's a scientific fact, because it's in everything. If they just want something that explains everything, and then they can sit back and just continue living life. This search for, truth, clarity, all of that stuff, I don't think everybody really, I don't think truth is as important to people as truth seekers think it is. Most people simply want answers, and answers are different than truth. Cults give you answers. They don't necessarily trade in truth. So, sometimes we attribute too much. I think what is not attributed, over-attributed, is the freedom. Freedom is something that any idiot can understand, even if they haven't read a single book. Freedom is something that is instinctive. It's something that we naturally, want and fight for. So even if we seek comfort in beliefs and dogma, people will still want to have that kind of freedom. Even if people are Christians, they still want the freedom to disagree with some aspects of the Bible, for example, or some teachings of it. They do not want to live in that era of dogma, which is really, the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages was not just a time for, the backwardness of Europe. It was also a time for the dogmatification of religion, of scripture. It was that time when the Catholic Church and other churches too, it wasn't just the Catholic, because the Protestants also, protested just as much and did as much killings. But it was a time when people were trying to prove themselves right by the sword. And, they did try a lot. People died just because, for truth, or not even truth, to be right. Because if, like I say, if you really have truth, you shouldn't be scared of somebody else believing something contrary to yours. It's just a belief. You shouldn't really be threatened if somebody doesn't believe what you believe. The only thing that should threaten you is when that person wants you to force their belief on you, or their habits, or their lifestyle, or something that you don't want. But if it's simply a matter of belief, I don't care if the next person believes in, unicorns, or flying chairs. That's their prerogative. But it's a problem when somebody wants to say that flying chairs and stuff like that is a fact, and if you don't believe it, then you should be executed or shamed or something. Hi, greetings and welcome, Mayton. Yeah.
Greetings, Tanzan. You're doing a great job talking about these cults. I had never
Thank
really
you so much. I appreciate it.
I had never really thought about it. We're trying to deprogram people's minds and get them thinking in their natural self-reliant way of thought, but religions and cults and all these other groups, they go for the big, juicy, rich, middle class kid that feels disaffected by his family, the one that doesn't feel he has a place. They offer them hope and opportunity and purpose when they've been thrown off and cast aside by their fathers. That's what that ADOS and FBA thing is about too.
Oh, daddy issues. Sorry, I
Daddy
don't mean to
issues.
laugh at them, but but it is sad, and that's why I say that people who get into these kinds of things, they're not necessarily like, okay, some of them are idiots and buffoons, but not all. People are seeking, if you do meet the needs that people are seeking in cults, this will kill them dead in a day. If you meet the needs of Black people, they will have, not all of them, because that programming is deep in a lot of us. But if you give people something to eat, a reason to live, and meaning and purpose, and especially something to eat, they will be more persuaded, because what the cults use, they use coercive persuasion. So they will persuade you, but once you're in, you can't really be out. You can't ask them, you can't leave, you can't question. So they use methods to try to keep you in there. Whereas if somebody is confident about the truth, you can ask questions, and if you don't like it, you can always leave or stay. So one of the ways that they feel the emotional need first, and this also goes into, I also went into a little bit about this whole aspect of conning people, scamming people. And there was this guy who was he was a professional scammer, and he targeted old people and educated people. So firstly, with old people, old people, he said, especially in America, they are very lonely. They usually live by themselves. They don't really have somebody to talk to. And he said this, which was really weird to me. He said that some of them, even after knowing that they've been scammed, they still will pick up the phone and keep talking with you like that. That's how, not even to get their money back, just to talk to somebody. That's how sad, lonely, and desperate that people are for some sort of connection or even interaction. So that was the first one, playing with people's emotional states. And then with the second one, with the ones that he liked, this was the ones that he liked. With the old people, he felt a little bad about it, but the ones that he really enjoyed, I'll try to find it. It was this video, and it was a documentary. But he said he enjoyed fleecing the clever.
Nobody likes getting over more than when you can get over on a person that thinks they're clever.
Oh man, he said, the lawyers, the doctors, those engineers and professors, like he said that all you had to do was just, their weakness was their ego. That they felt that they were so smart that he didn't even have to talk. You see, dumb people, when you talk to them, when you introduce a concept to them, they just sit there and they're like, and some of them are so dumb that you can't even con them. Like if you're trying to sell life insurance to a moron, like, well, how does this work? But how does this work? You'll be just there, talking your head off, and at the end of it, you're like, oh well, I don't know, I don't understand, and they'll walk away. But somebody who thinks that they're clever than you, they'll be asking you questions and doing this. And he said this, the one way that you know that you've gotten somebody is if you can get them to do something, however small. So what he used to do with the lawyers and engineers, for example, is tell them, well, it's a very complicated thing, whatever he was talking about. It's a very complicated thing, and I don't have all the information, but if you can just write down the number, or, the reference number or the website number or something, he'll just tell them to write down something or to get something. And just that, once somebody does something, that you ask them to do, he said that was it. After that, it was easy to make them do, whatever he wanted to do.
Wow, they sound like they could be repurposed to be the psychologists in a new society, because they really get to the human need to get their exploitative needs met. Let's repurpose these people to be the analysts of what's going on with people.
Yes, they do. And that is why you need people who are invested. You see, societies also need to take advantage of their criminals, and this is something that the Western society does really, really well. Like, they don't throw out their useless classes. Even those rednecks have a use. You put them in hoods and send them down, black neighborhoods. But when it comes to even the criminals, they know how to use their criminals, and then the criminals actually are psychologists. They're better psychologists because they're trying to get something. An armchair psychologist, what are they trying to get really? Are they trying to get you sane? Are they trying to get you? No, they're just there to listen to you. Theirs is almost an apathetic stance. Like, okay, come in, talk. You feel better about unloading, leave. That's all they do. They're not trying to get you. They are just trying to get you to return. That's it. They're just trying to get you to come back again and again. So maybe they will, make it longer. But a con person doesn't just want you to return. He wants to get something out of you, and he will do whatever. He's not just a passive, listener. He's actually an active. He engaged. Even when he's listening for something. He's listening to get something from you. It's like a policeman. Everything you say will be used against you. So that's how they do, and they can read people. If you can con somebody over the phone, you haven't even met them. You don't even. All you have to is the paperwork in front of you. That takes a lot of skill, and we haven't really. We should study those people who study people.
Yes, we should, and use their talents and skills to our benefit. That's one of the reasons why I think organized religion is so popular among us, because it gets people to organize into an economy. They give their money or else they're going to go to hell. They dress a certain way, so that's giving business to these other people that are in their group. It's just such a good organizing tool that you really can't just turn away from it. And people ultimately want to be led. They want to believe in something. They really want to. I think all people have a human need. The wealthiest of the wealthy have a human need to believe in something. And if you can, like you said, fill that need, then you got them. You have a captive audience and a repeat customer that will invest.
Yeah. And Mr. Untouchable says that a fact, we're in a place where facts don't matter and truth doesn't matter as long as you sell a good store. Oh yes, see, you're a scammer in training. Yeah, you can learn something. That's another thing that the guy was talking about, having a story. Don't give people facts and boring things and all of that. Just tell them, especially like with the old ladies. Yeah, with the old ladies, he felt a little bad. Yeah, not bad enough. Obviously not. He's a scammer. He barely has a conscience. The little that he has, it makes him feel bad, but only for a second. So tell a story. Just talk. When somebody is listening to a story, there's no contradiction to a story. Somebody can't say, well, I was in the car this morning and then this happened and so on. They take you and they show you. This is why movies are so powerful. This is why, not just music. Music is, 5-second thing, it will get into your head and get out. But a movie, films, they take all of that. They take the music, they take the senses, they take your attention. They put you in a dark room where you're only looking at a screen with no other distractions. well, I don't know if they're open now, but the whole concept of even a movie theater, yes, it's there for your enjoyment, but it's also there for your brain pollution. You really can't resist. You're stuck in your chair, you can't even get up. So that's one of the ways. And then suddenly all your senses are assaulted at the same time. Your eyes on this big screen, your ears just terribly loud music, and everything is there. And then the light is out, so you can't really, everything has to be focused on that. And then here comes the music, and then the emotions, and then all of that. You can't interrupt a movie with logic. So when somebody wants to scam, they will tell you stories, they will tell you sad stories, they will tell you this. And once you're there, just listening to a story is also like telling somebody what to do, because at that time they really can't go anywhere. So you sort of have them captive, like we are captivating you all right now.
Absolutely. I've often said storytelling is the only job there is, because that's how you get people to buy into whatever you want them to buy into. And when you look at old records and old documents, they tell someone's story and then they explain whatever it is their objective is, like whether it's old psychological records from different time periods when they were diagnosing drapetomania. They talked about, the different work that these people did and the fact that they just became listless and all of these poetic allegories and things like that. That's what makes the Bible such a good tool, because it has all these different stories. People don't realize it's a story for, as Dr. John Henry Clarke say, Jewish domination and control. It's a book of their fairy tales for their domination and control. But people like fairy tales, and most people are
Sis, you went mute there for a second. If you can hear me, let me
Yeah, I
know.
can hear you. Yeah, I
Okay,
can hear
go ahead.
you.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just saying people get caught up in the fairy tales. Most people have a childlike mind and an imagination, and they want to get caught up and lost in the allegory and fairy tale of things like the Bible or once upon a time stories or even stories of history. And from all my reading, that's the one thing that is consistent and true, is that people want to tell a story. Like, I read the books, right?
Mhm.
But I'm getting better at telling the stories, because that's really all people want to hear. That's why Dr. John Henrik Clarke has people captivated, is because they can tell a story like Oni was talking about on Sunday. These people come on and they listen to other people talk. They might have read a book or whatever, but they just tell a good story. And people are sending them cash apps and things like that. You know? They just want to hear a good story. And if you can get a good story and tell a good story, you can convince people to pay you. Charles Dickens sold his books that way. He went around to different bookstores and different bars and things like that, telling the stories that he imagined and that he wrote. And people paid for that. And then it became plays, and then it became something else. Entertainment and storytelling is the only business there is. Even when you go into a courtroom, you have to get your story straight so that your lawyer can sell the story to the judge and jury. Storytelling is the only business there is. That's how we sell products. That's how we adjudicate law. That's how we teach our children. That's it. Storytelling.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. And we don't even realize how powerful, an impact it makes in our lives. Everything that, even advertisement, Coca-Cola is not, popular just because it's such a wonderful drink, you know. You put anything you into that thing, and it will just taste. Coca-Cola is not special. What they have is they have a story attached. They have emotions attached to buying it. They have celebrities and people. They have made a good advertising story. They continue with it. We represent love and equality and all this stuff. So there has to be a story behind everything. And imagine how great we were at telling stories. Imagine how we used to pass down stories from the generations, the older to the grandchildren and so on. And we have also lost that. So one of the things that is characteristic of cult members is that they don't realize that they're in a cult. If you realize you're in a cult, you leave. So we don't. A lot of us are staying where we are in our different, little cult bubbles, and we still continue, living as we do. We have forgotten, we have taken in the stories as truth, and we have forgotten what is truth. So, like Mr. Touchable was saying, facts doesn't matter. It's only truth. So we take the truth as fact, as truth, as everything, and we ignore even facts. One of the ways that the obvious ones is even when it comes to the conflict between the Bible and Egypt. In Egypt, this is why it becomes, almost like a what do you call them, cognitive something, when you have two things that you can't keep in your mind, but you have to keep them there. So it's like this opposition thing. So in the Bible, the Jews were the Israelites or whoever, they were slaves in Egypt. So Egyptians were the slave masters. So when they say, let my people go, they are letting them go from Africa. They are leaving Africa. They want never to go back to Africa. They look at Africa as a land of slavery. Imagine that. Not Africa where there was freedom and laughter and fruit and all that. Africa now becomes where they were enslaved, and then when they leave, they go to Canada, to the Middle East, Arabia, or whatever. That's when they go to be free. So that itself make Africans, they enslaver. And so when they take that and then they apply that to like the Hebrew Israelites, we were the lost tribes or whatever, then the villain in that story is Africa. Because if you're the Israelites and the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt, then Egypt is the enslaver, not the other way around. So even the facts now get in the way, because if you are an African and you are in Egypt and you're an Israelite, who are you getting away from? So it's the first rejection of the continent, of that African label, that you don't want to be in a place that enslaved you, instead of the place where you are enslaved.
Absolutely. And the truth of that cult is that that is one part of that family's story, which is why our family stories are so important. Our families are supposed to be our cults. They're supposed to be the ones that take stories and pass them down from generation to generation to give the children a way of life. But the Bible and all those stories, that's one part of that family's story. And they interbred with each other, which no one ever really talks about. So, so we have to get to the point where we stop accepting that family's story as the ultimate and only truth and really re-embrace our identity. Like you said, we've forgotten these things about ourselves. And that's what a cult does. It brainwashes you, it perverts your perspective, making you out to be the villain and the enemy of your own self and people. So you sell yourself out and you give yourself over to these new ideas or these different ideas, and they make you hate yourself. So you just want and reach on and latch on to this charismatic leader in order to be cleansed, in order to be made new, in order to be remade in their image.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And once you have those stories, you see, stories shape our view of the world. And people don't realize just how powerful it is. We look at the world through stories. We look at the world through even ourselves. If you ask yourself, who are you? People will tell you the story of their lives. What kind of a person you are, they'll tell you the experiences, because that's what constitutes your story, is who you are. So when you look at the world through somebody else's story, then that's how your world becomes defined. So when you look at, let's say, even this idea of original sin, we didn't have that idea in Africa. The fact that a child is born and they're automatically evil, like, who thinks of something like that? Like, you're just born with sin. This little baby crying out here is a sinful baby, but once you look at it that way, then you sort of have to mentally solve it in your head, that a baby can both be innocent and in sin at the same time. So we really take these stories, and this is a story that was told about even the interaction between men and women. So this original stories, the woman, she is to blame, the man, he's just weak, and both of them are just disobedient, and with no talk about free will or any of that, or what the responsibility towards each other. And then even when you look at the attitudes, this, the man is punished with work and the woman is punished with bearing children. Like the two things that define, not defined, but that men and women are supposed to be proud of, that they're supposed to be, brought and raised into, becoming and embracing. Those are the two things that are given as a curse. Like what kind of outlook would you have of life, of of humans, of you as a person, if you thought that work was simply a curse, something that you had to do, not something that you took pride in? And then what kind of a woman would you be if you thought that bearing children was something that you were cast to do instead of something that you're created to do? So these stories are, well, even if they're not, even if people don't see themselves in that way, even if people, don't see children as obviously, born with original sin, that story is still there, and it also conflicts with what you see versus what, the story is supposed to be. When you see work, when you see people who actually enjoy their work and you tell them that no, that was a curse or whatever, that also changes how we look at work and things. That's why, for the longest time, when you're reading, I check and when you're reading about the artisans and the skilled laborers, they are proud. They seem proud of, their work. They take pride in their work. Work is not looked at as something that, even with the slaves were not treated as this despicable people just because they had to give their labor for, for free, or for, with restrictions. There was still some respect given to them, even if all they did was work. But in the Western society, the outlook on work is something that is detestable, something that is for the lower classes, something that no, decent, honorable person should do. And even with the women, something that only, work is something that you should be freed from, not something that you should, indulge in. So when you look at that, the purpose of Western technology is to reduce work, is to make so that the people who are living it up don't have to work at all, so that the rest of the people or the machines or the robots can do all the work. That is their idea of of the good life.
And
Not
then
work.
they want to depopulate the people that
Yes, not
don't that
working
are
and not giving birth. See those two curses: work
yeah.
and birth.
And I think that they do that to justify their own hatred of themselves, because they can be convinced to do horrible things like destroy their children, because a lot of those early cults were into killing children and sacrificing women and just throwing them into volcanoes or murdering them or doing different things. And even during the inquisitions and different things like that, they did those things and they didn't care. It was horrible to be an innocent child because they couldn't explain things, or to be a woman because you were accused of witchcraft and all of these different things. And they demonize everything creation. you know they demonize and they vilify everything that is procreation, pro work, the things you should be able to come into this plane and enjoy, which is what the gift of creation is. They vilify those things.
Hmm. As they should, as they should, because that's in their nature, and for them to act that way is totally expected. It's within who they are. The reason why we are in the cult is because that is not who we are. And that's the difference between being in a cult and being of your own free will. Because when you're in your own natural self, you will not do something that is destructive to yourself. And what we're doing right now, and you'll not do something that is against your nature. When I was talking about this, almost zombified beings that these cult members become, when Ted Patrick was dealing with them, and he said that their personalities, like their personality has been taken out and a different one has been put in. And when you read Del Jones, that's also almost what has been done to us as a people. Our natural rhythm, our natural mentality, our natural habits have been taken out, and something terrible, horrible has been put inside us. So we are only acting with half of our free will because we're not acting in our nature. See, for them, this is free will to them. A man, somebody who wants to, run berserk and just, slash or kill and destroy and maim everything in his path. For that, his free will, that's his free will. For him, if you tell him not to do that, you are actually impinging on his free will. But for somebody who simply wants to live in peace, and then he's given a sword and told to go and kill, now he's acting against his free will and his natural self. So this is what we have been forced to do. We have been forced to act against our natural self. What is natural for them is highly corrosive to us. It doesn't work for us. Even when it comes to religion works for them. People say, well, if religion, yeah, it works for them because it's one of the few things that can tame their natural, wildness. But for us, it tames our natural spirituality. It corrupts our spirituality. It makes us become worse people, because when you look at the places that were most religious, they still have the corruption. You look, let's just take in Nigeria, and not to be biased, but also Kenya and all these places. We are very religious people. Africans are religious, go to church every Sunday, all of that stuff, and yet there's corruption. And I'm not saying it's more corrupt than other places. Our corruption can never reach their levels. But in spite of all this religiosity, you don't see communalism. You don't see people caring for each other. That Christian camaraderie does not go far beyond their own people within the congregation, and not even sometimes within that itself. So if you're going to look at a fruit by its, a tree by its fruit, the fruit is not really bearing anything much, and that tells you that it doesn't work for us. Whereas when you go and look at what it did for them, for some time, it united them, these unruly people. It united them, it gave them a cause celeb, it gave them, the impetus to go forward and, cause their havoc and destruction.
And that's all really there anyone is looking for. That's why I say we need a benevolent dictator, a cult leader that's a benevolent dictator that will organize us, that will organize the masses into a way of being and a way of life that is orderly and organized for them. But that happens inside each and every household. We have to stop seeing our family members as our enemies so that we can see our neighbors as our extensions, as people that can be integrated into the system that we have. But we get caught up in all of these other institutions and organizations or cults that they have work. Some people's jobs are a cult. They tell them how to vote, how to live. They tell them how to dress. They tell them where they have to be for 8 to 10 hours a day, and sometimes longer. They have rules and regulations. They have different things that are and are not allowed. I had one job that wouldn't let me wear my natural hair back in the early 2000s, before, long before they were thinking about passing anything like the Crown Act. And I came to work with an afro, and they said, no, your hair must be neat, clean, and well groomed. And well groomed and they had pictures and examples of what well groomed meant. So that was, cultish like behavior, because they were dictating that I spent my resources to conform to their way of being during the time that I was there, if I wanted money from them to continue working that job. I wasn't able to keep that job very long. But all of these things are institutions that further divide us instead of the thing that we need to bring us together. And the church and other institutions that used to be ours have been perverted and corrupted by the pursuit of money and prosperity preaching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And like we were saying about the cults and the scammers, cults are just religious scammers. Let's just, they're on a certain level. But when it comes to that, they also they want the best in the society. They want the best, not the best, but the higher classes, the people with money, resources, influence, and so on. So when you look at even the church, unfortunately, that's where a lot of our really good people are. A lot of our educated classes, a lot of our family, people, because that's also one of the places where people get, their social values and interaction and so on. So, to my frustration, no, maybe not frustration, but where I sort of get to a stalemate is that even if you take somebody out of it, you have to give them either a way for them to be able to survive on their own, to be independent, or at least not dependent on the former system, or the former group, or you have to give them a different thing. You have to replace vices. So like with with the Alcoholics Anonymous, for example, they usually change their addiction to alcohol to an addiction for meetings or coffee or cigarettes or something else. But people are not just going to change and not do something when they're used to doing something else. You have to give them something to hold on to while they're living something else. That's one of the reasons why even when people started living, let's say, or questioning Christianity, they don't usually go very further than, let's say, another religion or another crazy cult or some lost tribe or something like that, because even when they see the problems or the flaws with one system, it's not about the systems, it's more about the needs, it's more about the social, the individual needs that people have, that it's not so much what their cult is, it's more the needs that are not being met. So even if they leave the church, they'll still need some sort of congregation to be a part of. So they'll join the NOI, or they'll join some other, small, niche group, but they'll always find something. So when it comes to Pan-Africans, or to the pro-Black, or to, the people who care about our race, we also have to think about what are we going to give them in exchange for that. How can we, take into consideration those very valid needs that people have. You can't ask everybody to be to search for the truth. You can't ask everybody to research and spend their time not being entertained. For a lot of people, just going through life is hard enough. So they need something, and so for us, it's what do we will give them in exchange for their beliefs. you know
Yeah, that's true. And I think that, church and organized religion and other organizations fulfill that need very well. I think that one of the biggest, we have a marketing problem. And, this is something that
yes,
I truly believe. We have a
yes,
marketing
yes.
problem. We don't, we have the best idea, we have the truth and facts. But one of the things that we do is we tell people, go research it for yourself. Well,
Mm-hmm.
you tell people that when you can't create a community that has emotional safety and trust, and for whatever reason, because the cults are making that emotional appeal, people have that emotional safety and trust and belief in that emotional safety and trust in those organizations and institutions, probably because they do some type of trauma bonding, going to a sweat lodge or starving yourself in the woods for 2 weeks or whatever they do, right? Coming to a building every week, for 3 to 5 hours a day, catching the Holy Ghost and dealing with the spirit. And I'm not saying that those things don't have some African origins, but they've been made a mockery in the modern age. And so, we don't have a bad program because we believe in the Black family. We believe the Black man and the Black woman have natural orders that they should follow, and that there's a way of being, there's a way that families are built and created, that you should protect children. But we have a marketing problem because nobody wants to market that, because it's not profitable in the long term, because we're not building up industry, and we're not saying you have to go to this person to get your clothes, and this person is going to circulate the money in the community. You should go to this grocery store because this grocery store is going to fund our youth program. You have to go to this car dealership because this car dealership is going to give kids, college scholarships so that they can come back and bring those resources back into the community to build, because we keep starting from nothing and we're not building on anything. And cults don't care because they just take your money and run.
Yeah, and they will run and run and they will run you down. They do not care, and they want. This is why it is so difficult to counter them, because they have they have a very sinister agenda. Somebody who has a plan for you is going to be way more careful than somebody who just cares about you. You know, so, if you care about somebody, you just want, the best for them. You'll advise them, do this. Like we say, do your research. You don't want to overwhelm them or, impose your beliefs or your experiences or your knowledge on them. Not even the truth. You don't even want to impose your truth on them. This is how humble truth is, that it doesn't need it doesn't need force. But unfortunately, the people who are good at seeing that need, they don't care about feeling the need. They care about getting something from people. So they'll tell you whatever it is you need to hear, not even that you want to hear, because a lot of the stuff that they tell people is actually very, very terrible. But they'll just tell you something because they want you to hear it, take in the story, and then get something from you. So once they have that, see, ours is only a two-step process. We want to expose people to the information and then let them decide on their own. With people who want to manipulate people, they want to give people a little bit of the information and then get the people into their control. So they don't just want you to listen to them and then go away. They want you to listen and then stay. They want you to be held hostage by whatever version of truth or the world that they tell you. Whereas somebody who really cares about it just wants you to learn. Even if you disagree, you can go and disagree and go away. But that's up to you. So that's one thing that they have an advantage over other people, because they actually have a plan for the people that they target. It's not just to spread knowledge and information. They want something there from you, just like the scam artist. The scammer, even if you show disinterest, they call you on the phone and then they say, no, I don't want to talk to you. They won't just end at that. They'll try to keep the conversation going and say things like, oh, why is this a bad day? Did I call at a bad time? And you're there being it. No, it's not a bad time, but I don't want to hear any more from you. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. I just wanted to let you know about a great deal that we have, and you can, and so on and so forth. And they will get you one way, even if you're angry, as long as you're there on the phone giving them that attention or giving them your peace of mind or whatever. They're winning because they're still getting something from you. So yeah, we definitely have a marketing problem. We definitely have a propaganda problem. We're definitely at a disadvantage when it comes to evil, because they're more focused on what they want to do. We just want to show people what they can do for themselves. And yeah.
Absolutely. I'm sitting here smiling at Mr. Untouchable's comment. He says, two very intelligent Black women dialoguing, no male bashing, no pointing fingers, no stunting. This is really YouTube. Yes, this is the YouTube we want to create. This is the YouTube. This is what I believe YouTube can be. I really believe that we have the ability to create the world we want, whether it's 1 or 3 hours at a time. That's what I really think most of us are endeavoring for. I think that's what we're pushing for. That's what we want, is a place where it's like, no, this makes sense. Like I said, we don't have a bad program. We don't have bad methods. We don't have nefarious objectives. We will even be the ones that go out into the white world to go get the resources and bring it back and, feed bits of it to the children. But but unfortunately, but unfortunately, we don't have organized communities and places where we can actually build. And, we keep having to expose more and more of ourselves and our community to the enemy, to the adversary, to the people that would profit off of our people, and they've bought into other belief systems and ways of life, that it's like we're starting from scratch every time. And even now, as we, tear down the lies of the church and the mysteries behind the things that we were told as children, it's just like, well, wait a minute, we can repurpose these stories. We can rinse them, because we have to purge that. So it's going to take a few generations for us to get to the point where we need to be, so that, we're telling more authentic stories. And the white faced man with the bone in between the shit is not scary, but we understand that that's a veil going up to shield him as he goes through and into the other region to go get the resources that we need, or however you want to tell that story. But we have to get to the point that we have emotional safety and trust with one another. And, the internet, what I will say, has done is given us an opportunity to be more vulnerable with one another, because we're not in each other's faces. But now we got to take it to the next step, and we got to get into organized communities with each other. We have to have a place where we have our people that think, and we pay them to think, and we do for them so that they can do for us, so that the reciprocity part of those relationships can be balanced out, instead of just pouring out, because we'll never have a chance to replenish ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we should definitely use this Vimeo platform that we're on right now. Yeah, and use it for, something better than just, but when it comes to talking, yeah, I definitely think that people who say we talk too much, they haven't talked enough. We really haven't talked enough. We haven't explored so many of the issues that, affect us as a people. Most of the time when people talk, they just want to let themselves be heard, I guess Black men have been going through a silent opera phase, and with the internet that they could hardly open their mouths. These women were just yapping, and men relegated to the corner, their mouths all just zipped up. And guys, if you want to come on up, you're more than welcome. But so now with the internet, oh yeah, now they can just go crazy and say what has been on their minds, as Outcast said, just go at it. And we're glad that the men are finally speaking up. The men have been put down for too long. It's time for them to rise up and speak up, and speak for their fellow men, and stand up, for themselves against these women who have been oppressing them for far too long. So just speak up.
Yes, we have a generation of men that had to deal with Oprah.
Ah,
Oh my
man,
gosh.
those dark days. Dark days when a man's voice could not even be heard over all that screeching,
Yeah, I
So,
know. I think that, they were busy working, they were dealing with other oppressive systems, but I think that the internet gave them a level of liberty and understanding that they didn't know they had. I think that, they didn't think that it was happening in everybody's house, maybe. Or maybe it wasn't happening. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if men really felt that down. I mean, it seems that they were communicating in other. Was it the same time that the rap music was coming up, or was that before?
That was during the same time that rap music was coming up and becoming more popular.
So the men couldn't express themselves, they couldn't speak, so they decided to put that anger and aggression into music or something?
I don't know. I guess as far as the stories that I have been told, it's like Oprah was on, every day when they got home from school or every day when they were getting off of work. And she stayed on. Oprah, I think, she was on TV for over 20 years. And so, this led up to some level of resentment. And we refused to listen to Shirazad Ali and all the other women that were coming with a message of restore the Black family. And they were just going to work and they weren't listening to rap music that was debasing women. What are you talking about? They weren't listening to Too Short and making music trying to make money. They weren't the ones out in the streets hustling. What are you talking about? Just exactly what they were doing.
But to be fair, though, that opera thing was a cult, but it was mostly a white woman cult. Like, if you look at the characteristics of a cult, she was a charismatic leader. She had that thought reform process where they had to think the same things, they had to buy the same clothes, they were part of a book club, they did the same thing, talked in the same, emotional language. A lot of the things that came from pop psychology actually were, were put through opera. Opera was like the conduit for all the nonsense that was coming out, all that Mars and Venus, all that women are, need certain things and all that emotionality stuff. So the women did, for some time they were under that opera spell. There was something to that. And it's not just her. That level of, I don't know how to call it, like when you're interviewing somebody and you want to get into their deepest, emotional and make them cry. Yeah, that's the thing. Operas make them cry, ideal. That really messed up a lot of women, and also it also messed up their view and relationships with men, because Oprah is not an expert in relationships or in men at all. I wouldn't trust her anything she has to tell me about a man, because anyway. But she was talking to a lot of women, and I don't know how big of an impact she was with Black women. I know that white women, she could do no wrong. She was just, they took a lot of their advice and their way of living from her, and she had a great impact. So I'll say that part. I don't know how much Black women really took her seriously, but I know that white women, there was a time when Oprah could do no wrong.
Yeah, that's true. And I think that unfortunately, because Black women did not and were not able to hold on to their identity and their communities were being decimated, they used that as an escape. They were being educated at a higher rate than ever before. That was shortly after affirmative action programs had taken off. And they were willing to buy into the cult of Oprah because they too could be Oprah. Because when she first started, she was relatively young. So they didn't know that she wasn't going to get married and have children, which again goes back to that whole anti creation thing that white people held. And white women held her as basically their deity and their god. Oh my gosh, it's Oprah. You get a you get a car. You get
Good innocent days. See, Oprah was the white women's Kevin Samuels. She brought big men to tears. What was that line with Ice Cube? I can't even get on Oprah to cry or something like that. I can't remember, but yeah. So she also said, like, you have to, when you go to Oprah, you sort of have to become like a little boy, and something like that. But yeah, she really did a number on women at the time. Made them go to their men and say things like, I just need my space. I'm just in a very weird place right now. Like things that you can't even, you don't even understand, but somehow you're supposed to deal with it. But no, I wouldn't say that she oppressed the men. Like the men didn't really have a voice or anything like that. I think she just misled a lot of women, and made them think of her as something that she was not. She made herself an expert in something that was probably not her greatest strength to begin with. But she was very good at talking with people. That's one thing that I will give her, but not in giving advice.
I
Oh,
agree.
hey, we have a full house today. I am surprised. I am humbled. I am happy. And greetings, everybody. Greetings, Brother Bakari. Greetings. See, I can't even talk. Greetings, Forecast. Greetings, Mr. Untouchable. I already greeted you. You've been here. Yeah. And of course, Oni, Bobby Wright, Bobby E. Wright. Yes. So thank you all for joining us.
Oh, congratulations. You have a full house.
Oh wow, wow! Thank you all so much. It really is an honor, just to be part of this great family. And the reason why I'm because it's a different cadre of people who really want to pursue the truth and do it in a way that does not alienate or does not anger, but is still principled. We're not here to fight. We're not here to show ourselves or ego trip and all that. We're simply here to teach, learn, connect, and share in the things that we are passionate about. So I'm really honored. I'm just beyond words that I found people who are so, morally, intellectually, and just everything. I don't know. I'm rambling now. I'm just humbled. I'm just happy that you're all here, and I have the greatest respect for all of you, not just in your scholarship, in your attitude, in your wisdom, everything. Yeah. I hope I'm not. I,
Well,
you know,
you attract what you are, Tanzan. So we are all aspects and reflections of you because we're reflections of each other. That's why we came together. That's
Thank
why
you.
we're a family.
Thank you for rescuing me from the big rumble. But no, I really do appreciate it because there's so much, on the internet that people are striving for. People are, some people are literally mad. People are crazy and so on. So when you find a corner of sanity, it's really refreshing. It's something that you cannot take for granted, and you see that's where it gives you hope. Because sometimes when you're just going through life and you see where people are and how people move, and even people around you, it just makes you think like, whoa, am I the only one who's seeing things? Am I the only one who's, am I crazy? Because if you're the only sane one in a crowd of crazy people, then you're the one who's going to seem insane. So it's just good to know that we are, yes, we are Team Black. Hey,
Hey, Brother Bakari and
Brother
Forecast and Bobby E.
Vicari.
Right? How y'all are doing tonight? We're glad you're here.
And you're free to join whenever you want. We are, having a great discussion, and you will more than add to it. So feel free to join. And we were talking about cults, cult behavior, cult characteristics, how, we Black people are under a cult, that we are not. Oh, and Brother Bakari, come, welcome, Karibu.
Welcome, Brother Bakari. How you doing tonight?
What's up, the revolutionary merchant Atlantic Curve? Imani Iwe New Tanzan.
Pia mimi, asante sana.
Look, man, you got a full house. This your first show on your channel, so I had to get on here and speak to you and say what's up to everybody, especially to you first. Part of the KWAZ Radio fan, KWAZ Radio, and Team Black. It's good to be a part and good to know you, Tanzan, and everybody in KWAZ Radio. But this your channel, so I'm paying homage to Queen of Kenya, Tanzan.
Thank you so much, Brother Bakari, for your kind words and for joining us. And yes, I'm just humbled and grateful that you all made it. I am. Yes, let's also welcome Brother Focused. How are you?
I'm good, Tanzan. What's up? What's up, Revolutionary Matron, Bukari, everybody in the chat, yo. What's going on?
What's going on, Forecast? How you doing
What?
today?
I'm good.
Yeah. What's up, Forecast? Tanzan, since this your first show, I ain't gonna beat forecast up.
Hey, Tanzan, I was trying to keep up with your show earlier, but I was lost at some point, so I'm not gonna lie.
You were blocked?
No, I was lost.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I should. The reason why I added the African is because if you search for Tanzan, I think there's a couple of other stations that are not related to me. So the search term is Tanzan African Mind or something like that. So that will make it easier for the search algorithm. But you're all here now, so it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, so before that, we were just looking at the characteristics of cults. And I was saying that we Black people are under some, various different cults. And there are so many different cults. It's not just the religious ones, the big ones that we know. They are from small ones, Eastern mysticism, business, corporate cults. There's, the environmental cults. There's extremist political cults. So there's all of us could be in a cult and not even know it. I'm just kidding. We're not. But some of the aspects of cultism is for their members, they require complete submission. They don't want their members to think. They want everybody to have some fundamental beliefs. For example, that white is right and, moral and all that. And they want exclusivity, which means that, their group is the only true religious system. So that's why you find people who are, in a certain religious, they may still interact with the public, but they keep to themselves, or they think they're better or different or whatever than other people. And then there's this persecution complex where they always feel like somebody is doing something to them. Is this immigrants who are, doing this to them? Is this? It's a false persecution complex because you're not really looking at the people who are doing it. You're simply imagining some boogeyman out there to get you, whether or not he's there. So yeah, so that's the basic characteristics, and we also talked about the deprogramming, that most people who are in a cult, they're not going to see, they don't know that they're in a cult. That's specifically why they are in one. And that it's not idiots or stupid people who get into cults. Is anybody can get into a certain belief system. What a cult needs is not so much your intelligence and all that. They just want you to first have an ego. They want you to be able to you meet some need of yours. Usually it's a social and emotional need. People who are looking, even innocently, they're not dumb or stupid, they're just looking to be social with other human beings, especially nowadays that we don't have places where we can just be ourselves, where we can just sit back and be humans. We are social beings. We're not just meant to be going, from one place to another and just be individual by ourselves. We like to be around other human beings. So when those avenues are cut off from people, they'll seek something that they can be a part of. And that's what these cult people do. They hijack that emotional need and then they turn it into their own exploitation. So thoughts?
I still feel like we need a benevolent dictator that is going to organize our people who need something into a way of life, because all religions deify a people and then they organize those people as those deities in a hierarchical system so that you protect those people and you create and propagate those people. You can start a publishing industry off of it. Our base book could be the wonderful book of power produced by Oni Tase,
Yes.
or the pro-black compendium for outsiders and beginners, a pamphlet, something. But anyway, so.
Promote away. We're talking about, we don't have the advertising, behemoth to go against theirs. Yeah. So that's what we should be doing. We should be promoting each other's works. We should be, celebrating our heroes. We should be talking about our victories and the things that we did. That's propaganda. You don't propagandize with, sad stories. Like we talk about, stories are powerful. You don't come to tell your people how we lost every war, All right, Brother Bakari, Brother Focused. get your word in, so you don't accuse us of oppressing you with silence.
No Oprah, no Oprah.
Yeah, I missed that part. I would say this though, like with the cults and stuff, like it amazes me how easy it is for Black people to get caught up in cults and stuff. Like, I don't know, it's just like a part of our whatever our makeup is, And Bakari already read the white flags. I ain't gonna mess with y'all today, but like I mess with Bakari all the time about, what I'm saying, like, oh, sometimes people be in the cult and not even know it, you know what I'm saying? And I think that a lot of us are, we sick in the head, but like when it comes to like a leadership kind of thing, I wish I could tell tell Black people something, like, I'll be like Lyndon Baines Johnson, like I'll have those Negroes fighting for their freedom for the next 200 years, you know what I'm saying? If I can convince them that the lowest Black person is higher than the highest other person, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'll pass the mic.
Brother Bakari?
Well, go ahead, because I'm talking to my daughter right now. So my daughter came and need to talk to me.
Okay, no problem.
So I'm just listening.
Yeah, so earlier the Oprah thing was that that we're talking about how men were oppressed before the internet age, and they couldn't really speak their minds because apparently they were under the matriarch oppression of Oprah, and so they couldn't really speak their minds. And so with the advent of the internet, there was just an expression of people who felt that they had been for too long kept silent. Their voices had not been heard, and now it was time for them to speak up and be men. That was where the
I know what you're talking about too. Bakari came back on. You want to say something, Bakari? And somebody else came on, I think.
We have Atrazu. I know I'm not saying that right, but welcome, Brother Atrazu. Greetings. Okay.
Okay. I'll say this then. Like, I know what they're talking about. I've seen that argument before. You know what I'm saying? And of course they use like their propaganda to keep us divided and fighting. But that fight been going on between Black men and Black women for a very long time. And like before that era was like the feminist stuff and all of that, and then you get to the crack generation, and then you see Oprah on TV talking about with the Black man ain't ish narrative. I get it, you know what I'm saying? But and like, let's be real, like they're not going to be on TV showing positive images of Black men and Black women, especially Black families together doing positive things. So yeah, I mean, all of that was in it, and a lot of people bought into it. So then, when the internet started coming out, and you had people like Tommy Sotomayor starting to come out, and then a lot of dudes are attracted to that because I'm gonna be real, because like I get what they're coming from, but at the same time, they're not taking into account, like, you have to literally, like, if like from my experience, Black women is like sick of being in the situation, and you have to step up and do something, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to provide something, and you can't just like say I want submission, and then while you're submitting to somebody else, you know what I'm saying? It's something that should be taken, you know what I'm saying? And everybody's role and dynamic and individual relationships is their individual thing. Everybody is different, but as a whole, we just had like, I seen all of that play out, and then I mean, the system is designed to keep us fighting though.
Yes, and oh man, can you tell me how to say the brother's name? Atrazu?
Athrazar?
Atraza?
I think that's his name. I can't see him in my chat because I'm on my phone, but I think that's Athrazar from the Bitter Medicine podcast. He comes on sometimes, and I follow him on Twitter. If that's him, you might need to unmute your mic. I don't know if his mic is muted.
No. Sorry, yes, it's Athrazar, and my mic was muted.
Oh, okay, welcome, welcome.
Thanks, guys. I had said that I didn't hear the prompt. I just joined, so I wasn't going to have any comment.
Oh, okay, okay. I'll give it to you real quick. It's about deprogramming the African mind, and we were talking about the current brainwash that our people are under. So we were simply looking at characteristics, and how that applies to us as a people. And while most cults, they do have, the leader and so on, it starts with the leader, but it doesn't end with that. But the most common characteristics of cults is usually, the submission, the thought reform. It comes with isolation. They can call it exclusivity, but it's mostly isolation, and the persecution complex, which is also with the exploitation. So a cult is a thinking, a dogmatic way of people following things unquestionably and being exploited in that exchange. It also makes people behave against their self-interest. For example, cults usually have people, financially or emotionally, sometimes even physically, sexually, and so on, give so much of themselves. They take advantage of not only, their members, but they even take advantage of their children, of their family. They isolate them from people, and so we're looking at what makes people join or stay in a cult, which is for us is a 500-year one, because you still see people who are, and it's not just in a religious sense, because cults do, pervade every aspect of people's lives. Some people are, intellectual cults, some people are in political cults, some people are in anything that makes us act against our nature and against our own people, is something that when you join a group that is separate from your main group and you act against your main one. So yeah, that's the where we got to now. And so we're talking about how what we can do firstly, and one of the ways was the benevolent dictator. But Sister mentioned, that can easily become that cult leader that we were talking about. Some people who are cult leaders are aware of what they're doing. They are damaged individuals who want to spread their destruction. But there are also people who start, thinking or thinking that they can do some good in the world, or they have this plan usually for peace and everybody getting along together and love and all that, and they usually just devolve into perversities and degeneracy. So also when it comes to the leader, you really have to be careful who you trust him, who it is that is being the dictator, and how benevolent he is.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And that's where these newer ideas, because I don't think that just one system or one ultimate way of doing things is going to work. We have to have a plan A, but plan A has to be malleable and have contingency clauses. Like if our benevolent dictator feels that being out of power is going to ensure that his children won't be taken care of, well, let's make sure we have a plan for those people. If they get too power struck and, they like, let's say a Donald Trump, who that MAGA is a cult. Okay. So
Mhm.
let's say that we put someone like Donald Trump in power and he becomes crazy and drunk with power and doesn't want to leave office and things like that. We have to have ways that we can organize our society and get those people out of there. Nothing that they have designed will work for us in the form that they've given it to us. So we have to have a plan A, but plan A has to be malleable with contingencies.
Hey, Lorna Kirk, let me ask you this, because like for me, I'm not a big fan of like a one person like kind of dictatorship, because I mean they could do anything. They could be like, yo, you got to be a Muslim or whatever. Like, what do y'all think about like more so like a council or so? You know what I'm saying? Um, like it could be elected officials or whatever, but more so of a council instead of a one person in charge thing.
I like the idea of a council, but at the end of the day, if you have a council, you have to have either a tiebreaker, and that tiebreaker is going to be decided either by the dictator or by some other external force. And so you just have to decide on who's going to be the tiebreaker if that ever comes up. But
Yo,
I'm definitely in favor of a council or group rule in that way.
yo, can I
Yeah,
say
that's a good
something right
idea.
quick? I'm
Yeah, go
sorry, I
ahead.
didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you was
No,
done
go ahead.
forecast. I apologize.
No, no, it's all good. I was just Bakari being extra nice to us, and we trying to show you love tonight. But
I
no,
know.
uh, but no, no. I was just gonna say that was a good idea. I would say like an odd number of council. You know what I'm saying? That would it would never be a tie. You know?
You just learning curve. You one of the few people I've ever heard say dictator. I most definitely believe in dictatorship. But people might not like, because I'm gonna be honest with you. For me, I'm a fan of, but not a fan. Let's change that word. I was okay with Idi Amin. I'll leave it at that. Right? I was okay with Idi Amin. I don't think Idi Amin was as horrible as people pretended. Not saying you have to what do everything Idi Amin did, but I do understand some of it. If that makes sense, I understand some of it. So for me, uh, having a dictator, but can a dictator create cults? Like she said, Donald Trump, yes, he created an occult. Uh, but you can just look at the stuff they call FBA and ADOS. Shit, that's basically an occult now. Say something about Tariq. Well, don't it doesn't make a difference. Like I literally saw this guy on his channel show some FBAs. Well, he told Tariq told them that this is the building that they're gonna get. And Brandon literally called the lady and asked him about the building live on air where some of his people was there. The real estate agent. And the woman was like, no, can't nobody put an offer on that building. That building has been under a contract for the last 3 months. So, and when Brandon looked, say, so when did Tariq start taking up the money? And they gave the time frame in which he was taking up the money. And you could clearly see that Tariq started taking up the money after the building was already under contract, right? So, but you could have heard the guy and seen the excuses that he was making for Tariq Nasheed, and he still believes it. And he still believes what Tariq said. Yeah, you called the office and she's a real estate agent. She made a mistake on the building. She don't know which building that you're talking about. You can clearly see the occult mindset and forecast like to say spooked out. You can clearly see the occult mindset amongst our people following someone like that. You can see it here today in 2022. Shit, I hear the mic.
Yeah, I can definitely see the occult mindset. And yeah, the America exists by faith alone. Our democracy only the quote unquote democracy, because not democracy, it's a republic, but it's a whole nother conversation. America exists by faith alone. Products and goods and services in America are sold based on faith alone. And then they back it up with violence or the threat of violence. And that's all that there really is in the real world. And at the point that we decide to stop complying and stop believing the hype and the rhetoric like the ADOS people do and the FBA people do, then we will be in a much better position. Because when you realize that you're not going to get nothing unless you take it or work for it, you're not going to be put in a better position unless you make it happen and that you are responsible for your own destiny, then you're going to continue to be susceptible to cults. That's why I believe in a benevolent dictator with equity of opportunity for people that want to work for it. Not everybody wants to. Some people just want to be told what to do. Most people just want to be led around and told stories. They can have that, but we need a benevolent dictator to organize it all, or a benevolent council, a dictatorial council that runs the society. How does that sound, Forecast?
Yeah, that sounds great to me. I like that. The council part. But no,
what
I
about
agree
me?
with
I
y'all.
mean,
Huh? I'm sorry.
go ahead. I'm messing with you not forecast. I'm sorry. This Tanzan first show on the channel. I ain't gonna mess with you. Go ahead.
Go ahead and mess with me,
You
Bakari,
can
because I'm
mess
gonna
with
make
him. Don't be shy on my account.
you heard her. All right. Well, I agree with you. With what you're saying. And it's like I would, cause like yo, it's true. Like people definitely need a leader. Like I don't understand why, but like I mean, me and Bakari was talking about it, and I get what you're saying. But then it comes to a point where some people don't even question their leader. Like when we was talking about the Jim Jones thing, like you don't even gonna ask a question, like why am I drinking this Kool-Aid? You know what I'm saying? Like just a question. And I don't understand how we get to that point. And I almost think that it does lead to cults a lot of times because, like, look at the personality, and then especially with the kind of personalities we as Black people seem to follow. If you was to get on here talking about, the tech industry is booming and, you can invest your money here, people wouldn't be listening. But if you get on here, well, like, this person is this person is that, everybody will be interested in that. We are addicted to drama and stuff like that. So that ties into picking a leader because like for real, like people don't even realize the trauma that they're dealing with in their own home. They are like unhealed from that, and then they're picking their leader based off the trauma that they know. So that's why people end up still picking the same leaders. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, other than like building it and they will come, the only other way it is force. But I don't agree with that either, because somebody like the younger me would come up, and if I would rule like that as a dictator and told you got to do this, there would be a little me out there ready to take me down. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm. So you have a benevolent dictator. He comes in, and we have a council of maybe elders or some other people who are knowledgeable and wise enough to and strong enough, because the more somebody feels like they have power, the more that they'll minimize other people's power. Like if you're the president, you don't want the judiciary or the Congress, putting you down too much. So you need to also have strength in that council of, I don't know if it's elders or whatever, but there has to be a curtailing body that can, because for me too, I'm really distrustful of putting all the power into the hands of one person, even if they were not power hungry to begin with. I think it's just something that just happens to people when they get in a position where they almost have unlimited will. So we have seen people who maybe they didn't start out to be greedy and selfish, and they change. But we have also seen the opposite. We have seen people like what was his name in Zimbabwe? Not Mobutu. Um, can somebody tell me? This is so shameful and embarrassing. Mugabe, yes, less embarrassing. But we've seen people like Mugabe, who he started out, working for the British, and he got all these honors and accolades and so on. But in time, he saw that they were really just using the country, that they were enriching themselves at the behest of his people. So he changed course. So you can have people who are put in place, and they can actually affect their they don't have to be all tyrannical. They can actually rein it in. But sometimes you also have the opposite, where you find people who went into with good intentions, and then they end up becoming corrupted with power. So part of the deprogramming is also that it's not just the masses, it's also the people, the leadership at the top, who also get corrupted. We all, in some way, corrupt. Our lives as Black people is really one of unshedding all these things that we had to put on. We have to, and undo the intellectual arguments. We have to do the religious. We have to even do the moral ones, because a lot of our people see the Western as the moral arbiters. Where when we talk about civilization also brings about some morals. So you're saying that somebody is more civilized than you, somebody is better morally than you. Well, that's one of the reasons why when we look at each other, all we can do is just see all our faults. We see how, and we're not perfect, but when Black people come together, all that we can see about each other is what's wrong with us, but that's also part of it. And but when we talk about white people, for example, all we can do is say what they did good. Oh, they did this, they did that. But we don't really see them for who they are. We still see them as this sort of beings that are somehow gifted with something that we ourselves lack because of our deficiencies. So we have a lot of uncorrupting of our mentality to do, and that's part of it. Yes. Does anyone have a thought on that?
So I wanted to answer Athrazer's question. Why does a dictatorship, how do you put it? Uh, why does a dictatorship work better than a democracy or something like that? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
But
there it is. Why does
yeah, why does a dictatorship work better than a democracy in preventing cult like behavior? Because democracies give people too many choices, and people are going to choose the easy way out in a world that has suffering. And since we know that until we are living in our own constructed reality, there's going to be suffering. A democracy is always going to have cults because people are seeking to escape. Even the Vedic books after the Aryan invasion, a lot of what they did was try to say that the highest form of recreation was to get to a point where suffering didn't happen. And so we have to construct and create a world where that type of suffering doesn't happen. And until we are powerful enough to end our suffering, we're going to have to do the benevolent dictatorship.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, Lorna Carver. You basically saying like right now, like somebody's going to have to take charge, you know what I'm saying, and do something. And like, like I said though, I'm a believer of if you build it, they will come, and those who don't come, oh well, that's on them, you know what I'm saying? Like and I know none of y'all saying this, so I'm just preaching to the choir at this point, but I wouldn't like tell people that they have to do anything, but nobody's going to follow you if you don't have the ability to feed them either. We can't complain. Like I can't complain like people don't do this or do that until I have the ability to support or at least have the access to, a plan or a way to support a large group of people to follow me. Just like you can't take something away without replacing something. You know what I'm saying? Putting something in its place. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't think outside the box. Like I think that a lot of people know things and stuff because I talk to y'all all the time. But then when you go out and say something like regular, people don't even know what it is, or who it is that you're talking about. And like a lot of people are lost like that, and I get what y'all saying about the dictatorship where it has to be laws and rules because there's no other way that can happen. If you're violating the rules of something, you're gonna corrupt it. I mean, something is simple and some people may not like it, but like if you marrying somebody outside the community and then bringing them back in, you know what I'm saying? You could be doing the alien thing where you infecting the population for a later date, you know what I'm saying? But I pass the mic.
And in my world, people that marry aliens have to remain at the Badolo level, the powerless level, because their alien, foreign born mixed children will pervert the purity of our institutions. I'm sorry, that's just how it is.
Yeah, I agree. None of y'all got nothing to say?
No,
You know
I'll
what? I
say
was
some.
talking, my mic was muted.
Oh,
I want, but I wanted to say once again, the revolutionary matrix. I agree with her when it comes to the dictator and his democracy thing. All you have to do is look here. I don't believe in giving people a whole lot of choices. And when I say dictator, She's being nice. She say benevolent. I don't even say that. I just say I agree with a dictatorship. Because if you look at Thomas Sankara, that was basically a dictatorship where he was going to be in charge, right? But look how great he took care of his people for 4 years. See, when people think dictators, they think of uh they think of Adolf Hitler, right? And for some, they might think of, you know, and I just go through Europe and think of their dictators. But then some they might say, well, look at Edie, and I think Edie was great. But anyway, uh, so when you look at the dictatorship, we can't always look to find the bad example. We need to look and find the good examples of what a dictator can do for a society, what a dictator can do for his people. And once we get a couple of examples, like I said, Thomas Sankara, Robert Mugabe, when he realized what he was, when he realized the mistakes that he had made, he came back and he changed his mind damn near like overnight. And Zimbabwe went from being nothing to like at one point they had the 15th fastest growing economy in the world. Then he took all the land back from white people and said, we're going to give it to the rightful owners. He was calling for an all African, all black African military. That's what he was calling for. Yeah, I remember because Ethiopia liked to show what it had, its little Air Force and whoever else. And he would always, I don't want to see anything about one country's military until we have an African military that can protect us all over the world. So it like anything else, it's gonna have its ups, it's gonna have its goods, it's gonna have its flaws. But I do agree with it. I think that's the best way, and I get it
Hey,
I had
Bakari,
a piece.
oh, I'm
Go
sorry. Go
ahead.
ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll just, and then you can. I was just wondering about this because we were talking about the whole idea of free will earlier, and Atrav Zoom just said just as some people cannot work and provide for themselves, some people are not proficient in thinking for themselves. And now I do understand this idea of dictatorship, but at what point do we, are we benevolent, and at what point are we, impeding on the freedom of other people? Because can you force people to, to do something for their own interest? Can you force people to, to be good citizens and so on? Is that something that we want to do to our people? Because we were talking with Revolutionary Milton earlier, and we're talking about how cults, they want people, and they want people to be wholly and completely in love with the dogma, unable to think. But we people who are seeking the truth, or who want our people to be free, we don't come with that imposition. We simply tell people, this is the information, go do your own research, go search for yourself. It's not as if we want to impose that sort of thing on others, but people who are more maybe insecure about their truth, or they just want to exploit people or get something from others, or they just want people to agree with them and not question them, they won't, they are more likely to use that coercion and force than, the people who actually have the interests of the people at hand. But if now we're going to do the same that was done to them, what are our ends? How are our ends different than, those who wish to take advantage?
Well, from my perspective, when you're building a society, you have different goals and objectives. You start with a group of like-minded people. And in that group of like-minded people, you will have those that are willing to sacrifice, and they will teach their children. Or see, because you're not looking for acolytes or initiates, you're looking to build a people group and to raise people up. And when you teach children the way of life, like you have all these different choices. You could be a craftsman, you could be a military person, you could be a diplomat or a politician, you could be a farmer or an agriculturalist or all of these different jobs that they have in the society. You teach them that, and that will just be what it is. And you give the children the choice. But your first two generations will probably be those that truly know the mission and understand the sacrifice they have to make.
Okay, okay. So once you have that vision where you know, where you're going, and I think that's what we're missing for those who are really, those who do not wish to exploit our people, those who actually care, because the people who want to exploit, they actually have an end to it. We only have the means. We give people the means to self enlightenment. We give them the means to find the information, and the information is there. But some people may not know where to look. But we give them the research, the all the free will that they want in the world. But what these other people have is that they have the marketing, they have the con game, and they have an end with people. I was saying earlier that when somebody is trying to con you, they're not just making conversation. They're not just letting you talk to let you talk, or they're not just wasting words. They're actually guiding you towards a certain way, or guiding you towards a certain thought. So if it's giving up your money, that's where the conversation will go. But someone who simply wants you to to know something is just going to give you that and let it go. So we also have to be more instrumental and more focused with our design, that we're not simply just letting people have the information and do with it whatever they want. If we're going to make some sort of change, we sometimes you have to force good on people, because bad is constantly being forced on them all the time. So yeah, I agree with that. I just think that on top of that, convincing them, you also need to give them the carrot and stick, the carrot part of it. And the most persuasive thing, like Brother Bakari was saying, was if you meet people's social needs, if you meet their, especially their material needs. Like the missionaries, when they came to Africa, they didn't come with, theories and all these intellectual discussions and so on. That was for later. They came with sweets. They came with gifts for the children. They came with, toys. They came with, shiny things for the grown-ups. That's what won people over. Once you give somebody something and they accept, or you make them do something and they do it, you're almost halfway there. They already are half compliant to you. So if we're going to convince people or to show them why your truth is important, you really have to back it up with bribes. Unfortunately, you're going to have to give people a reason to believe, and not just because it's good for them, or promises. We can't promise anything more than they've been promised. Like the Christians and the Muslims just took the whole promise to a whole new level. What can you promise after somebody has promised you 72 virgins, or pearly gates, or eternal life, or happiness, or all the food that you can. Yeah, we can't give these people these crazy promises. And that's why we have to start telling our own stories, because it's those stories that they believe, that they have in their mind. That's how their mind system works, that I can be a horrible person on earth, but as long as I believe, heaven is still waiting for me. So that doesn't really give you an imperative to be useful or effective in your community, because you're simply looking for what works for you. And this life seems like it's a very trivial thing compared to eternity. And so, MG2 has good stories, especially stories that, teach you without imposing that moral burden on you. Just you take it, and then you understand it, and it makes you a better person. You don't have to, to force morality on people. You simply have to show them in a way that makes sense to them. And good has to get tough, I think.
Hey, yeah, I would say this, at Bukhari, I think learning curve in Tanzania, the better, more mature versions of us. I was but I was gonna ask you, Bukhari, like, because you said something important though. You was like, he called for an all black army instead of made people be in the all black army, which is an important difference, especially with the morale and the people willingness to do certain things. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing with the dictatorship. Like, what if it's something that you feel like, because you said that you feel like there shouldn't really be a lot of choices, but what if it's something that, and I could use it, I'm not going to use no real life events, but if it's something I don't want to do, is against what I believe in, I'm not with that. But you're the dictator. You saying that it has to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, what would be your punishment for me then?
Okay,
Or
the
what would you
punishment.
do about it?
Okay, maybe some of the trinkets and the things that you receive from being a part of this, uh, you don't receive. Not go out there and kill you, or maybe because when you work in a plan, you always have more than one plan, more than one way that you're doing things. You have. So I'm going to use the military for an example, since I was in the military, right? So you might have my platoon, but in my platoon we had four different squadrons, and in those squadrons, you might have had we had like eight different squads, right? So each squad was going to be this squadron was going to have something that it was going to do. So then the squad have something, but we're all working to benefit the battalion. So the way you get around that is okay. Either you have since you have more than one way of doing it. So maybe forecast need to be part of this squadron this time because he's okay helping us this way. So we let him help it this way. And then if you just don't want to help, maybe some of those trinkets and things, or some of the stuff you have benefited from us coming together and doing, maybe you might have to just stop some of those benefits, not stop you from feeding you and your family, but you have to. It's have to be a way around everything. Another plan.
In the Jewish community, they take care of the Hasidics, the Hasids, the religious people, and they don't, even when they live in Israel, many of them decide not to fight in the military, talking about for religious reasons. They are all ethnic Jews, and they all live sectarian style lives where they do what they do best in according with their belief system. And I bring them up because they have a system that everybody's familiar with that is actually highly organized and can work and help us organize in a way that we can understand and benefit from.
Yeah. So like when what learning curve was just saying. So the goal is not to stop you from believing. If you're a Christian, right? I'm use that for an example. The goal is not to stop you from being a Christian. If being a Christian makes you a good person and helps you, the goal wouldn't be to stop you from being a Christian. Even though I might not like, but the goal wouldn't stop you from being a Christian or being a Muslim or any of that. Long as we have the same goal, we will figure things out so we can all work together, and everybody continues to benefit as we grow. If that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. I ain't mad at that. That's what's up.
So you got another question?
Yo, Bakar, we be talking about the leadership all the time, you know what I'm saying? And I don't understand how people don't want to make a decision for themselves, but I mean, you're right, like but I don't understand it in the long haul, you know what I'm saying? Like, cuz my brother, we are being led to you know, drink the Kool-Aid, if you will. You know what I'm saying? We are being like, we will not ask any questions. And some people, if you ask a question, then you will be excommunicated. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing you will have to worry about a dictator, because like we all have different schools of thought, but we need each other. Like Christians would pick probably a Christian leader, and Israelites, well, he got to be an Israelite for sure, And same with the Muslims, like the greatest leader of all time, Bukhari, is Elijah Muhammad, right?
No, Marcus Garvey.
But
There
that's
you
what.
go.
Yep, here they go.
No. I'm just saying, because like, yo, but that's the thing. I agree with Bukhari about the leadership thing, but like I'm like, yo, how far does it go? But like, it amazes me as how far people does need a leader. I don't believe it, and I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand that part yet.
Have you, okay,
I say
forecast?
because I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Matron. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Have you ever read Walker's Appeal by David Walker or heard the statement from Harriet Tubman that I could have freed more slaves if only they had known they were slaves?
Yeah.
Okay. And in Walker's Appeal, he talks about the fact that people were happy that their children could write letters and could read and things like that, but they didn't want to be taken out of the South to go north because that was the great unknown. They, would have had to do for themselves. They had to give up their victuals or the food that they were getting and the itchy clothes they were getting and things like that. There are a lot of people in that position. So when I talk about most people want to be led, people literally picked slavery over freedom when all they had to do was run because they were so comfortable where they were. And if we created our world, we could at least trust that we were going to treat our people well. We weren't going to create a system of injustice and exploitation. They could be happy where they were. And even in reading like slave narratives and things like that, they talk about how the first 7 to 11 years of their lives, they had this picturesque plantation life where they were raised usually by some elder, unless it was a horrible situation and that romanticized period ended earlier. And then they were put into the horrid institution of slavery and they couldn't think of a way out because they were conditioned into that way of life and into that way of thinking. Well, from my perspective, it must be reasonably easy to do, or a lot of people feel like they're not going to resist the programming that is laid out for them. So let us lay out better programming and a better community and a better society for our people to benefit them. Because if we did, I do believe in if you build it, they will come. But ultimately, the leader of that has to be a benevolent dictatorial council. Okay.
No, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. Y'all. I'm just saying, like, because, like, yo, what's gonna happen when we die and it's like 5 generations from now? We have been enslaved by two different times in the last 1,000 years. You know what I'm saying? By being that way. Three times in the last 1,000 years because we are that way, you know what I'm saying? Because we can be easily led. Like, how do you not be like, why? You know what I'm saying? What the hell is going on here?
And this is the thing, right? So then I'm gonna show you, right? So I believe in learning from anybody I can learn from, right? It don't, regardless of who they are, right? They have something I can. So I'm gonna use the military hours and I'm gonna use that again. So then you come up with something like PLDC. That's what we had in the military before you become a sergeant. You go through PLDC. It's called Preliminary Leadership Development Course. So the people that you see the leadership potential in, you put those people in leadership. You put those people in leadership training. You understand? Not saying you forget about everybody else, but these people get put in leadership training first. So that's how you keep it going by you train, because we don't want to be like your favorite leader, Forecast, and your favorite group, Nation of Islam with Farrakhan, 90 years old, and you don't have anyone else designed, you don't have anyone else set up to be the leader. Like he should have been set down 10 years, 15 years ago, maybe even 20, with someone younger with more energy. So now,
Hey, Bakari, what's his name? Riza Islam, my brother.
no,
He
that
a
probably is.
Scientologist and a Christian, ain't he? Don't he?
So, what I'm saying is, right? So then once we get to that certain age and you got stuff set up, she's saying the benevolent leadership and the benevolent council, right? So then they come to us just for guidance. You understand? They're in charge, but we're there for advice now, because now we have got everything in order, and now it's time for uh this society that we have built, this society that we have created. So now this society is time now. We still part of the society, but most of it gonna take care of us because now we're just we're just uh advisors, if that makes sense, right? So when you see, like I call my son, his friends, right? I call them the nerd crew. You understand? And so when I talk to the nerd crew, 3 of them going to school now. They getting there, they going through school. When they finish, they're gonna go to medical school. They want to be doctors. They got one that want to go to school, biologists. My son and one of his friends, they working toward their focus is law. Then we have some that focus is accounting. So we take those students and we put them in those positions to make sure that's what they're gonna do. They don't have to worry about it. Not saying we're gonna take them away where they can't mingle with their other friends and they can't have fun, but their focus, their learning, their education, right, is gonna be right there. And as you teaching them, it's to benefit us, it's to benefit our people. And that's what we have to start doing from the time that they are little. And we have to make sure we can, so they can have opportunity in whatever society we build. So they don't have to leave us. They can continue this society. And they make the, and each generation is making the society greater because of what we did, right? We have, because of how we set it up, we have everything in order and we're working and we have opportunity. So then you have the ones that want to be a mechanic, a diesel mechanic, want to be the truck driver, want to be all that. And we have all that stuff set up in order. We got the ones like Shaka Zulu who want to be the grocery store owner, like my friend Son who want to be grocery store owner. And through all that, we just have people that want to do those things, and that's what they're gonna focus on. That's gonna be their main focus. We still gonna, and that's how we gonna build a society. We gonna have the farmers. I gotta, you understand what I'm, if what I said made, I hope it made sense to you.
No,
We
no,
can even have a place for like journalists and things like that. Because if you look at something as simple as agriculture here in America, that's a multi-billion-dollar business. And they have to connect with and talk to people on other farms. And so they could be a traveling correspondent to talk about grain, to talk about how the cows doing, what kind of flowers they growing. Like there's a way for all of those different jobs that exist in white society to exist in a black society. Your child does not have to let the family business, the family farm, the family store close just because they want to pursue journalism, because they can do journalism or medicine or weed whipping or landscaping or whatever right there as a basis.
You're right. And when you just said something like don't have to let the store close, you know, and it made me think about my first grade school teaching her husband. Their son was like a year older than me, right? Uh, Growing up, their last name was Smith, so they had Smitty's Grocery. They had a small, it was a small grocery, gas station, corner store, and they were all in the black neighborhood. By the time I graduated high school, they had like 15 or 20 of them throughout the state of Mississippi, all in the little black towns, and that's who they was taking care of. Still giving black folks credit and all that, and black folks paying them everything. But so I went back and I said, and I told my kids because I hadn't probably been or tried to go to Smitty's in like 10 years, and I went back home and I told my daughter, let me show you this black owned grocery that we had. This is how we grew up. So we went to the little town called Hollandale. I'm like, shit, it ain't nothing but a slab. We went to Poundamere. It ain't nothing but a slab. We went to Anguilla. It's nothing but a slab. You go to Victor. I'm like, everywhere that was in my area where there were a Smitty's and this black family had this chain of stores. Everywhere there was a Smitty's, it's nothing but a slab of concrete now because the son chose not to keep it going. And I think that's crazy.
yeah, yo, and I saw MD, I think there's MD2 that popped on, so I'm gonna stop. But yo, I agree with y'all. You and learning curve 100%. And Bakari, I think you need to put learning curve and Tanzan on your payroll. Even though they can't save you, they're not gonna be able to save you. You know what I'm saying? You might want to put them on your payroll to help you out a little bit.
Wow, thank you, Forecast. I'll give you 10%.
Yeah, right. You're our agent.
But let's welcome MG2. Just a quick explanation of, and I'll go into it more next week. But this is the book about Ted Patrick. He was called the Black Lightning, and he's a black man who was during the 70s. He was going around deprogramming and unbrainwashing a lot of the children, a lot of the kids, because they were white kids, unfortunately, but a lot of the white kids who had gone into various different kinds of cults and beliefs and just wayward. So yeah, if you get a chance, just but we'll go over him next week. But Ted Patrick, some of his ways were really powerful, and the way he got into it, the reason why he got into it, because his own son almost got recruited into a cult, into this, like that Jim Jones cult sort of thing. And so for him, he really wanted to rescue the children from this cult influences. So that's the story. Let Our Children Go, the shocking true story of America's cult. Well, let's welcome MG2. Welcome. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, TZ, thank you for having me. And peace to your chat, peace to the channel, to the to the panel. Yeah, I love the conversation, man. I'm just sitting here digging it, just listening to everything you guys are saying, and it got me thinking in terms of the concept of dictator or leadership versus democracy, quote unquote, and it's what it spawns the probability of cults. Now, I always like to ask questions, and then I'll tell you what my thoughts are. So I'm gonna pass this around to you guys. What is the difference? And I'll start with you, TZ, and then everybody else can tell me, and then I'll tell you what my thoughts are. What is the difference between a dictator and a leader? And that's first you, TZ.
Wow, I can't even use other people's answers. That's the sad thing of going fast. A dictator for me is a dictator does what he wants, and a leader does what the people want him to. That's my short one for now, but I'll pass.
Okay, Brother Forecast.
I would say, that is a great question too. A dictator empowers himself, and a leader empowers everybody else, or including himself too.
Learning curve.
A dictator tells you what to do. A leader shows you what to do.
Woo, man, nice.
Nice one. I think you won that one.
There are no winners. We're all winners. There are no winners.
Yeah. And
you, okay, go ahead.
A dictator is the leader and the council all at once. He don't have to go to anyone. It's like to tell you what to do. A leader leads by example, but also have people that give advice that he can go to that's above him for advice.
I'm glad you said that. Now, and listening to the various answers, I like to formulate and synthesize, some of the things that kind of make it a lot easier for me to digest, as well as, to learn, because I'm learning like crazy from all you guys. For myself, a dictator and a leader are the same. There's no difference. And the reason I say that is because that the concept of dictator comes from dictation, which means to tell. Basically, you're dictating, whether it's for yourself or whoever. And I think a dictator is one who dictates. But I think I heard Learning Curve talk about benevolent dictatorship, and in the European context, that would be considered oxymoron, because in their context, a dictator, is a dictator. That as TZ was bringing up, it's more of a selfish mentality, and again, a European identification of it would be determined as an oxymoron. But in an African context, dictators are already benevolent, so are leaders. Now, Dr. John Henrik Clarke used the term, a leader is the one closest to the enemy in pursuit. And that enemy is not just something that is going after your tribe in terms of a physical, like a human aspect. Enemy could also be famine. Enemy could also be weather or protection or shelter. Enemy could also be, education in terms of the environment. When I say enemy, it's something that's coming to you that is foreign to you that you need to learn from. You're being educated. Whether you have to learn how to box and beat someone up, or hunt, or learn how to make sure that when there's a fire, you know how to get your tribe and your people to safety. And that's what a leader does. But a leader also dictates in order to go ahead and keep them safe. A dictator, and this is why I say they're one of the same, in an African context, we're very holistic. So therefore, there is, like other contexts are very dualistic. It's either this or that. We recognize that both of them exist, so therefore it makes it the whole of who we are and what we do. And if you listen to Dr. Edwin Nichols, you'll really be able to digest a lot of that. But when I say a dictator dictates, and for the fact that the dictator wants to sacrifice themselves to make sure it dictates survival for the group, the tribe, the village, the club, or whatever else. So in other words, without the group, the tribe, or whatever else, the dictator is dead. And without the dictator who's out there making sure, the sacrifice, think of the dictator as gas in the tribe's car. The tribe or the village's car, it can't go anywhere because of the fact that that gas that keeps them alive might not be able to, to go. And that dictator also teaches the tribe in order to dictate itself. And that's not really a democratization or a democracy. What it's doing is saying, look, if I can't tell you how to survive, then and survive without me, then I haven't done my job. If I can't tell you how to live and lead without me, I haven't done my job. Because the more and more leaders and the more quote unquote dictators, again, like I said, if I go from a European context, that's very dualistic. But if I go from a holistic African concept, dictator and leader to me is the same, because it's someone who wants to sacrifice themselves in order to make sure everybody lives. So therefore, they will live through everybody, irrespective of whether they're here or not. Their sacrifice was to make sure that the tribe will go on forever. So I just wanted to put that out there for you guys. And like I said, I'm really enjoying the conversation. I'll pass the mic.
Actually, that was an excellent contribution, and that really made me think as well, because it also made me see how. That's why I say that we do need to deprogram our minds. And when I say our, I don't put myself outside of it. I say our, that includes me as well. So when you talk about, it doesn't have to be one. We're so used to these binary divisions in our world that we automatically assume an either or position. We have to have one or the other and no compromise. Because for me, I really, even then when Milton was talking about a benevolent dictator, I just thought that it's just a nice slave master. You have one that whips you and one that backs at you. Maybe that's the difference. So even in my mind, I can't imagine of a dictator being benevolent. And, that's also part of that, that programming. I'll pass.
Hey, MD2, can I ask you one question? Do you think innovation will change the way we see leadership and dictatorship? Like what, and whether it's necessary or not, or, any kind of way,
When you say innovation, are you talking in terms of physical technology or innovation in the way we think and the way we act?
I was talking about like physical, like banking maybe, but that too, the way you, of course, I think you would say, yeah, if that's the way you act, but I would say physical then.
In other words, I could say it's highly unlikely that it'll do it. Because at the foundation, if you feed a seed gasoline, it'll never grow. And what I mean by that is I may be wrong. I may be 100% wrong. I think it starts from the inception of who you are and your activities. And anything that's physical in terms of innovation is what the term technology is just a technique about how to get something done. Now, it could be something that could foster that change. The innovation can actually foster that. But as and probably it could be something that germinates that reality. But if it's not in the origins of the individual, I have a feeling, and I may be wrong, and it might be because of the fact that we've been in, like TZ said, a very binaural or a very binary existence under Europeans. I tend to think that because of where where we've established our lives, being subjected to everyone else right now, I have a tendency it might not foster or germinate the ability for us to do that. I hope that answers it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly what I was asking. But what about the other side, what you were saying, mental? Do you think that's possible? Well, of course, that's innovation, but
I think that's where the fostering would happen, because with I think that it would actually it would be more mental, or the way we act than or I should say mental innovations, for lack of a better term. Because physical innovation it could be anything from a Wakanda vibranium to an iPhone. But if our mindsets are not there, to start with, in terms of changing the patterns that we've been existing in, that's it's immaterial. But the mindset innovation would be things on our activities. If you see, for instance, if you see somebody and, how can I say it? It's like when the children, like I'll be working out and I see like a little young brother or something, he'll be with his grandmother, whoever, and they'll, like, it happened to me the other day. I was working out, I was doing my calisthenics and my fight training. And this little brother was watching what I was doing. And, I was hurting and everything. And his grandmother was over there. And he went to every machine and just started, every time I would get off of a certain machine, I'd see him go on the same machine. He couldn't have been over 10 years old. And then, I'm doing my heavy workouts. The thing is my activities fostered something that germinated in his mind that maybe, oh, wow, I could do this. Maybe, those patterns could change. So I think more mental of innovation, I think, would be something, and when I say mental, not just subjective, like, all these debates and all these different, ADOS and FBA nonsense and all these. I've seen it for over about 25 years, from the houses of consciousness and all this other stuff. That is literally the opposite of what I'm talking about. Yet, a lot of folks might determine it as what I'm talking about when they're saying, well, we're learning about ancient Kemet, we're learning about that, we've read these books. You could be a scholar, but if you're not out in the street applying it in a useful fashion for yourself, like I was doing working out, it doesn't matter. But I was applying something, and it fostered something in that kid that saw my activities to make him all of a sudden want to go ahead and work out. I hope that's not, I'm very wordy, but hopefully that answers that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you made me think of something, and I'll stop after the last question. It's like, because you made me. What if the person who, with the right mindset, makes the physical innovation and uses it for a specific reason? Like, don't you think like that physical innovation will help? You know what I mean? Like, if you get what I'm trying to say.
I'll give you a personal aspect of what I've been doing, and I posted something for you guys in the private channel, but nobody watched it, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I'm saying this. When somebody sees that you're doing something for the right reasons, and it might be so groundbreaking, it won't. A lot of us as Black folk, or I should say, those of us who are definitely not aware, quote unquote regular, would want to see it and see it done for their own selfish purposes. Well, I can get something out of that, ergo, your FBAs and all that, very selfish, I can. But those who see that you're doing something because you have a passion about doing something right will foster them to be innovators themselves. It'll allow them to go ahead and say, wow, he created the cure to cancer, I'm going to teleport. That individual did something with this, so it will create the inspiration to have their own innovation to do what they're doing and not for selfish reasons. And going back to my personal thing, you guys know I'm working on what they call the Holy Grail of finances. Basically, it's a trading method that was in 1933. I did the whole story on the other channel. I sent links out to most of you I sent the links out to. And what it is it was something that happened in 1933. And he's only one guy that ever did this ever in life itself. Okay. There was a chart that they had. He was a mathematician, and he posted this thing, predicted 15 years of stock market. Dude died, and then they unearthed the chart in Nixon's administration in 1972, and they found out he's the only person in history that could pick markets for 15 years in advance, and it was almost perfect. I did the whole story for you guys on the Marcus Garvey 4 channel, but here's the kicker. This guy, anyone that was around this guy and the guys that actually helped him, get that, because there was a bunch of innovators, mathematicians. All of them retired at, in the 50s and the 60s as hundreds of millionaires, and that's in the 50s and 60s. They, 150 million here, whatever. But the thing is what it was is it helped me say, I'm going to create what this guy couldn't do in today's, or what this guy did, but others, NASA's tried it, MIT's tried it, all these other folks have tried to do what this dude did. I'm about as close as it's gotten since he did what he did. And I said, I'm not doing it for anyone for any selfish reason. I'm not doing it for folks to sit back and say, oh, I need to have that. Gimme, a mouthful of gimme and a handful of much obliged. I'm doing this to maybe if I come up with this holy grail, which I'm like literally on the precipice of doing, I'm like 2 steps away from doing it. Maybe that'll foster somebody, especially folks I've given the link to innovate new technologies for something else, the cure for any disease, innovation for agriculture. It'll because they'll see in me that I did something for the fact of like, hey, we're African, and I'm inspiring something that's groundbreaking. Maybe what I can do is spread that, and hopefully that answers that, Brother Forecast.
Yeah, and I didn't see it. I didn't even because I got the channel, but I didn't see it. I saw the thing you did yesterday, but then it was too late. You know what I'm saying? My bad. I'm gonna try to be more focused on that.
Oh yeah, no worries. I can only leave the videos up a little bit because it is so groundbreaking. I can't like keep stuff on public servers. But I'll pass the mic. Sorry for taking too much time.
No, take all the time you want. Take as much time. I wish you'd tell us more of your stories. I like your stories so much. I enjoy them.
Oh yeah.
you know, you always have to listen to. We're talking about stories and the images we tell each other, or the perspectives we have in our world. And a lot of people are seeing the world from the stories of others. We're not seeing it from our own, point of view. So that's why it is so important to tell our own stories and our own morals and our own, our own aims. We have to have this, intentionality when we do things. And the stories are not just stories. That's why, I like them so much, because stories, they teach you a lesson, but you have to apply it to your own life. If somebody tells you, Harry has no worry or something, I can't remember. It's a general saying, but it's something that you can apply to yourself and say, maybe I've been going too fast, maybe I need to rethink things, and so on. So stories and proverbs and all these ways that we had of communicating, they were much deeper than we even knew, or we acknowledge now. We just, and so many of them are being lost, so that all we have is facts. But human beings are, they just take facts, but what they affects them is the stories, is how they see the world. If and so thank you so much, Matron, for being here. I know you have to go, but it's just been an honor for you, for us, for me to have you. It's and an honor for everyone, I'm sure. So thank you for joining us. I know you have to go, but I appreciate you being here. So, and
Peace, revolutionary matron.
yes, please. So I was
Yeah.
talking about the stories that we tell each other, and we have to retell our stories. We have to, celebrate our heroes. There's so many, and this is why I appreciate Afro Think Tank. I'm sure you're all familiar with his channel, but he has so much information about our people, such obscure facts, and he goes and hunts down, the pictures and the background stories behind them. And we need that. We need people who are going to refocus our perspective, our pro-black perspective. Yes. So I'll end on that. I just say that stories are very important in how we see the world, how we imagine ourselves, how we create our own identity, because that's the thing that also, even this new, cult-like movements are doing. They are retelling the story. They are saying that, oh, we were Indians, we came here and there was this or that, or this is the retelling of history. They're simply retelling the story to fit their, their desired identity, and that's what we have to do as well. So, yes.
Yeah, I agree, yo. We have the ability to create whatever we want to create, and be whoever we want to be, and not be stuck on any particular thing, because there is positives to the being spooked out. You can think outside the box sometimes, you know what I'm saying, and come up with something very creative that's unusual. You know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, well, I mean, everybody else dropped off. I saw Bakari coming back on for a second, but I guess he having problems. But yeah, Tanzan. Um, yeah, you got any more questions though, or MG2?
Yeah, the thing about leader and dictatorship is like I say, they're both. What they do is they try to inspire, and they try to teach. It reminds me of this book. It was called Illusions by Richard Bachman. I think it was Richard Bachman. I think he's the one that did Jonathan Livingston Seagull. And this book, Illusions, there was one statement in it that made a lot of sense. I read it, gosh, it must have been 79, something like that. When did Earth, Wind, and Fire come out with Let's Groove Tonight? I think it was about the same time. Or Dance. But anyways, or Boogie Wonder. No, it wasn't that. But anyways, this book, Illusions, said a teacher is one who needs to learn the most. And that's what a leader and a dictator are. Irrespective, again, they teach and they dictate. And though the thing is they know they need to learn the most, and that's why they're there. A leader is the one who wants to go ahead and learn the most, because the leader and a quote unquote dictator are learning from that tribe. They're learning. It's like a feedback mechanism. Every day I learn something. Okay, I was listening to you guys earlier because it was the best dinner I've made in years, and it was this something I've been trying to learn forever, which was a churrasco steak, marinated in orange and citrus juices overnight, and the whole nine, with a guayuchan burnt fried rice. Actually, burnt garlic fried rice, smoked garlic. But anyways, I wanted to learn that but it's a feedback mechanism. And what I do is a dictator and a leader are always trying to go ahead and learn, because the more they learn, the more they'll know how to protect the tribe, the village, the family. They'll learn what makes them sick, so therefore they can learn what makes them well and how to heal them. They'll learn the empathy in terms of lose a family member or somebody couldn't accomplish something. They'll go ahead and learn empathy to make sure they can inspire that person to get over those hurdles. That's what a good leader / dictator does. And I say leader / dictator because to me, as a holistic African, I see it one is the same. They will also make sure that if somebody cannot protect the tribe, they're going to be the one in the pursuit of the enemy to protect the tribe, to make sure. And they'll also learn the weaknesses of those who can't and embolden them and strengthen them, so therefore they could learn themselves as a leader. This is how we might have lost that battle, or that individual might have lost that conflict, but we learn from it. We've become stronger, both myself in trying to teach, as well as learning how to go ahead and win that battle. So the thing is I'm always talking about innovation in terms of not only in a technological sense, but also in a competitive sense. Because Africans are the world's most innovators. The only thing is because of the fact of this cult-like mentality, and I'm not just talking FBAs and Nation of Islams and and indigenous or whatever all these different facets of diversion are. When I'm talking about this cult-like, you guys brought it up earlier, of the fact that Africans just want to be led nowadays. And a lot of that, of course, look at what's happened to us for the last 2,000 years. Ever since we encountered someone else, we've been being led. We've had the ability to do for self, but after being conquered, whether we were in Kenya or Kentucky, someone has had our destiny in their hands. So therefore, it became almost traditional and almost like a way of life, to where we're so used to it that we're not even, it's kind of second nature to us to be led by, whether it's a pastor, by some celebrity or rapper or some entertainer or whoever else, who can't even lead themselves. So when I think of the concept of leader / dictator / cult, I think the cult is basically the product of not having a leader / dictator, or someone who inspires, who could actually teach and learn from a collective, tribe, group, or whoever we are as a people. So I'll pass the mic to Matt.
Hey, MG2, let me say this real quick. Because our conversation led me to this whole unapologetic thing, you know what I'm saying? And it's hard to be unapologetic in certain areas for me. I'm not even gonna lie. And Tanzania and them was getting on me about that yesterday, But do you think that well, I already know, but as far as unapologetic, you know what I'm saying? What do you think it takes to develop that? The harshness, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I used to use that term unapologetic, but as somebody who is doing the same bodily functions as somebody else on this planet, I have nothing to apologize to. If I recognize that I have to be unapologetic, that means I have to say sorry of something that, and I'm talking about, on a different context of foreigners or anyone else. I used to use that term, but to me, they're beneath me, so I have nothing to say sorry about. And that term of apology means that there must be something that I have to come to terms with that I may have done to someone. I don't care. Okay, I am about as rough. I am mean. A lot of black folks don't like me, and I really don't care. But one thing I do apologize about, and I am very apologetic too, is when I can't deliver like a leader / dictator would, the things for our collective as black folk. If I can't deliver for us, I'm apologetic, because when I say apologetic, it gives me strength to say, I don't want to apologize, so I have to do better. I have to bring it. I have to deliver. I have to come through. There is no second in a boxing match, and there's no second place in war. I have to win first. So in order for me to win first place, I have to apologize to myself, saying, "Look, when I say apologize, it's like, look, I'm sorry, I haven't come through. I failed, and I don't fail. So what that does is give me the strength to go ahead. It's almost like recursive in a way. It tells me it's inspiration to say I don't want to ever have to apologize, so I have to do better and bring us to deliver our folks success of whatever I'm doing in life. So therefore, there will be no apologies because I have delivered for y'all. Hopefully that kind of answers it, Brother Forecast.
You actually sound like Brother Bakari right now. Don't say the word can't.
and that's the ironic part, because I'll be apologetic because, like, I don't like taking Bakari's ideologies away from him. It hurts my feelings, you know what I'm saying? Like, it hurts me to hurt Black people,
I know it has to lose focus.
What ideology did you take away from me?
I ain't gonna answer that yet, Bakari. You'll know when it's gone. Just put it like that.
I want to tell you something. If people using cults, shit, maybe we should create one. Get people to get on the right page. You say how to get them on the right page where they can be race first, race only. Shit, maybe we need to create that cult. If everybody else creating cults and it working for them, maybe we need to create a cult.
Yeah, but my fear of dictatorship is that who gets to decide, like, yo, this group of people with this ideology is not welcome. You know what I'm saying? Like, like, I don't agree with that for me,
What if we elect the dictator democratically?
I like that. I mean, think about the wonderful oxymoron there. Think of it in terms of this. You know who to let in by their actions and by their commitment and by their sacrifice for the group, because it's something that you don't even have to gauge. It's just natural. If you see somebody out there, sacrificing and their commitment and their activities for what they're doing for you as a collective, it's like, hey, and especially more importantly, if their ideology is in line of why you do it. In other words, they're doing it because they want to see the collective win, the collective survive, the collective to control themselves and not be controlled by others. It's not a question of who to let in. It's pretty much self-evident. And that is, again, you could tell by the actions or who wants to deliver and who is going to beat up on themselves because they have not delivered for us. So, I hope that answers it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you still didn't answer what you got from Brother Bakari.
You said what?
I said you still didn't answer what you got from Brother
Bakari doesn't even know he's in the cult right now. So when he lets that go, he'll know he lost a lot of stuff.
He doesn't even know that he won.
Exactly, Tanzan. I don't want to break it to him yet until he's ready to accept it. And that's my unapologeticness. Nah, I'm saying that because, I could say a lot more wilder stuff than I say, but it's not other people holding me back. It's not like whether my fear of being blocked or not, or whether somebody is like, yo, I don't want to say certain things to or
No, I got you. I understand. I understood. But in terms of electing, the dictator, the matron wisely says that churches have internal boards of deacons, trustees, and directors that determine the direction of the church. Many pastors are just the mouthpiece. So, we can follow a form of that model where, and we sort of had that in the past. When you looked at African leaders, African chiefs and so on, well, in Egypt maybe it was different because they had that divinity of the pharaoh and so on. But in most other African societies, the king was merely a servant almost. He did have some power and authority, but it was really on the I don't know, on the allowance of the council of elders, after rampant discussions on a subject. Things were not just, decisions were not just made casually on the whim, like, oh, off with his head and so on. It had to go through a very rigorous process where the most powerful, I think, in that group were the Council of Elders. They had a lot of say in how the community went, and their word was almost sacred, because they had the closest. They were closest to the ancestors, who were closest, to the gods and the spirits and so on. But the ancestors, the elders were highly respected, and they had that power. So the king was not just a power-hungry maniac. He was somebody who had the responsibility to, to take care of the community. So, sorry?
No, I'm glad you said that there, TZ, because it reminds me of Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And Dr. John Henrik Clarke had said this about that, and many times the king was not necessarily, the king. There were times when who was either the chief or the king might not wanted to be in that position, but it was the citizens and the elders that said, "No, you got to do it," because they saw the commitment that he had, or like a servant or one that wants to sacrifice for the group. The group is like, "Nah, whether you want it or not, you're gonna be that. You're gonna be that king. You're gonna be that leader." And even if the person didn't want it, it was a thing like, no, your actions, your sacrifice, and your servitude to the group is going to make us all survive as a tribe. It's going to make us healthy as a tribe. It'll make us complete as a tribe. And the thing is we're unfortunately in this European context. And when I always use the term European context, the reason I do that is because cults, i.e., these so-called, Friedmans and ADOSs and whatnot, FBAs, what it is they're derived, their so-called cultness, for lack of a better term, or their group, or their so-called leadership is derived from a European sense. Europeans, if you look at the concept of governance, which is leadership, under African terms, as opposed to governance and leadership under European and other terms, or other dynasties, Ming or whatever, their so-called leadership was derived from conquering and exploitation. Whoever had the most, who could con everybody else to do their bidding, so therefore others can be on a hierarchical platform to say, well, look, I'm working for this guy because I may have not stolen as much, but I was able to steal enough to make sure that I can go ahead and be an underling of whoever it is. You saw that out of Nazi Germany. You saw their so-called leadership is derived from a destruction of either their own or somebody else that's foreign to their tribes. Whereas an African concept, leadership, of, like you said, was more like servitude. It was more like, hey, I'm gonna sacrifice what I can for the, to make sure that we all live and survive as a people. Even if I don't want to be a leader, they're gonna make him a leader. Whether and he's always again the one in pursuit of the things of the enemies of the tribe. Again, like whether it's famine, health, an enemy, like a physical enemy or whatever else. So those two different concepts of leadership or of cult-like, or of governance, I should just say governance, also brings up a third type of governance that derived after so-called African Americans thought that they were in control of their destiny. And I say thought in both letters. That's why I'm very, as Brother Forecast would say, maybe unapologetic in the way I sound, because I really don't care what anyone thinks or says, whether it's their so-called government or whatever else. They can, I'll tell them to their face what they could do, like I did before. But the thing is when the so-called African American got what's a perspective of what they think is freedom, leadership to us is who can entertain and be the celebrity the most. And it's unfortunately because we get into a cult-like status on someone who's in entertainment that we're looking at as a leader. We see it in churches. I work for just about every rapper you guys probably know right now. I've worked for so many, I could tell you some stories that are crazier than crazy of all the artists I work for. But most of them didn't know 2 + 2 on a good day. But yet most of the folks I know thought these were leaders. Such and such is a leader. I'm like, this dude doesn't even know how to wipe his, what after the toilet. He's not a leader, believe me. Athletes, unfortunately, folks look up to them, because an African concept today that's out, in diasporas, the leader is the one who can entertain, who gets more subsidy from whoever else could give it to him, whether it's money, a car, accolades, or social media status. It's like that person must be a leader because they got views or they got that from someone else who's actually leading them. So I have to give myself, again, it's a learning experience, and every day is a learning experience, but it also gives me the ability to go ahead and say, If I come correct and deliver for black folk, I know why I'm doing it is not, just solely, I got to deliver for them because I'm, I'm putting myself on a cross. No, it's because I'm saying I'm trying to innovate somebody who has the concept of leadership / dictator / whatever, that's going to do whatever they can in terms of innovation for the health of the tribe, i.e. black folks. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, MD2.
Let me. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
my bad. Go ahead, Bukhari.
Okay, look. I was looking in the chat, and Matrix said we don't need them cults. We need the church, right? I was kind of about the cult, but I can say this: that is a show that I was talking about doing on my channel. Can we use the church? Because when I studied the church's history and everything that the black church has done, right? So I have for black people and how they were revolutionary. I was wondering if we could use the church and make the church revolutionary again. If you ever met, older people that went to church, you understand? I'm talking about in maybe 80s, 90s. The worship was completely different. They even had voodoo inside of the church. I know people would look and laugh, and if they haven't studied and don't understand, they would think, "Oh, look at them falling down for Jesus." No, if you go 60s and 70s, 80s, you would see that it was a lot of voodoos, we call African spirituality inside the church. And what I believe is that's why the church was more revolutionary then than it is now. So yes, I'm a firm believer that I do believe that we can use the church. As I hear the mic.
Yo, Bukhari, Macra, make the church revolutionary again. Hashtag Macra. But I will say, I got shout out to MD2 and Bukhari, pass the guns and praise the Lord and pass the ammunition.
Well, okay, say that again. What's that gonna be? Because I'm gonna put it in my chat.
Hashtag Matcra, MTCRA, make the church revolutionary again.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do. But I do believe the church can be used. I'm a firm believer in that.
Yeah,
you're wrong.
I'm a firm believer in. I quoted him before, and I will quote it again. Zero, when he says that the pastor is a gangster, we got weapons in the choir. Does anybody here know who Zero is?
He's a rapper, right?
Yes.
I heard. I don't know none of his songs, but I heard.
No, you don't need to know. And Brother Wakai, do stay away from his songs. He is an N-word dropping all kinds of wrong things doing person. But he has one song that I like. It's called I'm Alive, where he just goes crazy. He that's just always my favorite line. The idea that, like in the pastor is there, like that guy who was robbed, that pastor who was robbed. See, if he had just come out with guns blazing, like, hey, you think you're going to go, especially after all that stuff that had happened, in the, like right now, all the churches should be armed. Sorry to say, but they should. Like after that stuff happened with that crazy guy, you should have even everybody in the church just parking, try to come in here and see what happens to you, that sort of thing. You're not supposed to just be laying down. Jesus couldn't save you from a goddamn cold. He's not going to save you from somebody wielding an AK, So yeah, so if we don't get the churches, I'm afraid, somebody else will. And I am for you. I am on the, and I know we say deprogramming. Deprogramming is, just taking somebody and just disabusing them of everything that they know and telling them everything that they know is wrong. But like I was saying earlier, if you don't give people something to replace what they have, that's in their lives, they're just going to find something else. If you tell them, you prove to them that Christianity is wrong, they'll find Islam or Hebrew, whatever it is. They'll still gravitate towards something if you don't give them something to replace it with. So that's another task for maybe another stage where we are. But at this stage, I would have said maybe substitute it with African religions, spirituality. But like I said somewhere else, it's, for me, even that has been so corrupted with their inclusivity that I don't really have much faith in that. So instead of deprogramming, we can think about reprogramming, where you can let people keep their their beliefs and their dogmas and all of that, and just add on to what they need to do for them to get, for them to do what you need them to do. You understand what I'm saying? So they don't have to, discard their beliefs and religions, as long as it does not get in the way of the greater picture, which is improving our people and even their self-esteem. So maybe you might not succeed with the first group, but after, even the children, when they see the power and the advantage and the benefit, not just materially, but socially, of being part of a different group. So you can be both a Christian, but you still attend your Black meetings and so on. So so we shouldn't make it into a case where it's an either or. And this is something that I learned today from MG2. It's not always an either or. You can look at things from a more gray area. Yes. So
Yeah. That's where the war is won, in the gray areas. And and speaking of the churches, I had to make the Black churches revolutionary again, because other people's churches passed the doctrine of discovery. You know what I'm saying? That was pretty revolutionary for somebody else. So our churches should have passed the, like, in the history of our churches, like Bukhari was saying, like, the preachers, like, that's where they went to go congregate, you know what I'm saying, to plan the whatever they was going to do. They had ammunition. Everybody from, like, the pallbearer, the people who worked in the the Black that worked in the funeral home. I forget the name of it right now, but they, like, doing some of those riots and stuff, they was sneaking guns in town through the coffins, and, like, they was meeting up at churches to arm themselves. When they had meetings at churches, I remember is one story, like, where these white boys tried to roll up to the church to disrupt the meeting, and they had the security around all Black men with shotguns. They got into a shootout, but guess what? They didn't interrupt that meeting, you know what I'm saying? And they continued to meet, and they used the church to establish themselves. Like, whether the religion was whatever, that was their way to meet and talk, and they used it for fighting back, for revolutionary stuff, for planning things, you know what I'm saying? And other people's churches have been revolutionary because they have done things to come at us to take land and all of that, you know what I'm saying? That's the part of doctrine of discovery, which they still go against anyway, so they all going to hell. So that's, if they listening, you're going to hell right now, But I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I'm glad.
If you go by the white church, I'm sorry. Go ahead, MG2. You haven't spoken in a minute. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to comment on the comment that you said, Brother Bakari, and in terms of churches, and what TZ said in terms of, like, when there's a vacuum in somebody's life, where, no matter what it is, they're going to seek something to fill that vacuum, and and that's why you have these cults and other things. When you brought up about churches, and which are definitely a form of cultism, one thing that I have to say is churches, as well as gangs, as well as mosques, as well as any other organization, can be a useful tool. I say use them to the point of whatever it is that can better everyone's lives and make them, make them more useful into protecting Black folks' destiny. I say use it like you would use anything, the most effective thing in the world. And when TZ was talking about, if you take something away, without something to replace, of course you're creating that vacuum. And that's what I look at what happened in the cult in Guyana, with the Jim Jones. And I started looking at, a lot of those folks had a vacuum in their lives. And this little Peckerwood just came in, this cracker comes in talking about he's Jesus. He filled that vacuum for them, and then, ended up killing about 900 black folks. So the thing is, as I say, how does that translate to what's happening nowadays? Well, here you have this so-called social media apparatus. And what the social media apparatus does is it gives folks the ability again to be a celebrity, and it also goes ahead and it preys. And when I say prey, I'm talking about like predator prey type thing on the inaccuracies or the missing aspects of people. It preys on things that are missing in their lives. So what happens is things that are missing, that that cultist, for lack of a better term, can come right in and fill that vacuum. That individual, who's an entertainer and not a leader or anything else, could say, "Oh, these folks, they need reparations. Well, I'm gonna fill that vacuum and tell the world that the reason they're not getting it is because of African immigrants. I'm gonna fill that vacuum in their lives because they want to be the next Little Wayne, but they know they don't have the talent. So I'll fill that vacuum and say, well, it's because black women did this to you, so we have a gender war." So, when I look at that in terms of what's missing in those folks' lives and how could it be replaced with something that's necessary, and then when Brother Bakari was talking about churches and the fact, back in the day, on a basic level and a substantive level, yeah, black churches were very effective for certain things, no doubt. I look at it in terms of even of a grander scale and a more useful, productive scale, and how black churches could be used. And what I mean by that is many of the folks in there have a vacuum in their lives. Something is not right. Something that they want to fulfill is not there. So they go every Sunday to go ahead and give tithes to someone that has some sharp words for them to make them feel like, okay, I can walk away from this as a whole human being. But let me tell you guys something. Every animal or every species, irrespective of its vacuumness in its life, irrespective of whatever ideology it'll hold on to, if there is one little thing that represents its survival better than anything else that's out there, whether it's a golden words from a preacher, or whether it's a so-called cult, it doesn't matter. If they see something out there like a piece of food or protection in their basic level of survival that's going to do much better than anything else that might have fulfilled that vacuum, they're going to go toward it. They're gonna say, look, I might be a Muslim, I might be a part of this cult, but if they're hungry enough and haven't eaten or drank water for a long time, their natural instinct of their body is gonna say, I might not eat pork, but I'll say assalamu alaikum next week. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in 3 weeks. So give me some of that, pork shoulder and some bacon. It's just a natural aspect of an animal or a biological species. It will do what's best for its own survival. The thing is how to translate that to usurp or to conquer or destroy all those other things that are not good for them, like cults, like gender wars or whatever else is. The way it is, and I'm using that in terms of finance. Everybody knows they cannot do without cash or some sort of survival to live within this so-called society. So what I do is I tell myself, what can I create to give folks the ability to do it for themselves? That when whether it's inflation values going high or recessions, whatever, they're not going to be thinking in terms of, oh, I'm a member of the Nation of Islam when they're hungry. They're going to be going, somebody just brought me a way that I could go ahead and pay for my food. I'll go, read some, Elijah Muhammad next week, but tonight I'm going to eat. And so I think in those terms of how can I bring that to the table, because that's more tangible, for lack of a better term. I'll pass the mic.
I'm just gonna say it one more time. I'm gonna read Elijah Muhammad next week, but today I gotta eat.
And it might even be pork.
Hey, you know what? We talking about a church, right? So while we was doing that, I looked at my friend. We were associates. This thing on YouTube while we was talking, just to see. It's called "The Movement" by Dr. F. Keith Slaughter, right? You go see his church. He's one of the few churches you're gonna see with the red, black, and green flag hanging out in front of his church. You see what I'm saying? So he had a red, black, and green flag hanging out in front of his church. You go inside of his church, even though he's preaching church, you see all of the African art inside of the church, from Egypt, West Africa, all of that inside of his church, right? So now I'm saying that he have less viewers than any church that I've ever seen on YouTube. He have less views than any church I've ever seen on YouTube. But he got the red, black, and green flag out. He has offered, and I've tried to get people to come. He's offered to say, let's do this together. He's offered the church to do arms training, self-defense classes. All this stuff is free. He got a building behind where he bought for the homeless to get people in the black neighborhood off the street, give them so they can have somewhere to eat. I helped them clean up the building. I gave them a washing machine and dryer so they can wash their clothes, dry their clothes. They have somewhere to go shower every day. They can eat inside instead of standing on the corner and eating a sandwich. But if you look at his church on YouTube, he have less views. I've never seen a church on YouTube that, and when I say we can use it, we got to understand all the people that just die hard and don't want to learn anything else. We might not be able to get them. But I just gave some examples of what this church is doing, and I can also name some more. I just know because this one is here, and I go help them do some stuff. So when I say we can use it, those are the type of things that I'm talking about, and I just wanted to say that. And what do y'all think about him having less views than any? Because when you look at church, man, they have views, 100 and some people watching at least. Man, he lucky if he get as many people as me watching his. The name of that church, Mr. Untouchable, is the Beloved Community. It's in the Pittsburgh community of Atlanta. It's on 1113 Ira Street, Atlanta, Georgia. It's called the Beloved Community.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you talking about again?
No, he asked me the name of the church.
No, I'm saying, what did the church talk about again? The guy on
I said, when you see his church, he had a red, black, and green flag hanging out in front of his church. When you go inside of his church, he have his African art inside of his church. You hear him now. He'll say we the Hebrews, but he ain't no Hebrew Israelite. He just say he think African people are the real Hebrew, right? He have his African art inside of his church from ancient Egypt art. He had an ankh next to the cross. He have his West African art, and I'm just talking about some of the things that he do. And when you see his church, and the name of his YouTube channel is The Movement with Dr. F. Keith Slaughter. It's amazing how his church, when he don't get as many views as other churches. And I just think it's crazy, but I still think we can use it because he's offered self-defense classes for free. If we know somebody who want to teach them, he's offered arm, training, how to use weapons for free. If we know somebody who know how to teach it, that's what I'm talking about right there. When I say we can use the church.
Oh, thank God he only believes that we're cursed, right? No, I'm sorry, that was real mean. I'll take that.
He don't even believe we cursed. He don't believe we cursed. Oh, and by the way, we were talking about, I just heard y'all talking about the church needs security. He's one of the few preachers I know that preach with his 9mm right next to him where he can reach it if some go down inside of his church.
That's what's up. That's a good thing.
You know, Brother Bakari, one thing that I had to learn once social media came out is I questioned the decision making of anyone that puts the importance of how many views that are on social media. Okay, because I had to do that to myself. Because at one time, for me, that was a determining factor for a lot of things. And I had to question even my own decision making and the decision making of others who put more prioritization on how many YouTube views one gets. YouTube is a mechanism, a platform that's owned by someone else, controlled by someone else, monitored by someone else, and not us. What I had to put more importance on is whatever someone's word is saying that'll be very effective in the program that I have in elevating and making sure Black folks control their destiny. That's why a lot of individuals I may even listen to don't even know what their YouTube views are and don't even care, because their importance and the importance around them of those that are around them are on the subject matter or on the mission at hand, not how many folks are looking. And the thing is, many times they don't want YouTube views because they don't want everybody looking to see what they do. And it's
thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, but yes, thank you. I did not want everybody. I want the right people, not the most people. I want us to have these kinds of discussions where we can have, elevated, mature discussions where we're not, I know who said I was doing a Jerry Springer show. Let me see who will say that.
That's
I think
so
that's
cool.
bitter medicine. Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to see Bukari get slaughtered, but I ain't gonna do that tonight.
Yeah,
You've been losing. Go ahead, Tanzan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I feel you, TZ. It's the right eyes and not all the eyes, because
Yes.
it's a lot more it's a lot more thorough. Like Obadele Cambone used to have a YouTube channel. He's the brother that's responsible for Abibi Tumikasa. And
yes, I was on it for some time. Before we continue, did you answer Mr. Untouchable's question about the church? Is that the right one that he got? He was asking which church it was.
No, no. But I agree with what MG2 saying. When he finished, I'm going to respond to that.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, MG2, go ahead, Forecast.
No, go ahead, Bukari. I'll go after you, because I wanted to say something about the views, because we did a show on that.
I do agree.
See, now you're sounding like Jerry Springer show.
I do agree with MG2 say, don't worry about, the only reason I got a YouTube channel, because the stuff I stand on, say on YouTube, I stand on the corner and say. And I had people who used to come, man, you need a YouTube channel. One of my friends was with me, because I'm way more in person. One of my friends like, man, you know all these people up here? Yeah, man, they know me. How do they know you? Dude, you see what I'm talking about? I stand out here and talk about this. I go to the Walmart, to the racetrack, to the Target, and I just stand in each one of them about an hour trying to get black people to come together. And then one lady was like, 30 people walked up here and shook their hand and said they miss you. I'm like, yeah, that's all right. I don't even worry about it. But these my people, they love me and I love them. We have respect for one another. In that process, we never ask about their ideology, no religion or anything. I had one dude who I knew he was a Moor because of his hat and his shirt said something about it. So the only reason I got a YouTube channel is people ask me to get a YouTube channel. And the few people that ask me, say, you need a YouTube channel, they ask me, man, go ahead and get a YouTube channel. They actually watch me. So I understand what you say, because I'm a firm believer in you can give me 500 strong soldiers. I'll take 500 strong over 5,000 a week. Any day of the week, you give me 500 strong. They're ready to build a society and ready to fight and defend what we build. I'll take that over 15,000 people who believe and just say we got to bow down to what they call the dominant society, or to what they call the supremacists. Yo, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I just wanted to say that, and I agree with you. You're right.
Yeah, I agree with both of y'all. I agree with we pretty much on the same page. But like, for me, when I first came on here, I'm not gonna lie, when I was making the videos, I was like I was going hard like to promote it and all of that, you know what I'm saying? I was just going through all of the channels and stuff like that. And then I got to a certain point where I was like, when I would come home, I would check to see like the comments and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like but not in an addicted to it kind of way, but like when I put out, y'all already know I'm like I am now. When I do it, I try to be more advanced, but it is what it is. But it got to a point where I had this one video, it ended up getting like 300,000 views, because like the whole time I'm like, yo, my videos is pretty good. I don't, like you get new comments and new people all the time and it's gone. But like one video got like 300,000, and then I started getting like, blacklisted from it, and the whole time I realized though, but like, if I'm getting success on it, then like if somebody is able to prove me wrong in what I'm saying, then that's a great thing. That's what I started with. It's awesome, because I pray that I'm wrong. Unfortunately, it don't seem that way, when it comes to like the situation that we're in. And and I'm not gonna say it on Tanzan's channel, but Bukari, we did a show talking about who even runs YouTube, and that's why I try to bring people who want to create their own channels together. I'm not gonna lie, I am petty. I do want to see their stuff destroyed, but I also want to see my stuff built too. A platform where I could do what I want. But it is that pettiness in me that wants to see them, fall down and crumble. But I recognize, once I start getting like blacklisted, what I'm saying, like that's, even though they probably watch everything that I do and everything I say on here, and people that you wouldn't, because like I'd be thinking I'd be paranoid, but Like, yo, like y'all know that I started talking about Ida B. Wells. Nobody was talking about Ida B. Wells. Then I started hearing people talking about it, and it don't tell you how many viewers is watching your channel. So y'all better recognize that. Even if it say like 3, it could be like 30 for real. Like, and like for a while we was texting each other while the show was live. Like one person would have 8, one person would have 11, but they are definitely watching your channels. And then like for me, I know on mine, they suspend like a video from like 3 years ago, and they do it like one at a time, like almost like they want to keep my channel there so they can watch it, but they also want to, like, you know, I guess piss me off or whatever they're trying to do, you know. But at the same time, if you are a target, then there's an honor, you know. So shouts out to the ancestors who have been targets, you know. And that's what it comes with. All right, what are you willing to sacrifice? Because like, I'm not gonna lie to you, like I'm a little bit suicidal and I would sacrifice whatever, you know what I'm saying? But that's just me. But I'll pass the mic. I shouldn't even said that.
No, I feel you. I know exactly what you're saying. Oh, brother Forecast, I am right there with you. I had, you know, one of the things that I do, whether it's social media, on the street, it doesn't matter where it is I just speak my mind. You know, and there's no motive or reason why I speak my mind other than the fact that I want to inspire and hopefully have us as African people take over our own destiny. Whether it's on social media, whether it's on the street, whether it's on the phone, it doesn't matter. Nothing changes. You know, there's, you know, this, whatever, quote unquote, as they call a platform, to me, it's just another form of communication. I don't know what to call it, you know, because the platform to me is something you stand on. For me, it's just a thing of saying, hey, I'm just going to speak my mind right now. Whoever wants to listen can listen. You know, I hope I get the right ears, not all the ears. Because, you know, there are some ears that will use what I say as a tool against me. And then there are some who this is meant for who will not use it, and they'll use it against themselves. So the thing is, you know, irrespective of, you know, the form of communication, whether it be social media, terrestrial media, you know, in a supermarket or whatever, my voice never changes. You know, my ideas never change, and neither the way I deliver it. And just, it is what it is. You know, I have what's called social Tourette's. Okay, and some folks might see that as very suicidal. I think it is a badge of honor. I have social Tourette's. I speak whatever I say, whenever I say it, however I say it, kind of like Donald Trump. You know, social Tourette's. There is no filter and no restaurant voice in it. Okay, and you know, and sometimes quite many a times it's hurt my, you know, I sacrificed and, you know, hurt myself in many ways, being able to do things with others in terms of finance or relationship or whatever else. But, you know, the only thing you have on this planet is your word. And I'm not talking about, yeah, this is my word, I'm going to stand. I'm talking about the things that come out of your mouth. One sister called it word vomit. I don't care. I'll throw up every day. But the thing is I will not stifle. And I've done this, Brother Forecast. I've done this for many years. I've stifled what I said to accommodate someone else who eats, breathes, takes a dump, you know, sleeps, and everything that I do. Now, unless this person, you know, unless they can fly and teleport and, you know, become invisible and, you know, and shoot rays out of their eyes, they do the same bodily functions as me, and there ain't no reason I'm going to accommodate. I accommodate the African and myself first before I try to accommodate anyone else. So my words will never change. The thing you'll notice out of these cults and out of these, because they're in such a quest for looking at a so-called leader, and most of them are celebrities, you know, or want to be celebrities, is they know that that celebrity will always compromise themselves, thus compromising a cult or whoever else in order to accommodate someone for their own selfishness. Here's a case in point. When you guys are talking about the pull-up, you know, the Tariq Nasheed's pulling up on Mexicans, and, you know, the Mexicans been tearing them apart. I mean, if you see what's been happening over here in LA, it would just blow your mind what these Mexicans here in LA are doing to the FBA. I mean, they're literally, you know, they're making them look very, very sick. But what had happened is those who are supposedly their leaders, i.e., you know, the ADOS or whatever, have compromised to accommodate whoever, whether it's their social media status or whites or whatever they do, because they don't have that self-sacrifice or that quote-unquote self, you know, destructive. Some folks will call it suicidal self-destruction. I just call it common sense. I will do and say what I got to say because I apologize to no one. I have nothing to apologize about. Whereas if you saw what these individuals that are in these cults are like preachers, that 1 minute they'll do something else, and then they're with the so-called Republican or Democratic Party, and they'll sell you down the river, like black so-called politicians. They'll say one thing, and then when it comes down to accommodating or appease someone else, they don't want to sacrifice themselves. they will not put themselves out there on a cross and will not jump off of a ledge because they're like, look, man, I got to go back on my word, because this is going to hurt my maybe my parishioner fortune, my tithes. It might hurt my whatever, my political whatever. So, sorry guys, I got to sacrifice you because I still need to eat. Well, unlike them and like you, Brother Forecast, I ain't gonna accommodate no one. I don't care who watches what I gotta say. I don't care what they have to say about what I say. What matters is in this finite thing called a life, I'm going to say what I got to say, how I got to say it, to whoever I got to say it, whenever I got to say it, and it'll never stop. So I'll go ahead and pass the mic on that.
Yo, that's crazy, because you scared to jump off the roof. They threw us off the roof already. Like, yo, what more can they do for you? We sitting here arguing where we come from. What else can they do? Like, what is there to be scared of? Like, literally, like, what's your great grandfather's name? Like, I'm pissed off about that, right? That's enough, right? It should be, but I'm sorry.
Are you being apologetic, Brother Focus?
I think I am, because Tanzania, you calling me out all the time. See, MV2, that's the thing. It's not other people, it's us that I'll be like, yo, like with Tanzania, I could say, or with Bakari, I could say like people's names, like, yo, that he gives passes to, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that, because why would I want to tear down another brother, you know what I'm saying?
You go, you see, right there.
It's not Bakari, but I'm not gonna lie, Bakari. Okay, fine. Like, yo, it's some people that I'll be like, yo, I don't see how you and some other people follow. You know what I'm saying? Even not saying his name now is being unapologetic. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
That's what I mean.
I got you, and I understand.
Yeah, but if we serious about this thing, like, yo, like we can't be like giving some people passes. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. I feel you.
And I don't agree with siding with other people just because a black person has a different ideology. Like, no other group I would side with. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because they have a different ideology. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
but sometimes though, it's like I don't even think sometimes it's not necessarily that you chose to side with the other group. I think sometimes that a certain group have put you in a position for, like, yeah, that's what I say. It put you in a position where you end up siding with another group. When you make it sound like you're siding with the other group, but you really just don't care about this group, if that makes sense. Like, they have done so much and they have caused so much harm. They have caused so much divisiveness that I just can't deal with them. So what happened to them? Their own, like when Mr. Untouchable said the other night, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have to do that tonight. I said it yesterday, and he said it was hard to be race first, race only, whatever you want to call it. It's hard to be that with it's hard to be that.
Yeah,
FBA and all that. And then when I go back and I watch this video where they claim they're gonna run down on some Mexicans, really they just go to the Mexican radio station, beg for a job, walk inside, and their whole goal once they got inside was to talk negative about black immigrants, I guess, for lack of a better term, a black immigrant. You understand? That's really what they did. When they went inside, they had nothing. They had no more smoke for the Mexicans once the Mexican came around. Even when they claiming that they're Aboriginal indigenous, when the Native Americans came out and started speaking their language to them, right? it was, they had no smoke. For them, the only smoke they had when they finally made down there and somebody spoke to them was black immigrants. They literally went in there and started talking to the Mexicans about, talking to the Hispanics. Well, they don't speak for us. They're not our lineage. If they don't go, so it's hard. It's hard, and I understand what Mr. Untouchable was saying. So it's hard to be race first and deal with somebody like that and say, I stand with them. I won't go against them, but I could see I don't give a damn what the Latinos do to them. How about that? I'm just
No,
being
like
honest.
that's what I'm saying though. Like why because like yo, MG2 points out all the time, they are way more Pan-African than we are. Do you think they're singling out the people who just say they're ADOS? And that's, how is that any different from the ADOS people saying, well, that's the Haitians getting whipped at the border? It's not. That's literally the same thing.
No, it's not. Because people that's Pan-African didn't come out and say, if you ADOS, we or FBA, we don't care about you. If you're ADOS or FBA,
But you're
get away
saying you
from
don't
us.
care if the
And
like
speak.
what you don't. You just say you don't care though.
No, I say we didn't come out saying it. I say so they put themselves in that position. Pan-Africanism is dead. And if you have a Pan-Africanism mindset and they tell you you're dead, so that means I'm dead to you. You can't tell me I'm dead. Now you want to resurrect the dead because you need help. No, sometimes you have to learn the hard way. That's my
But
take
that's
on it.
their argument to Pan-Africans, because they're trying to say other people have not been there for them. That's literally their argument. That's like black men saying, "Oh, well, black women did this and this and this," and black women coming back, "Well, you shouldn't have did this and this and this." Like we're on this perpetual thing. Like, you know what I'm
No,
saying?
that's
Like
not their
that's
argument.
literally the same thing.
Their argument is to prove that they're just completely different. We have our own lineage. We have our own culture. We are nothing like them. We are different, and none of them should have no say so when they come here. As if when people see Tanzan, as if they don't see Tanzan the same as me and my family. They see us the same. So
I get that
when
part,
you
but
go, when you separate, like, and I'm gonna tell you another thing with me, right? I'm not one of the people, you ain't gonna ever hear me talk about white people owe us reparations. Well, if they owe you reparations, let's go get it. I'm tired of begging white folks. I done said that too. That's another one of the things that they owe us reparations. Well, if they haven't given it to you in all these years, seems like it's time to create a plan to go take it. So since you don't want to fight them because you don't think you can do nothing with them, so therefore the people who want reparations have to create reparations and give to themselves. And I'm not with no organization that gonna say, I don't deal with people that gonna say, we have proven, talking about do for self, it has proven that we can't do for self. We need them to do it for us.
yo, I get all that. I'm not disagreeing with none of that. But what I'm saying is, when you get to the point where you say, well, I don't care what these Mexicans do to them, you know what I'm saying? Because that's on them. Hold your own nuts. You're literally saying the same thing as when they said, and I don't agree when they, that's my point. I don't agree with either side. You know what I'm saying? Like, because let's be real, Bakari, like, yo, there is people who come here who do be cooning, like the lady in Virginia, but there's people who be cool, like, and then there's people from here that be cooning, and you know, like I said, like people, like we get, this is just a new tribal division that's been going on. It's just in a new face these days. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, and even the people, and I think that is all BS because number one, like when you, if you say go to the ADOS people, well, I have this project to help black people in America somewhere, you know what I'm saying, to do something for their water or this and that. How do you think they're going to get more support if you say that, or if you show a video about beef, you know what I'm saying? And then if you're Pan-African, you should want to help those people there anyway, you know what I'm saying? That's why I think that it's just an argument that we can use so we don't have to focus on the real issues, you know what I'm saying? That's
So
why I don't get caught
you
up.
ever heard of the term tough love? You ever heard of the term tough love forecast?
But they think that's what they're
I'm
doing.
asking,
That's
have
what I'm
you ever
trying
heard
to
of the
tell
term?
you.
You ever heard of the term tough love?
Yes, and that's what
So
that's what ADOS think they're
now
doing
they
to
on their
Pan-African.
own. They're gonna have to get some touch. See, I got kids, I got grandkids. See, for me, it didn't just stay on social media. When I have some people walk up to me and tell me you shouldn't deal with your grandson because his mama Haitian. See, it ain't just social media for me. You understand? I literally had those people come tell me you shouldn't deal with your grandson because his mama Haitian and he just gonna take from real he gonna take from real ADOS. So it ain't just social media for me. I have dealt with these people off social media. My kids gonna have Trinidadian, what they're calling lineage, nothing but African people, but ancestors that come from Trinidad. And when we talk about that, you know what? They ain't part of they can't be fully FBA. Just you, I'm not FBA or ADOS. I'm neither one of that. I'm Pan-African, and under Pan-African, we don't care what initials that you use. You can use any initial that you want because we believe working under the same banner. So it's gonna be different for me when I have dealt with people personally who want to tell me about my grandson and about my kids and about my late wife and how they shouldn't be a part, and have someone tell me that who believing in this ADOS FBA that if your family was able to keep some of its land, I don't talk about reparations, no way, but I just ask questions. If your family kept some of its land, when reparations come, you shouldn't get reparations. So when you talk to these people off of social media, you get the same energy of how they feel about you while you're trying to relate and deal with them and be cool with them. You get the same energy. So for me, they'll just have to get some tough love, and I'm just being honest.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Bakari, and that's literally making that same argument. That's my point. Like, yo, and like, do you think that like there hasn't been like Africans that came over here and like was mean to me, like, you know, like, but I'm not gonna say all of them like that. No, like, you can't put this whole group into that, and that's the difference with you. That's why I don't really have that conversation with you, and I can, you know what I'm saying, deal with you, because you're not gonna be like, because I would ask you, you know, like, if that lady, like, if we raised enough money in Alabama, she'd be like, well, you know what? I am ADOS. Like, we installed the tank, and somehow y'all talk about y'all ideologies, which is crazy, because like I can introduce a Pan-African to an ADOS person who both believe in having a platform for Black people, you know what I'm saying? But then it'll be good until they talk about their ideologies. But I know you wouldn't be like, well, lady, I'm not gonna help you because you're ADOS. But then there are people that is, you know what I'm saying? Like that dude that came on your channel, he haven't even been back since. But he thought we was talking negative about it, and we was doing nothing but talking positive about it. And he came on there with the smoke, and there are a lot of people who do come on with the smoke, you know what I'm saying? And I think that a lot of people give people passes on both sides of the aisle, you know what I'm saying? We don't call out all these people, you know what I'm saying, on both sides. And I think that is all crazy, but I don't even get into it. I let y'all have that out, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's just me.
My thing is, right, what I say is, I'm gonna be honest, it's let me see, I'm trying to think of one that I've met that's not or even talked to on social media that want to deal with someone. How can you deal with people that and their whole goal is to tell you that you're dead? I don't get that. So I believe in tough love. I do tough love with my kids. I believe in tough love. And since they want to be kids to white folks, let's see if the white folks want to go help them. Or let's see. Yep. Go ahead, MG2.
There was something that you guys had said that really reminded me of some of the story. It's something that happened. I don't know if you guys remember it. It happened a while back, and I always say that every other race is a Pan-Africanist, but Africans, because we'll find some way of tribally of separating ourselves in order to prove ourselves to these other races that are Pan-African. In other words, they see us all as N-words, and we see ourselves as N-words, because of the fact that, you know, they're more Pan-Africanists because all they see is one collective of folks that they need to conquer. And it just kind of got me in this thing that happened a while back. I don't know if you've ever heard, it was a story about this little warthog by the name of Wilbur. You know, those little warthogs that are over there in, like in Kenya, you know, and they're going out there, they're over there in like Rwanda and Burundi. I think they're in Burundi. I know they're in like Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. They got these, but this little warthog, his name was Wilbur, and I don't know if you guys remember, but he was pretty cool. Matter of fact, you know, it was a really cool warthog. You know, when it was time for him to do things, you know, he would go and help out and whatnot. But what had happened at this one time is, for some odd reason, you know, the warthogs were separated. Some folks, you know, they had taken part of that. They don't know if they got kidnapped or if the lions came and got, but they were separated from the warthog, you know, the little pack of warthogs at one time. And then what happened was, for some odd reason, I guess, I don't know if they escaped or whatever, but it took years and generations. These other warthogs came back. So the warthogs were back together for a minute, and Wilbur was with them. He was hanging out there, like, hey, what's up, bro? And I'm just hanging out, and you know how the warthogs look, talking like pigs and whatnot. And for some odd reason, that pack of warthogs that they haven't seen each other, they were kind of suspicious of one another. And so what had happened is they started, I must be better because I lived amongst lions and I know what they do and this and that. And the other warthog was, look, man, I've been here at warthog town all the time. Y'all can't tell me nothing. But then they started to combat each other on not each other's strengths, but how one was a little better or more important or what more knowledgeable than the other. And it got so bad. I mean, it got really bad to where they would never help each other out. Things were just, warthog society was going buck wild. And Wilbur went up to Elder. And because it was like Wilbur was in the warthogs that were kind of like hanging out, and Terry was part of the warthogs. Terry Nashad was part of the warthogs that were kidnapped. And Terry Nashad, he was just hanging out there. He just knew everything. Because he had been with Lion Society and Giraffe Society. He was not with Warthog Society, but he had created a name for himself in the Terry Nashad. He was like, hey man, I'm doing this and that and the other. But Wilbur was like, he went up to the elder and he said, look man, I'm trying to get these idiots to think that to know that we're warthogs. And the elder said, don't worry about that. Circumstance will do it for you. And Wilbur was pissed off. He was like, look, man, I do not, man, they're going to have to learn. I want them to, if they get eaten by all the lions, they're going to learn because I don't care. And the elder turned over to Wilbur and said, don't worry about it. Circumstance will teach them. They'll teach them that they have no other choice but to know they're warthogs and that they're going to have to fight as warthogs against whatever predators out there. But Wilbur wasn't going to have it. Wilbur was like, damn it. I mean, these, Terry Nashad and all his, and Adonis was the other warthogs. He was like, look, man, those idiots are going to get us all killed. The elder said, look, man, Wilbur, I like your heart. I like your warrior spirit. But circumstance is going to teach them. They'll all figure out sooner or later they're warthogs. So then one day, the warthogs that were kidnapped, they were doing their thing. And all of a sudden, see, leopards like to hunt alone, but for some odd reason, there was like a drought. So these leopards were hungry. They were hungrier than they've ever been hungry in their entire lives. And so all of a sudden, the leopards went over there to those warthogs that were kidnapped, and he saw Terry Nashad and Adonis and all those others. And they were like, man, this is going to be a feast. And then Wilbur was like, see, I told you, man, they're going to get eaten. But then the elder said, I told you about circumstance. What do you think's going to happen if there's not enough food over there? They're going to come over here and eat us. And Wilbur was like, whoa, man, I kind of. So the elder said, it might behoove you, no matter how much, whatever happens, they're going to figure out their warthogs whether they want to or not. And they're going to come running over here saying, help me, help me, help me. We're going to get eaten. And we know ourselves that if we don't develop a plan with these idiots that don't know their warthogs, the leopards are going to eat them all. So what the elder did is he got with Wilbur, with Terry Nashad and Adonis and all these other idiots. He said, let's make a trap. And we're going to put these little bamboo things in the trap. And we're going to put these in there, before the leopards. But what we're going to do is we're going to have, because the leopards are already going after Terry and Nashad. They're getting ready to eat. He says, what we want you to do, we've already made a trap over here. The elder told the Wilbur and said, let's make this little trap. And they're going to draw them to us. And of course, because self-preservation is going to make these warthogs figure they're warthogs. They started running back to Wilbur's warthog pack and the elders were, they're coming to get us. Oh my God, what do we do? But these traps were only enough for warthogs to jump, but the leopards could not. And as they were jumping and running back home to a home they forgot that they didn't want to be, they went ahead and saw that all those leopards got those spears and they got impaled and killed all the leopards. That was the day when circumstance taught Terry Nashad, Adonis, and everyone else that they were warthogs again. Don't worry about it, Brother Bakari. They're going to learn one way or the other, whether it's from a cop's gun or from no reparations or anything else. No matter what they want to call themselves, they're going to be warthogs, whether they think so or not. I'll pass the mic.
Yo,
That
yo,
was a
that's
great analogy. So yeah, you leave it alone. They don't. And this maybe this situation will let them know, or maybe not, because Joe Biden said the African American gonna have to start working with the Hispanic. Seem like the African American gonna have to start working for and begging the Hispanic if we don't get ourselves together, because that's literally what they did when they went marching up there. Y'all have no black people working in your radio station. You have none of us up here being no interns or anything inside of your radio station. The radio station is Hispanic owned. Like I took my truck yesterday. It was too wet. Didn't couldn't rain. So the closest place to me that could do somewhere, a lot of folks don't want to work. And my one brother who I know would do it. He's so busy because of his contracts, right? So I took it to a Mexican spot, man. I need my CB installed. I took it up there yesterday morning at 9 o'clock. He says it's a 25-minute job. I go back up there today. I took it up there yesterday morning, 9 o'clock. I go up there today, this evening at 3. It ain't done. Go back at 6:30. It ain't done. But I noticed everything that he's doing is any Hispanic come in there just automatically get in front of my truck. So what I did was I said, man, give me my key. You gonna bring it over here? No, I just got my key because my truck's not parked on their property. And I left. And what I did was I came home and I figured out how to make my CB work, because I need a CB for some of the work that I do. Like on Fred Flintstone, when you go down in the rock quarry, right? On Fred Flintstone, they worked in the rock quarry. I literally have to go in the rock quarries a lot, and they're so big, so you have to communicate on the CB and make my job better and easier. What I did was I'm not begging them to take my money. Because see, they understand whether they Mexican, Guatemalan, or like they do the American Cholo, whatever the hell his name is, American Burrito, he's Honduras. Whether they Mexican, Guatemalan, Honduras, or whatever, they understand that they're Latino, and that's what he spoke for. FBA understand that they are FBA and they want to believe it's fake history. Let's get a hidden history museum because we the Aboriginal indigenous, and I'm going to separate myself from everybody else. So right now they are in a position, they say the dominant, that's what they call white people, the dominant society. So they're being dominated. The white supremacists is the smartest people on earth. So now they see that the Mexicans is against them, even though they wanted to try to create some type of black and brown coalition, but it didn't work for them, right? So now they see the Mexicans against them. Then when you see the Native Americans come out, the Indians, the real Indians come out, and they are against them. So eventually you're going to have to understand, you're going to have to deal with the people like you, or you just going to be on your own and you end up getting slaughtered. Because right now, for me, this is the circumstance, that this is the situation they're going to have to show them. Because for me, it's time for them to just get some tough love. And they can have any initial that they want. Under a Pan-African banner, we don't stop you from being Christian, Muslim, Moor, Hebrew, anybody who believe in that and follow, and we work in Garveyism. We don't even care about the titles. The people with the other initials got away. That's what Pan-Africanism is. Work together abroad. We start where we are, we work abroad. They got away. So now it's okay if they come back. Hopefully this situation showed them, damn, it's strength in numbers and we need to come back. I hear the mic.
yo, yeah, but Bakari, yo, that's the thing. Like, when you, to me, when you start getting into the territory of you being less Pan African than everybody else, where you like, well, I'll let them, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I don't have nothing to do with it, this black person, whatever. Like, to me, like, yo, with the story, that's like, how would the Beavers be able to succeed if both sides was like, well, you got to learn the hard way, you know what I'm saying? Well, you get what you deserve. I don't got nothing to do with it. How could they have formulated that plot to kill the lepers? Like, each group would have got killed individually, you know what I'm saying? But they had to put aside their differences, you know what I'm saying, regardless of what the other person believed, you know what I mean? And as far as speaking, being a leader, sometimes you may have to sacrifice and do things, you know what I'm saying, like that you may not want to do, or like whatever, but I'll pass the mic.
I hate to agree with you, Focus, today, but on this one, I sort of do.
You ain't gotta hate it, Tanzan. You agree with me yesterday too, Tanzan. That's the wrong thing to disagree to be the first disagreement, Tanzan.
So look, so let's use military once again for example. You're right, leaders, they do things sometimes
But
that they
sorry,
don't.
sorry to interrupt, but before I do, I would just like to take a second to acknowledge and appreciate EL. I don't know if it's she or he, but he had some. Please let me know in the comments. But you have some really great points, and very apt, very relevant to the conversation. It would be great, if one day you can come on. But I do appreciate your input. So thank you, EL. Yes, go ahead, Brother Bakari.
Okay, look, watch this, right? So I'm gonna use military for example, right? Because I was in this man's military. So I've seen them do stuff that they don't want to do. But when you do stuff that you don't want to do, you end up getting what you want out of the deal. You understand? So people need them. When they went to Afghanistan and helped the Afghans put $3 billion into a war over in Afghanistan, they were able to get all that opium. So whenever this military, the leaders here of their country here, whenever they do something, they're not doing it just to do it. They do it because there's a benefit in it for them. Until people understand that we're gonna be the same, until people understand that okay, this is what we're gonna have to do. Now, I ain't telling nobody to do what I do. You understand? But for me, it's time for them to get some self-love. Those same people that want me to stop dealing with my grandson because his mom is Haitian. Those same people that got problems with my wife, my late wife, and what happened with my kids because they got Trini roots, some Trinidadian roots on and a little Afro Venezuelan roots on a mama side. Those same people, they gonna have to come because I ain't rushing to their rescue. It's time for tough love. That's my take on it. It's time for some tough love. They're gonna have to figure out who they are and what they are, quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yo, but Bakari, so why did you correct the Mexican dude when he was talking to Tariq Nasheed then when you did your video?
I didn't correct him for talking about Tariq Nasheed. I corrected him when he said black people were nothing but slaves. While they were fighting in the 1800s, they freed themselves, and we were just fighting.
Almost like he see Tariq Nasheed as just one big Negro like the rest of us, right? Like he's not just talking to ADOS, he's talking to black people as a whole because they're more Pan-African than us.
You asked me what I corrected. I didn't care what he said about Tariq Nasheed. I corrected when he said yes, and he was talking to all black folks when he was.
Who you think he's talking to when he talked to Tariq Nasheed though, Bakari? He's not just talking to him.
No, when he said y'all were nothing but slaves, that went to Tariq Nasheed. While we was fighting and free, and we have our own country, Carnal. So what I did was Carnal. I decided to say I'm going to show where he's lying at. So while they were struggling and being oppressed in their own country, it was African people that went over. It was African people over there that was able to defeat the Spanish in a lot of those countries and help them get free. That's why I stopped it because he said I didn't correct nothing he said about calling Tariq Nasheed a ghetto coon. I ain't say nothing about none of that because that didn't matter to me.
But I don't know if you noticed it, Bakari. You just went against your own thing because you stood up to somebody else for going at FBA. So you really wasn't just saying about because when he says black people this and you think even though he says Tariq Nasheed name, you think he's just talking about Tariq Nasheed or is he talking about black people?
When he said Tariq Nasheed, you are a ghetto coon, he was talking to Tariq Nasheed. That had nothing to do with
you. I don't think he think black people is just
that had nothing. When he said that had nothing to do with me. Forecast, you're gonna have to learn to choose your battles. Now I ain't telling nobody to do like me.
You
went against your own argument because you took up for him. Like that was an Pan-African thing to do. That's a shout out to you. I'm shouting you out.
I just told you what I took up for. And I made sure I let people know that
Exactly.
Gaspar Younger was African. And
But
that's
Bakari, which one of them? So show me the one person who just directs it to one black person and says ghetto coon and is only talking to the one specific person, or they directing it at all of us. That's why you took up for him,
what
Bakari.
he said is, Tariq Nasheed, I'm talking to you. You're a ghetto coon. That's what he said. That's why I didn't try to correct when he said Tariq Nasheed was a ghetto coon. That didn't bother me at all. But what bothered me was when he tried to act like our ancestors. That was in South America, Mexico.
Bakari, that energy don't come from nowhere, Bakari.
No. Yeah, it came from when I heard him disrespect people like Gaspar Younger, people like Juan Garrido. I didn't give a damn about Tariq Nasheed or FBA. I'm telling you what I was at. Now, Forecast, you better learn to choose your battles, because as far as I'm concerned, FBA need to learn who they are. And if they don't learn who they are, I'm just being honest. Like I said, I believe in tough love.
Yeah, tough love enough to take up for Tariq. I'm sorry, MD2.
No, I'm sorry. Something kind of hit me. And I got to thank EL, because EL put this African proverb in there that's just incredible. I mean, I love African proverbs. There was I try to at least listen or watch one every day. But there was something that EL said, that it says 2 men in a burning house must not stop to argue. That's one of my favorite African proverbs. And it got me thinking in terms of what you guys are talking about with this. I mean, a lot of folks know I have no love for this Tariq Nasheed character. I think he's an idiot. Okay, I think he's a chief idiot, and so is the so-called FBA program. I think it's, again, those are warthogs that are fixing to get eaten by leopards, who are definitely going to be running to try to go ahead and trap leopards. We know that. One thing that I do know is that Mexican, or whatever, the Hispanic or whatever, they called him a ghetto coon, which I laugh. And I'm thankful he did, and I wish he would do it again. And I think that he should yell it, that Mexican should yell it in Spanish and every dialect of Spanish on the rooftop. Because what he did, irrespective of how I feel about Tariq Nasheed, is the fact that he used the term coon means he's at war with all black folk, no matter where it is. What he did is he confirmed that he is our enemy. That Mexican confirmed, just the word ghetto, he confirmed, I am at war. In other words, I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I'm going to kill all you N-words. That's the moment he said coon, or ghetto coon, it doesn't matter. He's saying, look, don't you Negroes know I'm at war with y'all. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Pan-African. I don't care if you're Gaspar Younger. I don't care who you are. I'm here to kill you. And that's what I appreciated what this Mexican said. Because what it did is it told me, as Wilbur, saying, look, man, these leopards are going to eat us all regardless of where we are, or what we think of ourselves, or what we think of each other. They're going to eat us. That's what they do. And as an elder, and not Wilbur, I have to go in and say, wait a minute. It's not just calling us ghetto coon. That's just him saying, look, I'm at war. He could have called us gods. He could have called us the most important people. He could have said that we're the best things on walking on the earth. Just the fact that he is not of us as African, to me, no matter what he says, Brother Bakari, no matter what he says, Forecast, he's at war. And thus, I got to be at war with him, no matter good, bad, or other. Whatever he says about us, all I'm saying is, irrespective of what he says is immaterial to me, I still have to fight him being a Mexican. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, that's a fact. And Bakari, and why I would be in the foxhole with you, because even though you said what you said, you still was right there to talk about Gaspar Younger. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I was correcting his misinformation. One thing for sure.
Corrected that Tariq Nasheed. You should have let it go.
One thing for sure, two things for certain, and the third one is a fact, and they all the same thing. They gonna FBA ADOs, they gonna learn some tough love from me. Now they ain't gotta learn from nobody else, but from me, you have to get a little tough love.
I don't know, Bakari. That was pretty apologetic to talk about Gaspar Younger on a video where he called him. You might, unless you're giving him an N-word pass, could he call Tariq Nasheed the N-word?
Oh, I don't know. I ain't hear that video.
So what's the difference between the ghetto coon and the N-word?
Well, don't know about. I'm gonna tell you. So let me show you something, right? I'm gonna tell you about me, and this is something my son and my friends in the barbershop say, right? I'm not the N-word, right? So anybody who go around and use that word, on a
We ain't ghetto coons either.
let me finish. So anybody who go around and use that word all the time, and disrespectful to black people by calling them the N-word, they have accepted the fact that that's what they are. So if they call, you want to know the honest truth, shit. If they call Tariq Nasheed that, don't nobody call black people that more than Tariq Nasheed. Nobody. Nobody is disrespectful to black people more than Tariq Nasheed. Nobody.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think. David Duke, whoever the leader of the clan, he could call Tariq
Nobody
Nasheed
is more
N-word right
disrespectful.
now, and you
I
wouldn't
don't
take
know.
it
I
as
ain't never heard it. I'm gonna say it like this. They probably say it, but I ain't never heard them say it. But I know who I hear say it all the time.
well, if you heard him say it, you would do something about it, or you would just be like, well, that's Tariq. Oh well, you know.
Look, I'm
There's
not
no right
fighting.
or wrong, Bakari. I'm not gonna say
I'm
that.
not fighting.
I'm
I'm
gonna be
not
quiet.
fighting for Tariq.
And we
Now, I
don't
ain't
need to say anything online, so that's cool. But yeah, he wouldn't like it at all. Let's just say that. But
Exactly.
in terms of, this is something I was thinking about earlier. I know we talked about the leaders and so on, and the need for a strong and benevolent dictator leader. What about the idea of a leaderless people? Do you think that we need a leader? Because not all, progressions have leaders. Not all cults or movements have leaders. And as we have seen in the past, if you concentrate your power, I was talking about the power vacuum, but also the concentration of power. The reason why that vacuum occurs is because it's concentrated in one person. Do you think that we people can, firstly, can we unite under the identity of who we are as a people, whatever we say we are, whatever names we want to apply to ourselves? That's the first question. And then the second one is, if we cannot, can we still move forward without a leader, or without an obvious leadership? Yes.
I would say no. You can't move forward without leadership. Every animal, everybody gonna have leadership. You need leadership. We're mammals. We're pack animals. That's why we like to go be around one another.
Yeah,
We
but
are.
who's the leader of the Mexicans? They seem to be
The
Europeans.
Hispanic, the Hispanic,
good one.
the Hispanic Congressional Caucus. If you read their thing, they tell you they are here for their people. That's what they tell you. They're not interested in everybody. We don't have leaders because our so-called politicians believe that we have to work for everybody. That's my take on it. That's why I think we don't have it. So their leaders, just like anybody else, just like white folks, whoever, their leaders is their politicians. But then, of course, they have group leaders and they have organization leaders. Cause like, and I've been saying I'm gonna do this, but they look at me real funny. We don't have words. I took a couple of pictures, but I'm gonna still go down and record and do that project. Yes, they have leaders. That's why you're able to see a Mexican grocery store right next to a Salvadoran grocery store, right next to a Guatemalan grocery store with something, I think a Dominican owning the laundromat and one owning something else. So yes, they have leaders, they have leadership. That's why they are able to do that's why they are moved more like a cohesive unit than we are a leaderless people. And once you look at us and you see how we do, you will see uh the lack of leadership amongst us in our community, because we move like a leaderless people. We move like we're lost. When, in all honesty, when it comes down to it, we move like a group of people with no direction. We have no idea where we're going because there is no leadership, and we reject leadership And then the social media people have become the leadership. So they will say, lead themselves. So if everybody going to lead themselves, what's the purpose of talking about coming together and uniting and organizing? So if I'm going to lead, if everybody's leading themselves, you'll never come together as a unit, ever. I yield the mic.
That's quite the interesting question there, TZ, and I love that question. And it goes back to what I said about sometimes a leader doesn't even want to be a leader, but the tribe says, no, you've done so well for us. You've kept the tribe surviving. You're going to lead. And what I mean by that is leadership in and of itself is quite organic. And for us, unfortunately, it's in a paradoxical situation. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of. And what I mean by that is one has to ask, are Black folks even ready for a leader? In other words, is that tribe to a point where they have someone who is so dedicated to sacrifice everything that they've done, even if they don't want to be a leader, they've done everything to make sure we've secured our destiny to where they're saying, look, you're going to lead us regardless of whether you want to or not. Sometimes we gravitate toward leadership because of the fact of either a fallback or a default way of saying, well, we can't lead ourselves. I'm not saying that a leaderless people will not survive or will survive. I'm just saying it's a paradoxical situation. When you can say, well, if everybody's leader, we'll never come together. But in a ways, it's kind of, are those folks even ready for a leader? It's like, well, can they even, can they operate? Should they have someone who sacrifices themselves for the survival of the group? Are they even going to propel that person to leadership, saying, look, you've kept us alive, we're going to keep you here, in a Dr. John Henrik Clarke fashion. But then, in the other words, it's like, well, how are you going to survive if you don't have direction or quote unquote dictation of someone who can sacrifice? So it is very paradoxical when I think about that. It definitely is something to think about, but it kind of gives me, a little bit of pause and saying, wait a minute. How it's not just the fact that black folks, it's like giving a child or giving a 1-year-old hiking boots when they haven't learned to walk, or they haven't walked yet, or might not know they can walk. And I'm not saying Black folks are 1-year-old, but I have to say, with all the, with the condition we've been in for the last 2,000 seasons at least, like the book, I don't know if you've read that book, 2,000 Seasons, but in the last 2,000 seasons, I have to say that clearly we shown ourselves that we are ready to have a leader, or have we tried to produce one? Or do we even think of wanting one? Or are we going to be one ourselves? In the last 2,000 seasons, which is close to 500 some plus years, it is definitely not shown that leadership or the concept of leadership as a priority. And so, can you blame the tribe, or can you blame those that have been leaders, or at least tried to be leaders, or those that took them down? I mean, I shouldn't even say blame. I should say, where's the responsibility at that? Of what's the causation of us in the condition we are as Africans right now in terms of leadership? So I have to ask myself, I'm glad you said that, TZ, because, being paradoxical, yes, I can understand that there is definitely, and when I see others and how they've controlled their destiny, they definitely had a measure of leadership or dictator or somebody that they've propelled to the forefront to say, look, you've done so much for us. Look at Hitler back in the 30s. When the stormtroopers and everyone else were coming out, just the fact that they brought them economic surplus, the crowd said, look, man, you guys are going to be leaders. I don't care what the Kaiser and anyone says. I want that toothpick mustache wearing neo-Nazi to be our leader because of what he's done for his tribe. But then I have to ask, as an African concept, as us, have we, as a tribe, because we definitely have a vacuum that needs to be filled, and that vacuum is our success. Have we propelled somebody to be a leader? Somebody that, even if they don't want to be one, that individual's done so much for us to make sure we're in control of our destiny that, hey, I don't care if you're working for, Biden, or if you're a trash collector, you've done so much to collect, to control our destiny, to make sure we're secure and we're not subjected to anyone else. You're going to lead us. I have to ask myself, have we ever done that? Or are we doing that? Or do we even want to do that? And then those who want to lead, I have to say, are you ready, like a leader, and pursue the enemy to, like, give your life, Give your passions. Give everything that you do right now. I don't care where you work. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you spend. Are you ready to give it all up right now to pursue that enemy, the enemy of the African race? Sacrifice yourself and everything you are to make sure, whether you're ADOS, Pan-African, FB, or whatever, to make sure that we win and we come on top, that we're on top as a tribe. Again, like I said, it's very paradoxical, TZ, but it's definitely something to think about. I'll pass the mic.
Yo, I'll say this. And yo, MD2, that's why you to go. You surprised me with your answer. I thought you was going to agree with Bakari, and yo, but your right is probably correct. Bakari is like, yes, you're kind of middle ground. So I'm and low key, I agree with Bakari. I understand completely where Bakari is coming from, but I'm gonna still give my answer. It's like, no, you don't need a leader. I'm gonna go with the no. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, like, number one, I know just for me, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, why do you need somebody to tell you, like, yo, I never got this? Like, well, people need, and no disrespect to nobody religious beliefs. And yo, I just being apologetic again, Tanzan, and I'm sorry for being apologetic. But like, why do you need a Bible to tell you how to live your life? You know what I'm saying? Well, why do you need somebody to tell you your morals? Why do you need somebody to tell you what you need to do? You know what I'm saying? And me personally, I think that people can make their own decisions. You know what I'm saying? I get that we are a tribe, we're a pack, you know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 but I don't know. Like, for me, I guess I'm different because I've never necessarily needed a pack or whatever, like, to me, that's different. Is an adjustment, like, I guess it's like only kid syndrome. Like, my sister is like 10 years older and one 10 years younger, maybe that's what it is. But like, I really believe that people doing their own lane, staying in their own lane, is if they have the right mentality. But that's the same thing with the leadership. If they have the right mentality, like, it's people like, I think that education is key, so I'm going to build a school. Or I think that food is key, so I'm going to build a school. Everybody has their own ideologies and stuff like that. And then the thing is, we get a kick out of tearing down each other's ideologies as more than anything, Like, you don't need somebody to tell you what to do, how to live, what to be, you can do that, and even with leadership, we're going to argue about who should be the leader and all of that, like, I really think that I have faith in the people, you know what I'm saying? I'm average. I'm just an average person, you know what I'm saying? I have faith in myself and I have faith that we can do it. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. I understand that when it comes to like politics and stuff, but I believe that people should have a choice on certain things. Like when Learning Curve said, like, so that there's never a divide. I don't think that the people should totally be ignored. Like, at least have a vote and not some electoral college kind of vote, but a real vote where it counts. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's a certain law that we want to pass, I believe in letting the people have a say, like, but not controlling it. And I don't believe in one person having sole control, because like that is, like, I haven't never agreed with nobody 100%. And if you tell me, like, not to even take it there, but like I said, I could be mad, apologize, but like with the jab, like, if you the dictator and like, we got to get this jab, or I'm taking your baby away. Hell no. Now I'm about to come and unroll you and make a new democracy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know if I was that, I would be the person trying to tear that shit down. I'll pass the mic.
So let me ask you a question, KWAZ. You say, yeah, you need a leader, but you're still kind of against it a little bit, right?
Right.
So how would you have a military? Who gonna lead your military? Because you ain't got no leader. So what, you just gonna have 100,000 people running around with guns, no training, no nothing? I ain't got to train. You can't lead me and make me train. So that's what would end up happening. Now look at our society and look at us today. That's basically shit. What are we doing? I'm saying everything is being pack animals. And y'all don't take the word animal as a bad thing. I know some people do, but it's being pack animals, right?
I'm a Homo sapien anyway.
Yeah, the human species. It's different species. That's our species, Homo sapien. They species Neanderthal. But anyway, so that's where the leadership. That's where other places where leadership will come in at, because leaders organize, and all of that gonna have to be organized. And if you don't have no leader and everybody is just leading themselves, look at us as a people throughout this country, our neighborhoods. I don't know if we can find a community, because I label them a little different. If we can't find many. But look at our neighborhoods and look if you see any leadership that's doing any organizing, because people have listened to the stuff saying we don't need leaders. Then you go to other people, communities, right? And look and see how you see what other species of human is doing, and see if they have, because something have organized them. And do you think it's leader, or all them just got the mindset on their own that we gonna be the same and we gonna work together regardless? And if that's how it is, and if that's how you feel, so then it'll be back to, we think black people, we must just be the dumbest people on earth then, because everybody don't think that same way. Now, I don't think we're the dumbest people on earth. I think what we lack is proper leadership. There's a difference in leadership and proper leadership. And I think that's what black people lack. I think that's what we are lacking right now as a whole, is proper leadership.
So now you got to tell me how to breathe. Thank you, Bakari.
What that got to do with breathing?
Wow.
What does that have to do with breathing?
Yeah, I think I understand where you're headed, Brother Bakari. One thing that I have to say is, did the tribe produce that leader? And that, to me, it's like, again, that holistic view. I don't just look at it as we need a leader because of. My thing is, as a holistic African, have we produced somebody out there that can lead us? Because we need him because of. And it's, like I said, it's very paradoxical, and it could be considered recursive, but it's very true. Africans produce their leader. Okay, and that leader is not sometimes, is many times, someone who didn't even know that they even have the qualifications. But because of their activities, because of their sacrifice, because of their commitment, and that is just natural to them. So therefore, yes, I can understand. Yes, there is a need for somebody who has that to go ahead and help guide the tribe, or guide the people, or guide the race to greatness. Okay, there is a need for that. My thing is also the village, the tribe, the group, the race, or whatever has to produce them. And until there's this symbiotic relationship and the agreeable relationship between leader and whatever, leaderlessness is going to happen whether you want it or not. Okay, the need or the thought or the wish or the demand for a leadership, you ain't gonna have one regardless if you don't produce it from the tribe, or even if the tribe doesn't even recognize that that it's from them that they have to produce that leader from. Whether we think so or not, or what we think is the need, is because leaderlessness is going to be where they're at, which is clearly where we are right now as a people for a very long time. My thing is to try to foster that leadership, to go ahead and get that person or be that person that will go ahead and have the commitment, the sacrifice, and to make sure that they'll have the activities of someone who's saying, even if they don't want to be a leader, they're just doing what a leader does. And I think that'll kind of answer your question. In other words, like the elder said to Wilbur, I think circumstance is going to figure it out for him. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, and let me say, I don't disagree with Bakari on the leadership thing. Like, and it's surprising to me how many people are looking for it. It's a brother, my good brother, Time to Work. You know what I'm saying? He be calling me King Quattro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'd be like, don't call me that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're the leader of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, every person has the ability, because no leader that you pick, because guess what? Guess who decides the leader? You decide the leader. So no matter what you say or do, you're the one that's picking it. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to get outside of that. You are the person who's making the decisions for your life. You know what I'm saying? And
But, before I forget, let me just say one thing about this leader versus leaderless. What interests me about this whole movement is that there is a leader, but there's no leader, because what they keep saying is that nobody's our leader, it's the lineage or whatever. So it's like they do, but they don't. So that's why I was asking whether a movement is more successful nowadays under a leaderless structure, half and half, but under a not so obvious leaderless structure, because that also throws off the the opposition or the target. It diffuses the target. So and I know that you're saying that the Mexicans do have a leader, but it's not like one person. There maybe have, like you said, there's a board or a chamber. There may be a group of them in a particular community. There may be somebody opening a store and so on, but there's no one person that they all get their directives from. So even with the FBI, I think they have learned to disassociate themselves with the leader, because the bad thing with leaders is that they're fallible when they're still alive. And that's the difference. I think one of the difference between a cult and a religion is that a religion, the leader is dead, and the cult is the guy is still alive. So, once somebody is dead, you can, recreate their story however you like. But when somebody is still alive, they still run the risk of, not living up to their, their promise, or disappointing people, or just being taken out. So when you have somebody who's a leader who's alive, because there are also dead leaders of religions and movements and so on, but when you have one who's alive, you almost have to either have somebody who is near perfect, or somebody who will not take, because you're talking about, if the people really want somebody to lead and yet that person refuses leadership, what can you do with that? Because that's what it seems to me with this new movement, that the people who are at the forefront are almost putting their hands off of it and saying, well, we influence, but we don't lead. So we're now sort of entering the era of influencers versus actual leaders. And so, sorry to be long-winded, but so the other thing I was asking, the first question I was asking is, do we really have a unified identity where a leader can emerge to even lead the people?
Hey, can I say something right quick with so forecast so we can finish?
Yes.
When you just said something about the Mexicans, right? And I mentioned all the grocery stores, right? I had this dude, me and him was real cool, right? He started his, I forget what he did, and I did pressure washing, right? So, but what we did is we used to see each other. That's how we became cool. We used to see each other at the store all the time, getting coffee in the morning. And so that what we were cool at the store. And I saw his business go from a week pickup truck, not a week, but to 2 big cargo vans. And so, and I asked him how you get that money. So in a sense, their church is also part of their leadership, because they can make deals. And this is God tell me where he got his money. They can make deals with their church. So he made a deal with his church and got him a $50,000 loan from the church. When it comes to leaders, we have to choose our own leadership. We have to stop letting media. We have to stop letting other people, like MG2 said and like Forecast said, we're gonna choose the leader. We have to start choosing our own leaders. Don't let TV give us Al Sharpton anymore. We can't let TV because the leader of FBA was on Fox News a couple times. Can't let TV choose your leader. We choose our leaders because we know, like like MG2 said, we know who's good for us spiritually, like he's saying, a holistic. We know who's good for us. We know who want what we want and who's gonna stand there and be there with us. We know this. So since we know this, we choose our leader and reject those things and reject those people that they tried to give us. I get a mic. Yo, Tanzan, gassed them up, say the link.
Oh, got some more coming on for you, Bukhari.
Absolutely. And EL, always active in the comments, he says he agrees with you. We need to systematically create our leaders and know what kind of leaders we want. See, this is the other problem that we have in Africa, that the population, they want somebody who meets their interests, somebody who is going to immediately give them or promise them what that is that they need. So, and then also, throw in that whole tribal thing, and it becomes a real mess. So sometimes even the people, cannot be fully trusted to make the best decisions, because they go with, sometimes they go with charisma. And while a leader should be charismatic, we have those, but being just able to talk a good talk is not enough. We have to look for other, you know, other criteria for choosing our leaders. So sometimes even the population itself is not, I don't want to say that they're not mature enough, because, but sometimes they're short-sighted. And I'll talk about, the African population. The elections in Kenya are going on right now. I haven't really checked because the results are not going to be out for a couple of days. But historically, people have simply been voting by, who promises them things, and not so much somebody who has a long-term plan. So sometimes we also need to educate the population in thinking ahead, in being better at vetting these so-called leaders that we have.
Yeah,
Alphas.
but and that's the thing, because like learning curves gave a, like when MD2 came on and asked that first question, learning curve gave a brilliant answer, and MD2 gave a great answer. And if there is a difference between a dictator and a leader, is definitely a thin line, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I be asking, because I'm trying to figure out where Judge Antoine de Mela draws the line, you know what I'm saying, like of who's welcome and who's not, you know what I'm saying? Because I think that's a slippery slope, you know what I'm saying, to be real with you, you know what I'm saying? Because when other people start saying who needs to be what, you know what I'm saying, like you have blatantly obvious people who would get excommunicated by a large group of people coming on my channel telling me other people need to be excommunicated. Like, how does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I didn't even tell them that,
Well, one thing that I learned, and I love what EL's comment there, Brother Forecast, is systematic, creating leaders systematically. And that will kind of, like there will be no need for even the thought of excommunicating, because of the fact that you have chosen, and again, systematically, what EL said was very, very important, systematically creating leaders. Not just, we need to create a leader and we need gonna, we need to know. It was a way of saying, look, a system that's in place of the things that we've done as a community, how we talk, how we relate, how we joke, what we do as an activity, what we think, how we empathize, the things that we do as a community, even if it's online in the social media world, or even if it's on the soapbox like Brother Bakari was talking about. What do you do systematically that's going to create someone that's got the best interest for the group? Because once you start thinking of that, these individuals that are out there, and I call them clowns, that are literally leading, and it brings me up to what TZ was talking about in terms of how do we identify? What do we identify as leadership? Right now, identification of leadership is who's got the most social media views, who's got more TikTok views, or who's the one that thinks that who can spout the most about ancient Kemet, or who's the better in talking about gender or whatever. What do you really identify as leadership? Well, that's what, when TZ said that, it got me thinking about what EL said in systematically creating leaders. There is no system that creates a leader talking about African immigrants aren't this and that, and they go in front of Mexicans and all of a sudden they're beating up on someone else. There's no system there. That's someone that's they're identifying with celebrity status of someone who's getting social media views. There's no systematic structure right there. Whereas you have like La Raza and all these other organizations, you've got the ASEAN, you've got all where others, and with the Asians and whatnot, you've got others that have created systems that says this will pick our leadership because its function is to do this to make sure we could get this thing done, whatever that thing is they need to get done, whether it's a grocery store, as Brother Bakari was talking about, or whether it's buying missiles and bonds of what's going on in North Korea, or even if it's selling drugs over the border like Mexico. They have a systematic way of doing it, is what EL was saying. They have a systematic way of saying this needs to be done for us to be in control of our destiny and to compete. Anything outside of that is either for ego, celebrity, entertainment, whatever, but it's definitely not a systematic way of creating leaders. So therefore, the need for excommunicating, no matter what it is, they've excommunicated themselves like that, like those wildebeests, or those warthogs, because of their identification of everything that's not systematic leadership, something that will help secure the destiny of the tribe. They've already excommunicated themselves. And when those leopards get ready to hunt, they're going to sit back and figure out that those leopards have leadership, systematic, as EO said, leadership, because as TZ said, they've identified with what makes leopards eat, i.e. eat warthogs. They have a system that says, hey, this is what we got to do, so therefore they have leadership. Doesn't matter what it is. Whether it's quote unquote leaderless or otherwise, whatever they want, they're identifying with what's best for them. So the thing is all these other, anything that's for African or Black folks that's not identifying what's in our best interest as a group, holistically as a group, as Africans, Black folks worldwide or wherever we are, those individuals have already excommunicated themselves because there's no systematic construction of anything that could even be called being led. Hopefully that kind of puts perspective. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That the leaders and the people have to be in accordance. You cannot have a good leader come out of a bad followership, and the same. If you have a good leader and he doesn't have the followers that he needs, then it's going to be a matter situation, and we've had a lot of those. We've had a lot of instances where we had the people, the leaders that we almost didn't deserve, and then we didn't protect them like we were supposed to. And Oni was talking about the difference between Nyerere and Nkrumah earlier today. And he was talking about how, with Nyerere, he was he was incorruptible. When the people were trying to find a chink in the armor, and if overthrowing him was going to, be a good decision, they said that he had so much support from the people that they would not easily accept a replacement. Whereas with Nkrumah, there was already factions, there was already dissatisfactions and so on. And that's all that sometimes somebody needs to destabilize your army, your group, your community, is those few malcontents. They're the ones who are going to be able to get to the structure and destroy it from the inside. So when you have leaders that actually have the protection of their people, they are almost not exactly immune, but they have better protection from that sort of internal destabilization and also external meddling, because the borders are secure. And another thing that also leaders need to be groomed into is not just taking on the qualities of leadership, which most people tend to think as, the charismatic ways, being able to talk, being able to sway a crowd and so on. A crowd may be swayed for some time, you might be able to arouse people's passions and so on. But when people go back and they're not eating, they don't have the safety, their children are hungry, they do feel a certain way, and it only takes a little bit of a push for them to go back. You cannot trust the madness of crowds. It's temporary, it flares up and it fizzles out just as quickly as it started. So it's not for the leaders to think that just because they have, they're popular, that guarantees their success. Popularity is very fleeting, and what gives the loyalty of the people is actually living that life. And that's what Nyerere did. He wasn't just a leader who's above his people. Some people think that to be a leader is to be sort of have these superior airs where people have to literally bow down to the floor for you and you have to feel your power. But for him, it was being amongst the people, having the true approval of the people, but not, seeking it completely, knowing that he was confident in his plans, he was confident in what he knew his vision was, and the people agreed with him for the most part. Those who didn't agree, everybody recognized as those people who are working against the community. So when we groom the leaders, it's not so much as to be in authority as to be an example to the people, to show you're not a leader by what you say, it's how you do. You're exceptional by your life, not by your words. Yes.
Well said. Exactly. I mean, look at what's going on in Kenya right now. Okay, you see the elections that are going on in Kenya.
Yeah.
And folks that are going to the ballot. But then I say, who has Kenya's best interest in mind, even if they subconsciously are doing what they do or want to do what they do. It's a subconscious thing of like, I'm not, it's not like I have to actively go out and say, oh, I got to do this, I got to do that. It's just the way that, like you said, how they live their life. Just the fact that they know that, hey, I'm living my life for the interest of Kenya. And unfortunately, when I look at the elections that are happening right now, I'm like, I don't think this is, I think that's going to be a leaderless, even if there's a leader, that there's going to be a leaderless direction, because I have not seen in any African concept, whether they're in America, or Kenya, or otherwise, who is actively out there that is promoted by people because of this individual's sacrifice in a subconscious way, knowing I just do what I do because this is my life. This is how I live. I live for the best interest for our folks just because that's natural. It's not something I set out to do. It's just, you guys are the ones that raised me to be this way. I may be wrong, but, and I don't think Kenya's alone, because I know there's other elections that are happening, but I think that's kind of indicative of us as a people, is we have not created the individuals out there that have that kind of life that says, like you said, TZ, it's how you live. I ask, who have we created that is living a life of servitude, when you brought it up earlier, servitude, just because that's the way they are. It's that it's not like they've set out, like, oh, I have to learn it, or I'm going to be it for any kind of accolades for YouTube views or anything else. They're like, no, this is just what I do. I'm out here to serve you because I want us all to live and make sure we're not eaten by leopards. I'll pass the mic.
And when it comes to sacrifice, this is why we have totally appended the natural order of power, because when I talked about the leader, or the king being a servant, it was for the sacrifice of himself, his time, his duty, his work for the community. It was a sacrifice that he was making. But and also the community was also expected to sacrifice, in terms of which they would bring their their harvests, their fruits and so on. They would give to the king. They would send their children into battle and so on. So the community was also expected to give something in return. So both the king and the people were sacrificing and responsible. But in terms of now, the way people choose leaders, especially in politics, is not so much sacrifice as profit, as self-interest on both sides. The politician looks at the office as being a fat paycheck. It's a place where he can get advantages and contracts and just eat, just be the fattest cat that he can be. And the same thing with the people. The people look at the politician as somebody who's going to grab that national treasure for them and bring it back to them. So you're choosing your leaders purely out of self-interest and profit. You're saying we're going to do, and nothing wrong with that. If you're going to get into politics, it's supposed to be for your self-interest. But the other aspect that is missing is that sacrifice aspect of it. You don't expect your leaders to sacrifice. In fact, you expect them to profit. The same way that people look at their pastor, and Mwendetezi did an episode about these African pastors, and instead of the pastor being the humble servant of the people, he becomes they almost live vicariously through him. He drives the cars they can't afford. He lives in the mansion. He lives for them. It's almost like by him being greater, they are sort of elevated, even if they can't really share in it. So the same way with the politicians, even though he does not really benefit the people, and the people really know. They know that even if they send him all these promises, all they want is a few bribes to get him in. They don't really think that he's going to make that big of a difference, but they allow themselves to take the small things because they know that's all they can get. So they don't hold the leaders to to their promises, and the leaders don't feel that they need to do the same. But everybody's happy because it's all about self-interest and profit. So not sacrifice and hard work and servitude.
Right. That's why I say that the community has to create the leaders that it needs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So for me, I think that while it would be ideal to have a leader, I think that for now we can only start with a small group. It starts with a small underground group. Like Harriet Tubman was saying, if she and I think I didn't correctly phrase her, but something to the effect that she would have freed a lot more slaves if they knew that they were slaves. So unfortunately, a lot of our people really don't know the spell that they're under. They don't know that they are under hypnosis, and that the things that they are seeking are not the things that will give them, any kind of satisfaction or what they're looking for. But at the same time, if you want to move, the people, you can either wait to push them from behind, that whole weight, or you can just take a few people with you, and the rest might follow. So, but in any case, at least you're going to save a few. It's like the Noah Ark situation. I'm not being religious or anything, but if Noah had ignored the warning of the flood, he would have gone down with the rest of the people. So he said, well, I can't save you all. And while you're laughing at me for building the ark, I know what I'm doing. I have a vision. So that's what a lot of our leaders are lacking. They don't have a vision. They have a vision of, improving things, making, profit and all that. But that patriotic, that meaning behind it is lacking. Why do you need to develop the country? Why do you need to, lift the middle class and so on? So there's no vision, but there may be a plan, but it's not a plan that has a vision behind it. So we succeed despite ourselves. Yes.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I agree with you, Tanzan. You know what I'm saying? And I was just gonna say, like Bukhari, if it was to Bukhari, Harriet Tubman would have chained the black people and drug them up north. You know what I'm saying? And Noah would have chained the people on the boats. You know what I'm saying? That's a dictator right there.
Yeah, I'm a dictator, and I'll be Idi Amin. I don't think I'll be Idi Amin.
I thought Gassimo was gonna come on here and cut you, Bukhari.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna come on here too. He ain't come up.
Yeah, that's so true. But don't be worshipping Idi Amin too much. As much as he threw out the Indians, you know what he did to the beggars in Kampala, right?
You know why I like Idi Amin so much, right?
Why?
I had friends from Kenya,
Mhm.
Rwanda,
Yes.
and Uganda, right? But my friends from Kenya
Yes.
and Rwanda. So they were the first ones telling me. They say when Idi Amin started to kick out them foreigners, not paying taxes and doing all that, taking the business. My friend from Kenya, he said he literally, his parents, they went to Uganda and got a business and opened up a business in Uganda. He said that's where he lived from 12 years old to adulthood. And my friend from Rwanda too. And they were both telling me, and they say Idi Amin, the stuff they say about Idi Amin, most of it is not true. My friend from Uganda was telling me the same thing. And I just tend, after watching some stuff and watching some documentaries and reading a little stuff, I just tend to believe, because the guy that came in after Idi Amin, he actually killed way more people than Idi Amin did, but he's not considered a villain. So why would Idi Amin be considered a villain? And it was the guy, I know MG2 know. Do y'all know who Hashim Nzinga was? Who was with the New Black Panther Party?
No, I don't.
Well, anyway, they say when they start getting their guns, when Khaled first, wherever Idi Amin was, well, when Idi was in charge over there, they said that's where Khaled Muhammad went and got some military training, was with Idi Amin. So I've heard some stuff
Wait. Did you just say Khalid Mohammed and Idi Amin?
Yes, that's what Hashim Nzinga said. Hashim Nzinga is dead now. He passed away a couple years ago.
Okay, interesting. Yes.
But that's what Hashim Nzinga said, who was Khalid Muhammad's right-hand man. He was Khalid Muhammad's right-hand man. And but he said that's who he said that's where Khalid went, and say he reached out and Edie brought him and a few more people, and they were able. Then they went and they whatever they had. He actually say that's where Khalid, before the new Black Panther Party, that's where Khalid actually was able to get some of his weapons from and got them here was from Idi Amin. I'm just saying that's what I heard him say.
That's interesting. For me, I would say this, that if we're going to have, we have already admitted that the population is less than stellar in its picking of our leaders. Like the way they say Black women make bad choices. So if we're looking at the population as women, the women are making really terrible choices. But at the same time, there are not so many, good choices to be made. I don't know when we were going to have our next, Malcolm X and Garvey, because even when we had them, what did we do? Did we, do everything we could to protect them? Did we punish the people who, transgressed them? What did we do as a people? We have not lived up to the greatness of our leaders. So for me, I think that if then, as a matter of circumstance, we get less than good leaders, then that's what we deserve until we come to that point where we're better off. So somebody like Idi Amin, believe me, he was not a good person. I'm not going to pretend and say, this and that. He did some really good things, but he was crazy. He was off his chains. That guy, he did not need drugs. He was just waking up and his mind was just off. Like, he used to terrify people all up and down, the village and the streets and so on, until he was in a good mood. But he did have a certain, love for his people that you cannot deny. And he wanted Uganda to be a good place. He wanted, for them to have that confidence and self-esteem. Most especially, he was not afraid of foreigners. He was one of those few people who could challenge, anybody who came into the land and said, look, you are in our house now. You have to respect it. And that was the reason why the difference between him and all the other, killers. Because if you're an African and you kill other Africans, that does not make the headline news. That's nothing, unless you just do it in impressive numbers, like in Rwanda, or you just have an all-out war. But if you're an African leader right now, or a dictator, and you just want to kill your people, you can do that without any consequence at all. But if you start antagonizing the foreign powers, the Westerners and so on, then you'll get the hit on your head. The same thing I was saying with Mugabe, when he was terrorizing his own people, when he was, a dictator. Nobody really, cared for him. They really liked him. They gave him all those accolades and so on. But as soon as he started standing up for his own people and challenging, those white landowners, that's when they started demonizing him. So, you also have to know when to look at the good and the bad. There are some good things that he did, but at the same time, he was also a tyrant to his people. Yes, we're talking about dictatorship.
He was the leader. He was the ruler of all the fishes in the sea. But you know what? Like I said, the only reason I talk for because everybody just only talk about the bad stuff for Idi Amin. I'm not trying to say Idi Amin was great, but I'm not trying to say Idi Amin was perfect, but I can tell you one thing of Idi, or if they had someone with the Idi Amin, a similar mindset of Idi Amin, not saying he the ruler of all the animals in the jungle and the ruler of all the fishes in the sea, but I bet you there wouldn't be no Chinese people in Uganda talking about this is their goal because the Ugandans use their equipment to dig the gold out. I bet you they wouldn't be saying that of Edie if they had somebody like Idi Amin in charge.
No. See, that's the thing about him. He he may not have been, a lovely person, but you had to respect him. However you felt about him, you had to respect him, whether you're a fellow African or whether you're a foreigner. He demanded and got his respect. So if that's what it takes to, to lead people, unfortunately, it takes that sort of mettle and character, but it's in the wrong heart. So he has what it takes to lead the people. He has what it takes to defend his country from outsiders. He has what it takes to get that respect, for that African respect that most other leaders are very, cowardly about. When they go to foreign lands, suddenly, they're clutching their hearts in their hands and so on. But Edie was not like that. When people came to he made these white people bow down to him and took pictures and showed them back to, the Western press. That pissed them off. Nobody had ever done that. Nobody had ever made Europeans bow down in front of an African king. Do you know how much, how livid they were? How dare he? This, ignorant, they didn't give him any presents and accolades and all that. They knew who they were dealing with, just like with Nyerere. Nyerere and Idi Amin are almost like on the opposite sides. One has goodness that is incorruptible, and the other one has just resolve and metal that is impregnable. Yeah. So you have these instances of African strength, African leadership that we don't really look at. We only look at the corrupt politicians and so on. But before them, we had, and if we had this before, why are we not better? We have been shown examples. We have been shown instances where this was possible, and if it was possible back then, now it should be easy. Now we should just be able to do it. And yet, this is why people who talk about progress, we're moving forward, and all this stuff. Progress is an illusion. We're not moving forward. We're almost like going in a circle. We go and then we go back and then we come back to where we are. We go and then it's like a revolution. It's just going round and round. So sometimes there are lessons that you think, never again. That this is why we have to keep repeating these things, because we think, oh, never again. We have learned our lessons. No, we don't. When the next generation comes, they come in comfort, and they don't know the struggle that was there for them before. So I'll yield.
Hey, Bakari, I'll ask you one more question before I leave. Bakari, do you think there could ever be another leader as effective as Marcus Garvey?
Yeah, I think there can be. Yes, I think there can be another leader.
Oh man, you're not as deep in the call as I thought you were.
Marcus Garvey is the greatest leader ever, but walked the face of the earth.
So there could be a leader that could eclipse
but
him.
there can be, yes.
Okay.
And I think I honestly believe great leaders study great leaders, right? So I think anybody that want to be that effective is going to literally have to study Marcus Garvey if they want to be that effective. How was Marcus Garvey able to galvanize 2 million people in this country way back then, 15 million worldwide, to have you thinking as a nation? And of course, it wasn't him alone. He was the leader. Because like I said, there was other, like you would find Hebrews that was in the organization. And I also understand Marcus Garvey's mistakes. So, and Marcus Garvey understood his mistakes when he kicked some people out of the organization in the beginning because of different ideology. He went back to some of those same people and they came back because he realized they needed one another, right? So yes, Tanzan, you're right. Study other leaders as well. I think great, ask Garvey, Marcus Garvey, Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba didn't live long enough to be the leader that I think that he could have been.
Hey, the brother with the Mau rebellion,
Jomo Kenyatta,
Dedan Kimathi.
Yes, Dedan Kimathi. Right, Dedan Kimathi was, the Kikuyu. He was a true leader during, Kenya's independence with the Kikuyu. Jomo Kenyatta got the accolades, but it was Dedan Kimathi.
I'm glad you know that.
One thing,
Brother MG2, I'm glad you did.
I brought it up to, Yeah, this brother who's a truck driver, he's from Kenya. When I was on the road, I was working on this one artist, and he and I kicked it up and became real good friends on the gig because I said, I immediately knew he was from Nairobi, just the way he talked. And then I said, "Tell me you're Kikuyu," and I'd never seen a bigger smile in a black man in my life. When I said, "You must be Kikuyu," and he was looking at me like, "Oh man, where you been?" I'm sorry for butting in, but I wanted to say something that when you guys were talking about, and especially TZ, when you're talking about leadership, and Brother Bakari brought up Idi Amin, and this is very important into an African concept of what leadership really is, because we used to be that way until colonization, and we ran into these other species of deviants like peckerwoods and rice eating and Arabs and all this other nonsense. We used to know what the concept of true leadership wasn't what the individual only did when they were alive. It's the impact they have when they've been alive. That's leadership. Because whatever they've done to secure the destiny of the tribe is still there. The lessons that were learned, the activities, the inspiration, the empathy, everything is still there in a working model. As EL said earlier, the systematic model is still working for that society. From whatever that leader was 10,000 years ago, they're still working in that mode. I have to bring it up Russia, China. I have to bring up even the Europeans, United States, and the European society. I have to bring up a lot of these individuals are still on a working model going back to Genghis Khan, going back to Stalin, or even the Prussian. They're still working. So whatever leaders were there had indelibly put their mark on their society, European and otherwise, Asian and otherwise, to where they're still doing and controlling their destiny with the same aspect of culture today, years and centuries later. The only race I know that has not done it effectively, we talk Kemet, we might even talk Malcolm X. We talk about some ancient Benin and Zimbabwe and but when it comes down to it, as an African people, leadership is what has been impacted and what are we indelibly carrying on, whether it's Mansa Musa or whoever. Are we carrying on those lessons today of their leadership back then? So I have to say I can't blame the leaders, because remember, it's the society who produces their leaders if they do it correctly. I just have to say, as holistically as all of us as Black folk, I have to ask those questions. Are we, doing, has there been someone that impacted us for centuries and we're still living those principles and to the point where we're in control of our destiny? And if that answer is no, then that kind of gives you kind of a project to do to make sure it turns into a yes. I'll pass the mic.
Hey, let me say this right quick, because I'm gonna have to go in a minute. But hey, Tanzan, I just found part of the article. I'm gonna get more of it and do it. I'm gonna do a show about it. Was even though I had basically disappeared, Khaled, now known as Malik, remained militant, traveling and training for revolution throughout Africa, including Uganda with Idi Amin. So I just wanted to show. So maybe we need to start putting out the good stuff that Idi Amin did for Black folks and stop. I'm not saying you following white propaganda. That's not what I'm saying. But too many of our people just follow the white propaganda. What'd you say, Forecast?
You going damn, Tanzan? You heard that?
Tanzan, don't listen to Forecast. Don't listen to Forecast.
No.
I heard him say it, and I even read more of it than this, but I can't remember. Actually, it was in my tablet that my daughter broke, and I need to find that article. But I just want to show that it is written, that people know that he actually did go to Uganda, and Idi Amin did help train him for revolution. And according to, like I say, Hashim and Zinga, that's where he got a lot of his weapons from, was Idi Amin.
Yeah, Bakari, before you go too, like, I wanted to say, the only reason I asked you that, is, because like, and I'm glad you answered that way, And I ain't gonna lie, like I say that, what I'm saying, like, yo, people from your generation, what I'm saying, not you, because you have been brought up not to be that way, but like, yo, I always said the children of the civil rights generation. I asked that to MG2, and he was like, it was like kind of the generation before him, and I can understand that, but like I understand what you're saying with as far as like, yo, studying the leaders from all times, because like I like even like, yo, what you say, you study like other people's cultures. Like I study Hitler. Like what made him be motivated enough to like get people motivated enough to put people in ovens? All I'm saying is like, yo, don't let people violate your kids. Don't let them like kill your children, And he got people to put people in ovens. So like, yo, you absolutely right about studying all the history and stuff like that, and like yo, it's about like taking what has been developed and building upon that, you know what I'm saying? So like, yo, I appreciate that, my brother.
Yeah. You know what? Hitler was able to convince Jews to put the Jews in the oven. Hitler had Jews volunteering. And that's one thing that I talked about on here, and that's something that me and Forecast talk about. Forecast, because we all talk about how we only have smoke for one another, right? And then one of the things I talk about is we always looking for what we did to each other, right? But then when I sit around and if I decide to watch some other people on social media, you never hear them talking about what they did to each other because they understand, right, that they can't do that because they ain't gonna spread the propaganda against themselves. Like when they brought the trailer for the movie, just the trailer alone for the movie The Woman King, it had to be shows done for about 4 or 5 days in a row talking about, see, we got to go ahead and admit we did it to ourselves. The woman, people literally looking up history to show where African people helping, but you don't ever find none of those Jews talking about, yeah, it was Jews that volunteered to put us in the oven. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yo, if only we could get Southern whites to, never mind.
Yes, Brother Bakari, I absolutely know what you're saying. Like, we want to wring our hands over all the, small, failures and, mistakes that we have done. Whereas other people, they want to shout their victories and, downplay all their bad sides. We want to look even into our heroes. You have people looking into, behind the scenes at MLK and what he was doing behind his wife's back. Like, what kind of people are you? What kind of, nonsense are you that you're looking into somebody's private affairs? Like, yeah. We really, even when we have, victims, like I was saying, when there's a, a young black man gets shot, the first thing, not that, what's wrong with this cop, but what did the young man do? I know sometimes, yes, our people are young and stupid, but at the same time, we want the victim to be, a saint before we can feel bad for him. And yet the villain can be all sorts of evil and brutal. But I was talking about earlier with the slave trade. Yeah, Africans are culpable in it. They did sell their own people. They did do some things they didn't protect and so on. But they were not selling them to other Africans to brutalize and kill and murder and do these things. It's that you're talking about the person who sold. What about the person who bought? That's the person who buys is the first person who is to be questioned. Why would you want? Because it's demand and supply. Demand comes first. Somebody wants something. The reason why there's drugs and prostitutions and all these things is that somebody wants something, and then eventually somebody is willing to give that supply. But look at the demand first. Why would somebody want any of this? Why would somebody want to take people from their homeland and take them to another place? That's a whole level that different than sending somebody over to the next village to go work. And also, Revolution in Meton has gone over the kinds of so-called slavery that was in Africa compared to in Europe. You cannot even put the same under the same level. You cannot even what they were doing to their own people versus how we looked at the whole term of servitude or slavery or whatever it was. It was worlds apart. So we're so eager to crucify ourselves on the cross of morality while letting everybody else just walk roughshod and scot-free. and because we feel bad, we feel, oh, we must have done something. This is part of that whole curse mentality. We still feel that we are under some sort of curse, therefore we have to uncover all our horrible and confess all our sins before we can be forgiven and let back into the good graces of the rest of humanity. Like, we still have to prove to other people, like, look, we're just as good as you. Whereas, so we have to go into extra confession mode where everybody else gets to cover all their sins.
Exactly. Let me ask you a question right before. I'm sorry, go ahead, MG2. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I understand 100%. And I understand it. And the thing is I'll never compare myself to a roach. I'll never go ahead and explain myself to a duck. These other races, to me, are roaches and ducks. Okay, they're different species. And the thing is I will never do what I do in order to get acceptance or anything else. Now, I wanted to lay that down as a foundation. And the reason I do that is whites and others, and particularly the European, they won't cast their dirty laundry out in front of everyone to see, because they already fight each other. They know that they are an entity. They war with anything, and especially if it doesn't look like them. They know that that's who they are. They're at war consistently, constantly. So I expect hook-nosed bagel leaders to be putting themselves in the oven, because that's what they do. And they expect that. Hitler knew for a fact, yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna have no problem. I'm gonna have more Jews lined up to put, more bagel leaders in ovens. I don't even have to ask, because he knew that's who they are. I see that Africans, we don't do that in our natural state. Our natural state it's almost anathema when we do things against each other. When we talk against each other, when we act against each other. That's why you'll have families that never talk for 20 years. Because it's unnatural for us to be in that European mindset of always warring against each other. Like, I mean, that's natural for them. One thing and I'm glad you brought it up, TZ, about folks that are trying to get into folks' personal situations. And most of it is to prove a point for celebrity status and look what this person did bad or whatever. But I have to ask myself, the individuals that are caught up on the personal or on the for lack of a better term, the folks that are caught up on the inaccuracies or the lack of accomplishment of other folks, I have to ask them, what are you doing? What have you done to outdo Martin Luther King or Malcolm X? What have you done to outdo Marcus Garvey? What have you done? What have you brought to this world that will actually expound or even be better or more effective or more impacting in the best way ever than Malcolm X? What have you done? And most individuals can't answer that question. Okay, whereas a real leader or someone who has the best interests of us as a whole, in other words, somebody can tell me when I kick the bucket, they could say, well, he didn't do this. And what is he? They could say everything and call me everything but a child of God. But the thing I want to ask them is, have you taken my works? Have you taken everything and did 10,000 times more than I ever could? Have you taken, like Dr. John Henry Clark says, bury the man, continue the plan? Have you buried the man and continued the plan better than anything I could ever do? I look forward to that. Anyone that has something disparaging to say, when I'm gone, I say, look, take everything I've done and show me how ineffective I am, because you've done 1,000,000 times more than I ever can. I look forward to that. I want that leader. I want that person that says, look, whether they say, I mean, they could call me every name in the book, but if they can show me that whatever I've done, they've elevated it 1,000,000 times over, I'll call myself every name in the book. Okay, I'll sit back and call myself a ghetto king if need be, because I know that they were effective in doing what I wanted even better than I did. So I have to ask those individuals that do that and say, that they're constantly beating up on black folk. Are you that person that you beat up on, whether it's Imhotep or Robert F. Williams or Malcolm X or Brother College, whatever? Are you willing to be that person that'll take their works 1,000,000 times over and elevate it to places they've never even been able to, and actually make sure that our destiny as black folks is complete? Are you that person, or are you just here to go ahead and talk about someone because you can't do it? So if they're that person that's going to do it, then I'm sure that Malcolm X will come out of the grave and say, thank you for doing what I couldn't, and you've taken it to the finish line. 9 times out of 10, TZ, you're not going to find anybody that would want to do that. I'll pass the mic.
Hey, can I say real quick before Bakari go? Real quick, like when I said we told Bakari, and that was a little bit disappointing because they didn't give me that answer. When I said Marcus Garvey was a failed, And I know they was being nice, and him and Mr. Untouchable was being nice. They could have just said like, "Yo, you haven't done half of the stuff that Marcus Garvey did in like 20 something years, and there's nothing." They could have cut me, but they lost the argument because they was being nice. You know what I'm saying? But they just didn't say that. So
Wow, you're struck by the Bakari silent. Brother Bakari?
I do that a lot. You know, he probably left.
Now, I also wanted to add, this aspect of
Oh,
not
you're
just.
talking now. My bad.
Oh, go ahead. I think you might have been muted.
He
We'll
was
wait for
shell
you.
shocked. It took him a minute. It took him a minute to hit home. So
I know. I thought he had lost by default, but go ahead. Throw your
What I
last
wanted to
punches.
say was, he said I could have said Marcus Garvey have done more than him. No, it wasn't personal. So me saying you ain't done what Marcus Garvey did is getting personal. What I said was Marcus Garvey didn't fail. It's the people that came after him that didn't continue the plan that failed.
but that's an excuse why he failed. You could have just
That's how did he fail?
because the people. Oh, well, he failed by way of the people after him. Okay,
No,
so
he
they
didn't fail.
So that
Garveyism is still here. People are still waving the red, black, and green flag.
Bakari, just say I haven't done half of the stuff that he's done. And
No,
I take what I said back, Bakari, because you said I haven't done half of the stuff.
No, that make it personal. It wasn't personal. You asked me a question, did he fail? And I said no, he didn't fail. The people that came after him failed. And by the way, let's say hypothetically, according to you, he failed. He didn't fail, but according to you, he failed. You know those coons and traitors that you want to save? Let's get them last. If he failed, maybe he thought that too. Let's get them last. And look what happened. I'm just saying.
You said what?
I say, those traitors that you want to get last, you want to go around them.
Right.
It's the traitors, since you claim he failed, which I know he didn't, but you claim he failed.
But you know what?
Wait a minute. It would be the traitors. It would be the traitors that caused the fail.
What happened to the traitor to Marcus Garvey?
One of them, R.R. Moulton, ended up being the president of Tuskegee Institute, who got $5 million to sign off on people getting that going through the Tuskegee experiment. That was one of the traitors to Marcus Garvey right there. His name is R.R. Moulton.
And guess what J. Edgar Hoover went on to do? He went on to stop the rise of the Black Messiah.
But guess what? But what if Marcus Garvey had went ahead and got rid of R.R. Moulton and got rid of?
And that would have been J.H. Roden then. You know what I'm saying?
No. See, Forecast, you keep trying to figure out a way not to get rid of some of your own people. You got to get rid of the people that trading you out, dude. They trade us. You got to get rid of the traders.
Tanzan, who would you take out first? R.H. Moulton or J. Edgar Hoover? Oh man, even Tanzan is stumped.
No, I'm not stumped. I just couldn't find the unmute button. But I'll just throw one in, just before we start wrapping up. I say this. Going back to the systematic creation of leaders, let me see if I can find it. But it's not just the leaders, it's also the system. You see what Brother Focus was saying about even if you get rid of, the traitors and so on, there's going to be another in place. There should be something similar for the leaders. Even if you get rid of one, a leader, the movement should not depend solely on one person, even if it's just one person leading the movement. It should not end as soon as somebody dies. And this is where religions, supersede the cults, because they create a system that even if the person goes, the story still continues. Even if Jesus dies, he still rises and walks the earth and is going to wait for the apocalypse and so on. Even if Muhammad dies, there's still a Messiah coming and the end of the world is coming where people will be lifted up to heaven, whatever their version is. But the story continues even after the person is gone. So there is a system in place. There is a church. There's a rules in place. There's beliefs. There's dogma, and I think that's what we should start working on. Even before we create the leader, we should create a system where the leader is movement proof. The movement is leader proof. Let me just say that. Not that it doesn't need a leader, but that it doesn't solely require one to continue to exist. You understand?
Yeah, but it sounds like you've been a little apologetic of Tanzan to Bukhari. It sounds like
Me? Oh,
yeah.
you're the expert in being apologetic focused. So I'm sure you know.
I mean, I want to answer Brother Bakari for a minute. Brother Bakari, I understand when you were talking about molten, and that could go with blase, or it could go with Mobutu. It could go with, and it reminds me of something. I used to be in the restaurant business. I used to be like a professional cook and the whole 9 yards. And we had this one guy. He was a baker, and he couldn't bake cake to save his life. Okay, the dude was like, I mean, he did, it was like, why is he working there? But they kept having him there. I don't know why. I guess he was friends with the manager. I don't know what it is. But this dude, every time you would ask him to bake something, it was just like, look, you got to go. Now, when you were talking about what would you throw out first, J. Edgar Hoover, or the products of J. Edgar Hoover, which also goes with that A. Philip Randolph and all the other idiots. They tried to get rid of Marcus Garvey. I have to ask, who would you throw out first? And I'm glad that Brother Forecast brought that question, because it reminded me of that baker. All those cakes that he made, that wasted money for the restaurant, I could have just thrown those cakes out. But if I want an operating restaurant, I got to throw him out. I have to ask, who creates these traders? Because if you don't throw them out, all they're going to continue to do is create traders. As TZ said, you need to have a system that gives you better leaders, or at least a system that you won't have traders in. I'll pass the mic.
Thank you, MD2. And Bukhari, earlier you asked which ideologies you're going to get taken away from you.
He said, who you gonna get rid of, Forecast? You gonna get rid of the owner of the restaurant, or the guy that
throw all the way? You gonna throw all the way the cupcakes and keep the owner? I got you.
So I say it again.
You gonna throw away the cupcakes and keep.
And let me tell you another reason. Forecast. Let me tell you the first reason you're gonna get the trader first, because the trader is right next to you. He or she is easier for you to get. So you get that out of the way. You can't go around it, Forecast. You can't go around the trader, because the trader gonna let them know, you know what, they going around me, coming directly for you. So you got to, because they right next to you. So you get rid of the one right next to you. That's not saying the trader. That's not saying R.R. Moten, who turned out to be a horrible person, not just selling out Marcus Garvey, but accepting $5 million for that stuff at Tuskegee Institute. That doesn't mean just because I say get rid of some of the traders first, that don't mean the trader is worse than J. Edgar Hoover. But you get rid of the trader first.
So who's worse, the coon or the enemy? Who's worse?
Well, all coons ain't bad. I keep telling you that all coons ain't bad.
The trader or the enemy, who's worse?
The trader is the enemy too. The trader is the enemy. Once you find out they trading on you, they're not your enemy anymore.
Makari, stop fighting them, brother. You always halfway there. You're halfway there, my brother. Stop fighting.
Hey, Tanzan, look, Forecast don't want to answer my questions. Once again.
Yeah, but is you telling me that the trader is more of an enemy than the person who created the trader? No, how can the creation be worse than the creator? Why can't the creator just make another creation? And you keep doing the same thing.
Brother Focus, you know that people can fight wars on several fronts, right?
But we don't do that. We fight wars on. Well, we don't fight no wars. But if we did, it would be the black person. We're gonna go smack Tommy Sotomayor, but we don't got no smoke for George Zimmerman. That's the way it is.
But we don't even have smoke for those Sotomayors that you talk about. They're still walking amongst us. That's why I say you start with, whatever you can control. Let's talk about, you can't change the world. Obviously, we don't have the power to do so. But you have the small power to control what happens around you, like on a personal basis or in your home or in your immediate surroundings. So we start with that. We don't have the power right now to change the system, if we admit that, but we have some sort of power to police or regulate our own people. If we don't have control of our own people, what kind of control do we think we are going to have over somebody else?
But see, like,
Sorry?
I'm sorry to cut. I'm not apologetic right now, so I'm cutting you off.
Cut off. Go on.
See, Bakari would disagree with you because he said we can be racist right now. So can we be racist right now, Bakari? We do have the power to control our own
She
stuff,
didn't
right?
say it can't be
Well,
racist.
she said we don't have the power to control our own.
Control
We do,
other
though, right?
races. She said to control other races.
Well, that's a part of being racist, is that not?
No.
No.
Being racist, you controlling you controlling your mind, you controlling who you are.
We have the power to control us right now.
Look, it's like this. You can't control what other, parents do with their children, but in your own home, you can tell your children what to do. You're not going to have full control. There's the internet, there's the outside world, and so on. But as long as you have control, that internal control, you still have some sort of control, and that control can only grow as you exercise it. So just to say that, oh, well, we don't have control over, our neighbors and so on, but there's still some measure of control. So if we say that we're going to have our communities and we want them a certain way, that system is also based on standards. So we have to agree on what we want, and then we set those standards, and then people who don't abide by it, it's like what Winnie Mandela was doing in South Africa. They were not obviously going to go to that apartheid government for justice, but there were people in the community that were actively, doing destructive acts. So they took it upon themselves to enact their justice. And and that's not to say that they were not fighting the wider system as well. They were as well. They were really doing that. They were fighting both externally and internally, but they realized that you can't fight externally if your internal is not stable. If you have a military, you can't just have people doing what they do, and then when it's time to go into, let's just say, a team, or let's just say a team, you can't just have people practicing on their own, and then when it's time to go to the game, then you come together. No, you have to have everybody on the same accord. So you have to practice that internal discipline, as well as practicing that protection and the offense and so on.
Yeah, but I've seen
this. Let me ask you a question, Forecast.
Okay.
Tom Hanks and and some of them Mountain Red, somebody, they come breaking your house, right? They stealing your stuff and you catch them, and they tell you, well, Billy Bob sent us over here. So are they gonna be okay? Because Billy Bob sent them. Are you not gonna deal with them, or you just gonna go straight to Billy Bob and they gonna be okay because they the ones who did it?
No, what I'm saying is I'm gonna make sure that Billy Bob, because why wouldn't Billy Bob?
No. I'm talking about. So what you gonna do with the ones right there that you caught in your house? You gonna let them go so you can go get Billy Bob?
Nah, you'll deal with the person that's right in your house, but I'm not gonna go. But what you're saying is you're gonna go seek out whoever Billy Bob's gang and kill every one of his gang members before you go to get Billy Bob.
Focus, just admit when.
That's what y'all saying though.
It's okay. You're amongst friends.
but that's what y'all saying when y'all say that. That is what you're saying. You're saying that. Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's not what we're saying, Forecast. If the traitor is right next to you, why skip over the traitor? You get that traitor out of the way. Because if the traitor right next to you, you can't get to the people that's paying him, because he gonna go tell them, look, they don't even care about me. They just skipping me and coming straight to y'all anyway. So you go ahead and get him out the way. And guess what? When you get him or her out the way, now you're sending messages to the next person that's going to be a traitor. Why are
Okay,
you?
so it would have been a
Let
bigger
me let me
message.
give you another one. Let me give you another one. Maybe
I
this
mean,
one
y'all
has.
gonna have to dig deeper than that, cause yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
let me try to dig deep and wide. Let me go wide. Let's say let's say, you're the head of an African country. So you have millions of people's lives in your hands. And then, this corporation comes and, offers you a certain amount of money to let them dig and, disperse these people and just let them run roughshod into your land, bring all the UN, the missionaries, the NGOs, all of them in there. So they've already paid, they can buy this person off for a bit. But let's say, you got rid of this one person and got in somebody who actually cared, somebody who actually had principles, or who was not as greedy as this person. Wouldn't you get rid of this person and put somebody who will be less harm to the people, let's say?
Yeah, Tanzan, I get what you're
Aha.
saying, and that no, well, yeah, I would say that, but what you're leaving out is the key example, is the key element in all of that, because most of the time they're selling them with these other groups because they're afraid of the sanctions that's coming from these other that's whatever that's funding them. They're afraid of those sanctions, and you can replace the leader all you want, but if every leader you put up there is still getting influenced by the same thing, I'm like, okay, well, we done went through 20 of our own, and I'm only saying this after decades and decades, because like y'all always said, like what happens, like Bakari, when doing revolutions, what I'm saying, what's the first thing black people do?
Yeah, but guess what? What if this person was removed not by, the foreign powers that they're so afraid of, but by their own people? What if the people did put the fear, into their own leaders, not just the fear of the outsiders, but the fear of the insiders? What if the leaders were actually afraid of being disposed and, replaced by the people? Because right now they're afraid of being replaced by the people, outside. But what if they were afraid of the people inside? What if you couldn't sleep unless, with your eye open because you were not sure about, the person down the hallway?
Well, that's the problem. The whole country is afraid of the sanctions from the people that's outside, you know what I'm saying? Because we're so worried about each other, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like we're not, that's the thing. Like, we are more worried about what's coming from the outside in, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you have to solve that outside problem of where, like, we keep putting these leaders in, but then if somebody's going to come and assassinate them and you're not going to stand up for them, like, okay, now if you're going to stand up for them, but like that's not what we've been doing, and you can make examples in America, you can make examples everywhere else, but I get what y'all saying, and I'm not totally disagreeing with what y'all saying, but what I am saying is I have seen us have the smoke, and I have seen us hold each other accountable. We all here, well, I guess except y'all would say except for me, but I feel like I do too. But I can let names all day. Even the coons would hold the black people accountable and nobody else. Even the people who's not coons hold black people accountable. Sometimes, every now and then, like you meet your brother Bakari who will hold everybody accountable, or MJ who will hold everybody accountable. But
You
Tanzania,
make it sound like it's such a bad thing, but go on.
I'm not making this. No, that's a great thing. But the bad part is the far in between that'll hold anybody else accountable. That's the bad thing.
Hmm.
It kind of I think it's a matter of semantics. And when I say semantics, I guess you could say in terms of priority, what would be the priority first? Get rid of the traitor first, or get rid of the one that made the traitor. And there's this term called cutting off the head of a snake, and it kind of always reminds me of that term. Because I can understand again, like I said, a question of semantics. Hey, you got this traitor that's in your house. Like, I always call it like a bad piece of lettuce. Get rid of that piece of lettuce, and because it's going to infect and destroy all the other pieces of lettuce. And that's and what Brother Bakari is saying is very, very important. Yes, you want to get rid of that bad piece of lettuce, because you can't eat the rest once you put a little piece of wilted lettuce in a bag of good lettuce, the whole lettuce bag goes bad. We call it what happened with Mobutu, what happened with Blaise Compaoré. We can go from what look at what happened with from Brother Khalid Muhammad. You saw Louis Farrakhan was a bad piece of lettuce, and you see what had happened to the Nation of Islam. So The thing is, we can continue with semantics all day. But what I have to say is what caused that bad piece of lettuce in the first place, and don't let it get in. And the thing is, again, it's still a question of of splitting hairs there, because you don't want a traitor in your midst. You want to make sure that traitor's gone. But one thing I have to say is once you recognize it's a traitor, it's already, you've already found a solution. Now you have a traitor. I mean, it's not like you're going to let him stay, but a bigger, more effective measure is that made the traitor. In other words, that created the problem. When you get rid of it, that problem will not want to stay around anyways. Okay, you get rid of that thing that made that traitor, and that traitor is going to find a way to go. Okay, it will not stay amongst you. And if you know it's there, then it can't be with you in the first place. The moment you know you got a problem and that problem's in your midst, you're not going to let it stay in the face. I mean, like I said, it's like splitting hair. And when I start thinking in terms of that, I start thinking, and maybe it's just some of those things I think about. I start thinking about the fact that when it's like, who do you got smoke for? Okay, and when I say you got smoke for, see, my sister especially now, she's a great agriculturalist. I used to be a farmer back in the day. I had my own farm, my own plot of land, at least on for a 10-year-old, it was enough. I had a couple acres I had to tend to, and one of it was my personal thing. And I never forget when I had these little things that would eat my cactus. They were like little, like, I can't remember the name of it. Like they're like little they're like caterpillars. And I was like, man, I got to get rid of those things. And then I had these things that would eat the leaves of the plants. I mean, it was some of the best leaves, broccoli and stuff like that. But it was like a fungi or something like that. And the only way I fix it is I can cut off the little florets. I could go ahead and cut off whatever, to try the leaves of the cabbage. But the thing was, until I got rid of the problem, those things were going to come back no matter what it was. Once I recognized there's a traitor, i.e., there was something that was creating fungi on the leaves, I figured I got to get rid of the stem. Once I got rid of that stem, the other leaves were not affected. Once I went to the lettuce factory and said, look, who's putting the bad pieces of lettuce in that bag, and make sure it doesn't happen from the source, I don't have to worry about traitors, because the traitor will see that what manufactured them is gone. And they'll try to be as gone as fast as they can. Because once you recognize the traitor exists, it's already there. It's like, hey, once you know water's wet, you can't unmake it wet. You can't unring a bell. You know it exists. The thing is to get rid of what made it. I'll pass the mic.
Yes.
I'll ask Baka, Brother Focused, a question. Do you think that you have a better chance of going against the external versus the internal threat? What do you think is your better chance of success?
Well, it's obvious. The easier thing would be going at Black people, which is a good reason why I think that we only have that kind of smoke. Because you know what? If you do something to a Black person, you got to have the outside community come and punish you for that. But I dare any one of y'all go smack Jane Elliott and see if they be like, oh, well, she's a coon. She shouldn't have been saying, having the blue eye test. No, they're going to lock you up for that. They're not going to be like, she was a coon. She was a traitor, whatever that dude that traded in that war was, They're not going to say that. And Tanzan, like, you didn't answer the question. And I'm sorry I have to do this to you, but.
Go ahead.
Because I want you to know that you agree with me. You agree with me. I know
you agree with me. We just got you, and me and Brother Bakai just got you to agree with us.
No, watch this, Tanzan. Who, if you had one bullet, who would you take out? R.H. Moulton or J. Edgar Hoover?
Obviously Hoover, but
I thank you. Why? No, wait. Explain to me why you would take out Hoover first.
Because he's the bigger threat.
Oh my God.
No, I have not. Do not lawyer me up right now. No way. We're not even having.
Just took a rocket science course just now.
Nope. Let me continue with that. I would take him out if he was within range. But let's say he was outside the door and this guy was already inside the house. Guess who I'm taking out first?
J. Edgar Hoover.
He's outside the wall. I have no aim. but this guy is right here coming at me.
Okay, so because we live close to each other, we should go
It's
after each
not
other
living
first.
close. I'm just saying, who is the immediate threat? You first take out the immediate threat, and then you go
Jagger, who
after
was
the
the immediate?
people.
He the one that sent the dude. He's the
I said
immediate
he's the
threat.
bigger
He the one who
threat.
paid the guy that made it happen. He's the immediate
He
threat, right?
is no, 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 no,
Ja-
no, 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 not
Jagger
not
Hoover just set up a
immediate.
think tank to stop us from knowing our identity. Jagger Hoover was the one that
Wait,
said,
okay,
and
I know, I know, I
listen,
know, I know, no, 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 no. But I didn't say that he was I said he was the bigger threat, the more
I know
important threat. But
that's the
I
only thing
say
I've been
for this
saying this
other
whole time.
guy, he's the immediate threat. If I don't take care of him, I won't even get a chance to take care of the other guy. I won't even have that. If somebody comes at me and he has a gun and he's going to shoot me, and I have that one bullet, and the other guy also has a gun behind the door, I'm going to shoot the person who's pointing the gun at me first, and then hopefully run away or hide or shoot the other guy if I have a second bullet. But the guy who's coming at me right now is the guy I'm going to take care of. The immediate, not the most important threat, still
Not
knowing that there's somebody behind the door.
okay, so we fight each other for economic reasons. I'm gonna just I'm not gonna
No,
stop the
not for
reason why we
economic,
do
for survival. Somebody is
it. Okay.
brother focused. There's somebody inside your house with a gun. There's somebody outside the house with a bigger gun. You know, who are you going to fight first? The person in your house with a small gun or a machete, or let's just say he has a knife. Let's even make it easy. This guy
No,
in the house has a knife,
no, I'll
whereas
make it better for you, Tanzan.
hmm,
How about there's a person coming into your house, but there's a person outside with a galley gun who's just shooting up the house. Are you gonna take out the person running in the house, or are you
now
gonna
you're
take out
just
the galley
changing the analogy. No, no. It was
gun? Okay.
the person in the house and the person outside the house, and they're both threatening your life. So this person is already inside. There's no door to keep him out. There's no,
There is
mercy.
a
He's
door
already
to keep him
inside.
out. But there
Mhm.
is a door to keep him out. You go hide under your bed, you know what I'm saying?
All right, I'll just take Koku's he's the referee in this one, and he says that I won this one. So we'll do a part two with you. You have too much love for this race horse.
But you agree with me, Tanzan, because that was the question. If you had one bullet, who would you take out first, and why? Because they're a bigger threat. That was the whole thing. That's the only thing I've ever said. I never said Coons was not a problem. I
I
never
said
said you shouldn't
immediate.
deal with them.
I said
But
immediate threat, and then once you take care of the immediate
I,
threat, then now you can, you can, what is it called? It starts with an R.
I don't know. I think the person who made the person is an immediate threat. You don't think so?
Well, yeah, definitely, yeah. But if you're in the hood and you're dealing with all these, gangsters wielding, what are you going to do? Are you going to go to the city council and lodge a complaint to, the people who created the laws that created poverty and so on? Are you going to go to, try to find Reagan and upbraid him for his policies? Hmm?
Yeah, it was that why because if you didn't find Reagan, now you got to deal with Biden. So
Yeah. Well, yeah, not just Biden. Now you have
we got rid of the black elected officials. You know what I'm saying? Because black supremacy is bad, of course. So but we ain't do nothing about Reagan,
Yeah,
and then we
because the next time you have a couple of people driving by your house, yeah, start
Well,
looking for the schedule
well,
for your town council meeting.
yeah, that's why I said it's kind of a thing of semantics and priority. When I said that earlier, I can understand. Yes, if you have an immediate threat, common sense is going to tell you to get rid of the threat, but logic will tell you to get what made that threat. And that's why I say it's a thing of semantics and a thing of priority. What is going to what? Of course, if you have an immediate problem, you have to tend to that immediate problem, or else it'll get worse. But more importantly, is what created that immediate problem, and that's what is again it's a priority thing, and I understand we're splitting hairs without a doubt. My thing is in terms of the smoke factor, I could have smoke for these quote unquote coons, traders, and sellouts all day, every day, any day. I could do that in a heartbeat. My thing is no matter whatever happens, whoever created them has got a whole catalog and a whole inventory of more coming my way until I burn their store down. Or at least, I mean, it's just common sense. I got to get rid of that manufactures them in the first place. Irrespective of where they are, how big they are, if I have a match, I'm going to burn it down. It's just common sense, or else they'll just keep coming. So, it's like Sisyphus. I don't know if you know the Sisyphus, or it's almost like, think of it this way, there was like an old Lucy ball. Yeah, okay, good. The story of Sisyphus, you're pushing that rock up the hill, and you're just constantly, that rock is still coming down. It's just going to continue coming down forever. It's like this old Lucy Ball when she was in the, when we were kids, we used to watch the Lucy Ball show or whatever. I Love Lucy. And she worked in the chocolate factory. And the chocolates kept coming and she couldn't keep up with those things. And then all of a sudden, she was trying to stuff some in her shirt, trying to eat it. It was just too many were coming instead of slowing the machine down or stopping the machine. And it was like, irrespective of, there will always be traders out there. As long as you have individuals out there that just don't know, again, the system of leadership is not there for us. As you brought up so well, TZ, there's a problem with the system of leadership. You're going to have sellouts, irrespective of whether you want them or not. That's just the nature of the game. My thing is hopefully we change that system. In other words, what Lucy Ball should have done was slow down those chocolates. In other words, instead of just going from coon after coon, as Brother Forecast would want to do, burn down the coon factory. And again, we won't have to split hairs of which threat to go to because we've gotten rid of all of it. Hopefully that works. I'll pass the mic.
Yo, MG2, which like rocket science school did you go to? Because I wanted to sign Tanzan and Bukhari up for those courses.
I'm still learning.
No, I'm just joking, Tanzan. I'm just playing. I thought Bukhari ran for a minute, you know what I'm saying? But that's all I'm saying, Tanzan. I'm just that's all I was saying. Let's burn down the coon factory instead of every time a batch of coon is sent out to go on a mission to destroy all of them. And then
what my answer to that is? I'm not entirely opposed to it. I just, I think just do nice and soft, with this. I think that if we had a military, what is it, a court martial, that you would be too lenient with them. You'd be too understanding. You'd be like, oh, well, but they went through some hard times and just feel bad for them. And, they just didn't know and all that stuff. Meanwhile, Brother Bakari, okay, you're back. Yeah.
That's the point of a council, though. You and Bukhari be on there. Because Bukhari will be like, death for them all. And I'm be like, whoa, Bukhari. And like, you gonna be in the middle. MG2 gonna be in the middle. You know what I'm saying? And I'm here to be like, yo, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is their first offense in like 50 years. You know what I'm
saying? They're for God. They're God. Just let's. Okay, here's my solution to this, constant chocolate factory production of these individuals. The only way to counter them is, why do we treat leaders? Okay, maybe there is a reason. Maybe leadership is more exceptional than coonship. But why do we want our leaders to be exceptional and to become, this comet once in 76 years sort of thing? Why are we not just producing them in mass? Why are you not just producing thousands, and not thousands, but quite a few? If these people are constantly being replaced, if the bottom is constantly being replaced, then the people at the top should constantly be replacing them at the top as well. Yeah, I'll yield.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I've been having technical difficulties. I've been trying to talk, but every time I say, but anyway, I'm gonna say this before I go, right? This is the thing, right? Just because I say I'm gonna take out that trader that's right next to me first, don't mean I ain't gonna get the other ones, but you can't get to them. right? R. Moten was part of the group that helped when when the UNIA was the first people in this country to go to invest in rubber for tires because Marcus Garvey saw the growth of automobiles. R. Moten was part of the first group to go sell him out to the white people then about, look, this how much money he paid. He went and bought these many warehouses. The UNIA is almost broke. If you go offer them this much money, you can get the tires and you can crush their organization. Why in the world am I not, because see, you didn't ask me. You give me my 9mm with one bullet. I'm going to blow his head off first. Then I'm going to get prepared to go get the other ones. And I'm just going to be honest with you. And you can't have people right next to you selling you out and talking about, well,
Hey,
somebody
Bakari,
paid
by
them.
the time you get the next bullet, it's gonna be another one though.
Okay, good, and I'm gonna get him. See, you
And
see
then
how that
after you
works?
get him, it's gonna be another one after that.
And the more they send, the more
I
we
love
get.
that analogy, Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, I love that analogy. I love it. Why do I love it? Because the best message you can send is once you can kill the R.R. Moultons. As Forecast said, there's going to be another one right behind it. But you kill what he created, and ain't nobody want to. You kill the one that created R.R. Moulton, you ain't going to have anyone else wanting to be created. There will be no one else stepping, because the enemy knows, hey, I'll create another one. And not only that, it also shows your weakness, not going against the one that created him in the first place. So the enemy knows that you are now at a point of weakness, that they can create whatever they can coming out, and you're just going to be shooting at them like a shooting gallery, because they know he's not coming after us. We've got him where we want him. We're going to put traitor after traitor after traitor, because he'll never come and get us. But I'm going to tell you something. You shoot it, that you can kill the R.R. Moultons, and I agree with you there. You get rid of him. But I'm going to tell you this much. You get rid of what created them, and you won't have any more R.R. Moultons stepping up to try to go ahead and be creative. I'll pass the mic.
MG2, I'm over here singing church songs, my brother. Thank you.
MG2, that's what I'm preparing for. But you can't prepare for it when you got people like that. And don't care what I say he do. Forecast still think you're supposed to go after the other one first. No, you can't prepare for the bigger threat if you allow the immediate threat to stay in your presence. You would never be able to prepare for the bigger threat. Never. You have to get rid of the immediate, what's in your presence first. Then once you get rid of what's in your presence, then you go get and you go find what's hiding. That's it. That's how I see it. That's my take.
Yo, well, Koku, well, then we will go after the enemy that creates the Hoover before we go after the Hoover then. You know what I'm saying? The top of the chain, the top of the food chain, and we cutting the head of the stink off. You know what I'm saying? We stop with the rattle. You know what I'm saying? We go stop cutting off the rattle part and go after the head of the rattlesnake. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. You know, like Bakari, like for some reason y'all keep saying that I'm giving these people a pass, and I would be like, yo, it's all good and all that. I never once said that, and I never once said holding them accountable is bad. Like if you notice, I don't come on and say, yo, why are you sitting here holding black people accountable? I agree with that, you know what I'm saying? But like when it comes down to what we're talking about, like, yo, that would be like me saying, like, y'all only saying y'all go after black people because y'all afraid to have smoke for anybody else. And I don't think that about y'all, you know. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, why y'all keep saying that I'm saying that I wouldn't hold any black person accountable? I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is the creator of the thing, the flu is worse than the cough. The cough, yeah, I want to get rid of the cough too. But yo, if I still got the flu, I still got sniffles, I got a headache, I got a fever. You know what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, of course, I'm gonna take the flu medicine before I take the cough syrup. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I'm saying.
Okay.
So
Well,
Forecast, let me ask you one question before we go. Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna have to go. Let me ask you a question. Who did this country right here? Who did they go after first? Did they go after Saddam? Did they get rid of Saddam first, or did they get rid of the Iraqis that was in front of? Who did they get rid of first?
They dropped the bomb on the whole country until they found Saddam hiding in the hole, and then they took his ass out too, supposedly. You know.
Okay. Wait, who did they take out first though?
They took out everybody, men, women, children. See,
No, no,
y'all's
no,
out
no,
here talking
no,
about
no, no,
like,
no, 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 no,
let's
no, no,
save the
no, no,
Germans,
no. See what you
the
do, bro, Cass,
Italians, the white women, the babies and stuff. I'm
bro,
like, no.
Cass, but what you're doing right now when you say they took out all of them first? No, I had family. No, I had family over. They had to get to. They had to get to him first. Yeah, they did drop bomb, but they had to get to him first. And to get to him first, they had to get their front line first. So just remember, them traders that are right next to you is the front line for the enemy. I'm not saying you don't go get the other ones, but you got to get your immediate threat first. See, because your immediate threat gonna keep taking you out.
Well, you're gonna keep having to take out the immediate threat until you die, and then after your grandchildren gonna keep having. At least I'm gonna die going out after the main threat. You know what I'm saying?
So,
Because if
so
I succeed, then my grandchildren ain't gonna have to keep taking out the
okay.
quote
See,
unquote immediate threat. Because to me, the immediate threat is is the person who keeps sending the immediate threat to you. You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
So watch this then, right? Since you say that, what I would keep doing. So this is what I want you to do. Show me a time in this country with our people that we went. Any of them took out the immediate threat. That's why they're so immediate threats.
The Houston
No, no,
riot of
show me
1917. They did that.
that.
They took out the immediate. They went out and and shot at because they
Okay,
said that they was gonna get shot at. They went
okay.
out there and protected
Let,
the
let,
black
let,
community
let
and
me
then
let me
shot at the
explain.
white boys.
Let me explain. The immediate threat is what's right next to you. So almost as name one time that over
Hmm.
here, and is it any of them? UNIA, Martin Luther King, uh,
Hmm.
Khalid Muhammad, any of them. Wait a minute.
Wasn't
Wait.
like
No, 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 no.
okay. I was
Name,
about to answer the
name,
question.
name one time that any of our people ever took out the immediate threat. So maybe if we ever show that we will take out the immediate threat, maybe that will stop so many clones being so ready to go become the traitor. But if we don't ever, oh well, he black, so we ain't gonna worry about it. That's crazy. That's crazy. But
Yeah, well,
that same black person, instead of setting you up, instead of
Bakari,
trying to kill you, and
don't
brother
y'all
like
tell
you,
me all, Bakari, but don't y'all tell me all the time how the revolution started with black people taking out black people?
that's how I saw it.
Is that a difference in America? So that's an example for you of
So
black
why
people
did
doing that. Now,
no,
I
show me, no, I said here in this country, in the organization, and I named the people here. I named the people here. Now
but
you done went across the water. I,
you can name a bunch of rebellions where they was like, because like you just said, like, are you telling me that black people here was like they didn't say let's take out the enemy first?
no, I said take out their traitors first,
Right, that's what I'm saying. Traitors, I
and none
mean.
of them, yeah, and none of them did.
Well, it doesn't stop after you shoot the first shot. The first thing is this: you can have we can talk about rebellions, but the really successful and prolonged ones would be not just, traitors are not just before, during. In fact, the worst ones are usually afterwards. That's why you see, in many countries, after they won their independence, that's when, they start losing. That's when, their leaders are assassinated and so on. Once you have a few victories, that's when they take you down. So
Who takes them down, Tanzania?
you already know,
Are
just
you other black people?
whatever.
Taking out
Just
are they
I
taking
haven't even got
but it's okay. They're just taking out the
focus.
clowns,
I haven't
Tanzania.
even
It's
gotten to
okay.
where I'm going. Haven't even gotten to where I'm going yet. So afterwards, that's the crucial part. Like they say, the difference between, like I said earlier, the difference between a cult and a religion is that a cult has a living, a leader, and a religion, theirs is dead, but they maintain the story. So even in the revolution, let's say you can successfully revolt, or you rebel, and there have been very successful rebellions, even the Natana one. But the problem is that afterwards is the traitors, they go, they tell on everybody else, they get everybody, put down. I don't want to use the Haiti one too much because it's been overused, but at the same time, they forgot the victories, and they end up almost betraying their own cause. They end up trusting their own enemy, their own former enemy. In fact, Toussaint Louverture, he actually gave himself voluntarily to the people that he was formerly fighting. So
Oh,
that
Tanzan.
self traitorship. Let me finish.
You
So
cutting
it's not,
yourself, Tanzan.
huh?
I say you're cutting yourself, Tanzan.
No, I'm not. I'm actually building it up. So it's not just the traitors before and after. You have to also watch out for the one afterwards. So if you take care of that, you not only win your victories, but you also maintain them. The reason why we have not been able to maintain them is what was his name, I think it was Leopold Senghor, where he talked about what are we to do with the people who collaborated with the French government during the fight for independence. And for him, he said, everybody was forced to do things, and we have to forgive them and let them, we have to forgive them, all that stuff. And the people he forgave are the people who ended up betraying him, and the people and so on. So you cannot just let them go just because, oh well, they were also suffering, or whatever excuses you want. So I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Hey, forecast. Who
Yeah,
killed Malcolm X?
Who killed Malcolm X?
Yeah, who killed Malcolm X?
The FBI.
Oh, so okay. So who squeezed the trigger? I don't know why black people like to tell that lie. The FBI. I ain't seen no. There was black folks in there squeezing that trigger that didn't work for the FBI. Those black folks could have said no. Man, we got to be honest. And the reason I asked that, and I knew when they went to Malcolm, one, Bobby Johnson. Now, and I get this stuff from like NOI people who was a captain. They were NOI. They were captains while they was in. If Malcolm had taken people advice and listened, Malcolm knew. But Malcolm was like you. They ain't gonna do nothing because they black. That's what he thought. Dude, you got to take them people out there right next to you, or you end up like Malcolm. And it's just that simple. And that's what happened. Maybe if you set an example, black people won't be so quick to take money. They won't be so quick to take money where you're going to have come and bring this internal strife. Then you can focus on the outside. But as long as you constantly let people on the inside of everything that you are doing, you ain't going to ever be able to get to the people who's actually sending them, who's actually paying people.
Hey, the FBI still here, Bakari.
You ain't nobody ever been able to get to them. You know why? Because the leaders
Because they only got smoked with black people?
No, because the leaders like you, well, they're black, they're okay. That's what Malcolm said. He didn't think they was gonna do nothing because they was black. It was black folks calling Malcolm, you one dead blind, you one dead redneck. Them the same black folks that threatened to kill Dr. John Henry Clark when he was 83 years old. And thank God when he was blind, and thank God it was some black people that said, y'all ain't gonna do to Dr. Clark what y'all did to Malcolm, and he had to get armed guards for black people while y'all steady blaming white folks. When them black folks stood up and told them they wasn't gonna do it, them damn cowards from the nation shut the hell up. But as long as you let them people constantly come and kill you because they black, they gonna keep doing it. Did nobody from the FBI walking in squeeze no trigger. All those people was black Nation of Islam. And they took that money. And if we had taken them out, they wouldn't have been able to do it.
Let me ask, would it have been more effective to get rid of that so-called leader that put them there in the first place? Even though he was black, somebody had given them the orders, i.e. dictator/leader, for lack of a better term, gave them orders to kill Malcolm. And the reason I say that is, not to say that they should have, I'm just saying, in a ephemeral mode, wouldn't it have been more effective to say, look, get rid of the one that's putting out a hit on someone, because you said what's the biggest threat what's more effective, I'm just paraphrasing you, to get rid of that threat other than to get rid of the one that's the immediate threat. I'd say get rid of the one that created the immediate threat, but that's rehashing old things. One thing I wanted to ask you guys to kind of, like I said, this is about semantics and priority, and I understand my thing is get rid of it all. And the reason I say that is, again, and that might be taking a middle ground, but let me ask you, I mean, most folks don't know the difference between pest control and an exterminator. A lot of folks don't realize that. An exterminator, I do agree with you, Brother Bakari, you got to exterminate. If you see a roach, you're not going to let it be around and just kind of until you look for the roach's nest. You're going to go ahead and do some Alpine WS. You're going to have some sticky traps. You're going to try to get rid of it. If you have a can of Raid, you're going to go ahead and get rid of it right there. That makes sense, and I wholeheartedly agree with you, Brother Bakari. Pest control, on the other hand, says, why are the roaches there in the first place? And we got to get rid of whatever made them. Okay, we need to not only find the nest, we need to make sure that there's, what's outside, is there trash outside? What's causing them to come into your house in the first place? Are you leaving stuff out? What is, are you nasty? What's going on? And the pest control will do what an exterminator does, but at its source. But it goes ahead and finds out what the problem is. It just doesn't put a Band-Aid on it. It cuts out the cancer. So I do agree with both. Like I said, it's a middle ground. And it's a way of saying, I understand exactly what you're saying. You got an immediate threat. You got a roach. You got to get some Raid. But if you know there's one roach, you know 100. So to concentrate on one might not let you focus on what made the 100. And letting that one go ahead and exist while you look for that 100, you're still going to have a roach amongst you until you get a can of Raid. So I understand where you're saying. I'm just kind of, just give me some perspective. I'll pass the mic.
Well, Bakari gonna step on each roach one by one. He ain't never gonna call Orchid, man. He was like, we gotta just take out each road as we see them because they're right beside me. Let me step on this road.
You're wrong for that.
Bakari, so let me ask you, where is the brothers that shot Malcolm X?
They died free in New Jersey. They had the whole documentary on the black folk. Oh, we don't talk about that over here. Yeah, they died free. They were free. Nothing happened to them.
Were they really free, or were they?
Yeah, they were free. As much freedom you can have in this country, just as free as me and you. The one that ended up going to jail was the one that didn't do nothing because they turned on him. But according to you forecast, that got to be okay. That must be okay because they're black. It's okay that nobody took the time to take them out. Just because I say I'm going to take them out, I'm not just focusing on them. The people that's only focusing on one is the people that just saying, you know what, I ain't going to go after nobody, but the big ones, my immediate can stay here. Them going to be the ones that kill you. The ones right next to you, those will be the ones that kill you, that steady selling you out. That steady giving all your plans. Those going to be the ones that have you killed.
Bakari, the black people who is not the coons is not getting the plans. I'm not worried about the coons getting the plans. You and Tanzan may get the plans, but that's about it. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, okay, so they died free, quote unquote free in North Carolina. Where is the FBI right now?
I said in New Jersey.
Oh, New Jersey. Where's the FBI right now?
They still somewhere creating plans.
Oh, damn. It sounds like we should have took out the person who's still somewhere creating think tanks about how we think. And like, Tanzan, did you know that J. Edgar Hoover in 1969?
Hey, I got to go. I done pulled up over to one of my friends' house, man. I'm gonna listen online.
All right, yeah, I gotta go too. But Tanzan, in 1969, J. Edgar Hoover came up with the ADOS thing.
Who? What?
Yeah, in 1969, J. Edgar Hoover, they had a think tank. They was like, we're gonna have ADOS.
No, I did not know that.
You still think they're a bigger threat? No, I'm joking, Tanzan.
Look. I know you have to go, and we're definitely going to continue this because you haven't won. All I'll say is this. Firstly, when think about this when you go. That's going to be our next one. You have to be how realistic are you able to take on the direct target? We're talking about the immediate one, but you're talking about the the bigger one, the actual one. So when you think about that, how are you going to be good? Because you also have to be realistic in war. Right now, you don't have an organized troop. You don't have ammunition warfare, all of that stuff. You're really just left pretty much exposed. So you have to think of it, if it was a one-on-one where you were saying with the bullet and the person is right in front of you, sure, the choice is obvious. But when it comes to just being in a position where somebody has superior ammunition, you also have to rethink your war strategy. So it's almost like a Vietnam sort of situation where you have to think that I cannot go full front, against my enemy, but one thing I can do is control, the people, use the people, and they were using, like, just like in Afghanistan, they were using everybody, the men, the women. The enemy didn't know who was, friend and who was foe. So if that's what you have to do, if you can't meet the enemy in full force and in an equal field, you have to use your environment, your people, and all that to an advantage. So in saying that is to say that you get your people under control first, and then maybe you can now go tackle the enemy. But to go against an enemy that is first more organized than you and has some of your people in its employ, that's going to be very difficult. You have to find out, because now it's the opposite with let's say with the Afghans. It's all like everybody was involved in the war and the enemy didn't know who was friend and foe. For us, it's the opposite. We don't know who's friend and foe, even amongst ourselves.
I understand what you're saying, Tanzan, but you need to come on home, Tanzan. This is the wrong thing to be the first Tanzan. Come on home. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? But no, let me say, because I'm not saying that black people shouldn't hold black people accountable. I gotta say that again. I'm not saying that traitors aren't a threat. I'm not saying you should let them into your circles or tell them secrets or nothing like that. And I know Bakari isn't saying that he's giving passes to other groups of people either, and that's why me and Bakari can have this back and forth, and Tanzan, because I know Tanzan, when it comes down to it, she has the smoke for everybody, you know what I'm saying? And that I can respect, It's just too many of us I've seen not have the ability to have the smoke for everybody. But this was a great live for the first one, Tanzan. I'm glad I could be on
I
here.
know. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Thank you. The lady Matron, she was the first one to get on. So we had a nice, long, interesting discussion. If and she's so full of wisdom. You have to go back and listen. So, we had a good conversation with her. Thank you so much, Focus, Brother Bakari, Koku. In the comment section, I know we had Oni. Oh, and we had I'm so sorry. He will have to. I wish he had had a few moments to talk, but Atrazu Tielzu.
He got scared, Tanzan.
No, no, no. There's no reason to be scared. We, especially on this one where everybody, and definitely EL was just, very, very active in the comment section, and he gave us now I know he gave us a lot of good information. Bobby Wright was here earlier as well, so it turned out to be a very great, inspiring. And before we started, I did pray to the ancestors to guide as always, and to make this an informative, an enlightening, and a good conversation. And I believe that my request was answered. So thank you, Mr. Untouchable, for being here. Next time, hopefully you can join in. Brother Koku, yeah, everybody. It's been just a wonderful, and I didn't even realize it was going to be this long, but it turned out to be great. Oni was here. Yeah, I hope I didn't forget anyone, but thank you, especially for the first one. Like, man, I'm just glad. Thank you so much, all of you, for showing up, for joining, for supporting, all the good stuff, and for a wonderful conversation.
Yeah, congratulations, Tanzan. Yeah, you popped
Thank
your
you.
cherry.
Yes, I appreciate you all. And yeah, I'll be on Saturday at wee hours of the morning, so I don't expect you guys to be up, but it's going to be Saturday morning in New York around 4 a.m. for the Swahili broadcast. I still want us to, you know, to create that connection, with the continent. The reason why I wanted it at that time is, so we can have more of the young people participating and having access to the information. So yeah, so thank you all, and I'll definitely be on everybody's show. This is an ongoing conversation, so I know focus brother Wakari, you're always around in the evening around there, and then I was on the matrons talk today. Brother Oni is in the morning. Saturdays obviously shoot the breeze. So yeah, thank you all. It's been wonderful. Do you have the last words
No,
before
thank you,
we?
Tanzan, for letting me come on. And shouts out to MG2, the learning curve. Learning curve, everybody that came up here is like, yo, smart, super smart. I enjoy talking to all of y'all, So shouts out to learning curve, MG2, Bakari, and the other brother that came up here. I forget his name, But I'm gonna work on being unapologetic, Tanzan. But it's hard.
I know it's hard, but I have mastered it, and I will give you the secret for 4 easy payments of 1999. But yeah, I look forward to our next conversation. I'm sure Brother Bakari is going to be on tomorrow, and it will be great to just enjoy and no pressure. And I really do appreciate all of you, coming on and supporting and adding to the excellent conversation. So peace, everybody, and have a wonderful, I'm sure it's night for everybody. Have a wonderful night or early morning, and we'll see you again soon.
Peace,
Oh,
love.
and before we go out, I once again, I would like to thank the ancestors for giving us a great show. I don't take any of this for granted. There are some things that are out of our control, and there's some things that are just, blessings. So I'm glad for today, and I appreciate you all. So peace.
Right. Peace.